Hello, I'm Leonardo Puglisi. It's 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. It's 5:30 over in South Australia, and it's 4 p.m. over in the West. You're watching 6 News live right here on YouTube as Australia decides. Joining us tonight, Roman McKinnon, our political reporter, Chief Reporter Connor Alforque, National Reporter Austin Pollock, plus plenty more of our team, as well as commentary from political commentator Matthew Hayne. I'm Leonardo Puglisi in Melbourne. This is Australia Decides. Well, good evening to you all here from Melbourne. In the seat of Kooyong specifically, I'm Leonardo Puglisi once again. Thank you very much for tuning in into what might be the most impressive and largest production in 6 News history. It's one worth tuning in for, and it's one sharing. You can share the link to this stream on social media. You can join the conversation using that hashtag 6NewsAU, or you can email your feedback to contact@6newsau.com. We will be live all night, and we will also be reading out your feedback as Australia decides. Tonight is the night we will find out whether we will have 3 more years of a coalition government, a Labor government for the first time since 2013. Could it be a majority or a minority? We will find out tonight with our expert panel, our unbiased reporting. Joining us first is Roman McKinnon, our political reporter. He has been covering the campaign alongside me for the past 6 weeks, and much longer than that. We've interviewed the Prime Minister and the opposition leader together. Roman, good evening to you. Tonight is the night. What are the polls saying about who might lead the country after May 21?
News poll specifically is saying that Labor will form a majority government. Now, the latest poll that came out just last night says the LNP on 47, with this two-party preferred, the LNP 47 and the ALP 53. So they're in the driver's seat right now to form a majority government.
What about the so-called teal independents? We've heard a lot about them this election. We'll be looking at them in depth a lot later. But we are expecting a number of them to get seats. Do we know where exactly they've been targeting? Like, is it which state specifically are we seeing most of these figures in?
Yeah, well, they've been targeting those Kooyong, where you are, Leo Wentworth, that's Allegra Spender, Warringah, of course, Zali Stegel, Hughes, Georgia Steele, just to name a few. But those so-called teal independents will play a big role tonight as we watch those counts come in.
There's so many of these candidates. It's going to be interesting to see how many people from this speak and the number of check officials on them. Right now, Roman, just quickly, we'll catch up with you a lot later tonight, of course. Who are you predicting will win tonight?
I think Labor are in the driver's seat. I think they will form a majority government. That's what the poll is saying. But of course, 2019 predicted a Labor win. But of course, they were wrong. So I think Labor will win, but the coalition's best result, I think, will be a hung parliament. So I don't think the coalition will be able to form a majority. It'll only be a minority, Leo.
Yeah, I really don't think we're seeing a big swing towards the coalition expected. Roman McKinnon, our political reporter, he is in Brisbane tonight. Thank you, and we'll be showing a lot more, including an interview with a very well-known politician that Roman did earlier today. That'll be coming up a little later. Let's now head to our chief reporter, Connor Alforque. Connor, good evening to you. Busy. Look, where are you right now? Because it looks fairly busy.
Yes, there is a lot of action happening behind me. The doors have just struck 6 o'clock. The clock struck 6 o'clock, and the polls have closed across much of the country. The AEC staffers behind me are just packing down, and in a minute they'll begin the count for the House of Representatives, and then they'll move on to the Senate. So I'm in the seat of Lily at a polling booth in Stafford Heights tonight.
And obviously in Lily, it's been very interesting because we recently had that spin check special you presented where we looked at some of these freedom candidates. Are we expecting parties like the UAP, the Liberal Democrats, Informed Medical Options Party, One Nation, so on, to have much of an impact on the final results nationally?
We don't know the impact they'll have just at this moment because this is the first post-COVID election. And of course, they're looking to capitalise on the distrust in the major parties and also disillusionment with lockdowns, mandates and restrictions. Here in Lily in particular, there are 4 freedom candidates. You can go check out that spin check episode for their views. But ultimately, at the last election, the UAP did not pick up a single seat, and their vote was like about 3.4% nationally.
Yeah, and of course they've only got that one seat now. Craig Kelly, who obviously defected to become an independent, then UAP from the Liberals last year. Just quickly, I want to get to your prediction in just a moment, but I just want to quickly focus on those freedom parties again. Have you seen much signage for them? Like, is there much community support?
No, I haven't seen much signage. In fact, there's been a lot of signage for Labor's Annika Wells, but otherwise not much for the freedom parties. There was a forum about 2 weeks ago, but that's about the extent of support I've seen in this electorate.
Yeah, and I think I had a pretty similar situation. I'm in the seat of Kooyong, went to a number of polling booths, including also in the seat of Melbourne and the seat of Higgins. So far I saw a total of 3 UAP signs that entire time, 1 from the Liberal Democrats, none from, 1 from One Nation and none from IMOP, although I don't think they're actually running candidates. So we'll leave it there. Or just quickly, I was actually going to ask, who are you predicting will win tonight?
My prediction is probably a minority government for Labor, but just based on the recent news polls, I don't think they would have enough to form a majority government, given that the most recent news poll has shown the gap is narrowing between Labor and Liberal.
And we also have to take into account how many Teal independents could win a seat, and then that they're effective, you know, because if a Liberal loss will not equal a Labor gain here tonight. Connor Alforque, valuable insight there. Thank you very much. We'll be crossing to you a little later, of course. Let's now head to our national reporter, Austin Pollock. Austin, good evening to you. It's going to be a very interesting race right across the country, but as national reporter, you're covering right across the country, of course. Are there any states that politicians have been specifically targeting in the past 6 weeks?
Yeah, well, Leo, I've selected about 16 key seats from around the country. So, especially if we take a look in Queensland, the Greens are having a strong push, which could see impacts on both of the major parties. Now, of course, the Greens have been pushing in seats of like Griffith and also in the city Brisbane seats. So that could definitely affect the outcome for the ALP tonight. Now, as we've touched on during 6 News over the election, the emergence of the Teal independents is having a big impact in what has been considered safe Liberal seats, mostly in New South Wales and Victoria, where you are with like Josh Frydenberg, potentially one of the more high-profile MPs whose future is on the line tonight. Now, in Tasmania, there are 2 seats considered as unpredictable as the weather. Now, both are hanging on the knife's edge, and it will be interesting to see which way they go. They are the seats of Bass and Braddon. Now, in WA and South Australia, the loss of the incumbent Liberal MPs leaves the door wide open for the ALP to claim. There are also seats to watch, particularly for WA, and we won't see the impacts for another few hours, of course, polls closing over there in around 2 hours. But in Bass, if we actually take a look at this, it actually said 50.41% of voters went for the Liberal in the last election in 2019, and Labor 49.59. So definitely a very tight gap there, Leo.
Yeah, and apologies if anyone heard double there. It came through on my end. Gotta love it though. We love your reporting so much. We're showing you twice now. I will just say though, on the seat of Bass, I was down in Launceston actually for a family holiday, but news never sleeps. Neither do I. And it was interesting because there was the small office for Bridget Archer, and while there was the Liberal logo, there was very little Liberal signage for her. And then I also saw on social media an ad for her that actually contained the colour purple, not the colour blue. So it's really going to be interesting to see how Bass falls. I don't think she'll manage to hold it, but we'll have to wait and see, because you have to remember her crossing the floor, and I think it was November, regarding an ICAC. That could all come into play. We will look at that, and we will look at a lot of marginal seats with you a bit later tonight. Just quickly, your election prediction?
I'm going to have to go with Connor and Roman, minority Labor government tonight. Those polls doesn't look like it'll be strong either way, but I do personally think it will be a Labor minority by the end of the night.
Oh God, these predictions could all age very well or very poorly. We'll leave it there, Austin, and we'll be crossing to you a little later, of course, as we will be doing with everyone. We pride ourselves on being unbiased here, but we also like to have uncensored commentary. That's why tonight we'll be bringing in a political commentator. Let's see how this will go. Matthew Hayne, host of the Matthew Hayne Show. I can't believe we're doing this. Hayne, good evening to you. What a night it's set to be. You're in the seat of Higgins, but you've also been around Kooyong today. What was the mood like?
Firstly, cheers for having me on. This can only go well. So yeah, I've been in Higgins. It's been a very interesting race there with Katie Allen, the Liberal, attempting to hold on to her seat. It's been a Liberal seat since its inception 40, 50 years ago. It'll be very interesting to see if she can hold on against a weird, almost shadow campaign where Labor are throwing their heads in the sand but could still win, which is always fun. Kooyong, I was around today, this afternoon. Bumped into both Monique Ryan and Greens candidate Piers Mitchell. They seemed fairly positive in their mood. A lot of the volunteers were as well, as they were also for the Frydenberg team. It seems that everyone in Kooyong, either from the Ryan campaign or the Frydenberg team, believe they're a chance. And so we'll see what happens there. My prediction, of course, is a Ryan win, as I've been saying for a week or two now. I even have money on the line, so best pleased that she can win there for my sake. But overall,
and we
it's
encourage
our
viewers to gamble responsibly as well. 18 plus, so I don't think I'm in the gambling industry here.
If you think about it, you can't lose. So
we're 12 minutes in. Don't blow it.
So that'll be very interesting. There's a lot of seats that are very interesting. Of course, up in Queensland, the Greens are making a push there. They're quietly very confident they can win in Brisbane, Ryan or Griffith, or even all three. Cooper seems like too much for them, but they're going to get a good swing, it seems. It's going to be very interesting. As for a prediction, I'll give you that one real quick. I kind of want to, because I'm such a contrarian, I'd love to give you something that isn't Labor minority government. So maybe just for a bit of fun, I'll say hung parliament, just for a little bit of fun tonight.
Little bit of difference there, yeah. Look, it's going to be very interesting. Now, number one, full disclosure: are you a member of any political party or have been campaigning? Because I think
no, I am
should
not.
Know that. No, you are not.
Not
Fantastic.
A member of any
party. I should have backgrounded you, but oh well. I was gonna say in regards to Kooyong, it's interesting because, as both of us would remember, last election it was a Liberal Greens contest with Oliver Yates, the Independent, as I think it was the third preferred he ended up being, or might have been fourth actually. Now it's opposite. What do you make about how Piers Mitchell has been running a campaign that's, regardless of how hard he campaigns, he probably won't win, given Monique Ryan is kind of, some might say, taking the Greens' votes in Kooyong.
Yeah, so the dynamic in Kooyong is very interesting. The Greens are yet again going to put up a very strong primary vote, probably somewhere between 12 and 18% for Piers, which is pretty good. He's been running a very good campaign. I spoke to a few volunteers yesterday and today.
They're well organised. They've got a few hundred people. They've been running very positively. For the amount of money that's gone into Kooyong, they've got a lot of signs and signs up. They had some billboards at one stage in Q Junction not too long ago. So they've been doing well there. They'll probably get the most votes per dollar spent in Kooyong. But yeah, it looks like Monique will definitely get at least to the two-party preferred stage and probably win, is my prediction. But it'll be interesting there. The difference between Julian Burnside and Monique Ryan is Monique Ryan has the extra advantage electorally of being able to be progressive whilst not forcing a slightly wealthier professional class type people in Kooyong to have to vote Greens, which they might not want to do because they may be worried about the death tax or something else they heard on 3AW that day.
Yeah, but you have to wonder whether these Liberal, some might call them a scare campaign, are working. I think half the signs I've seen in Teal were anti-Monique Ryan once today, and we'll probably be playing some Kooyong stock footage a bit later. Yeah, you can kind of see what's going on, but it's really interesting to kind of observe that. We also, by the way, Piers Mitchell, the Greens candidate aforementioned there, is likely to join us live right here on 6 News at about 7:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so that's in about 65 minutes away. But look, Hayne, very interesting. We'll get back to you a little later tonight. We want to now return to our political reporter, Roman McKinnon, once again. Roman, we've got some early information coming in, and we emphasise early here. It's 6:16 p.m. in the east. But what are you hearing?
Hi, Leo. Being in the ACT has just come back in first preferences. Hang on, let me find it. But very early results. That came up just like I think a few minutes before 6 p.m. So Bean has 49 polling places, and really that's the only one across the country. I'm just going to give some info on Bean. Bean is in the ACT. It's a Labor-held seat, 7.5% margin, and so safe. And we don't really have much. We haven't seen the campaign, the leaders there at all. Yeah, we haven't seen them there, so I guess there's no real need to talk about it if you want to speak like that.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting, Roman, because for Bean, I think we actually tried speaking to the UAP candidate there. I don't think we had much luck, and I think we'll be talking about the UAP a little later tonight. Roman, some interesting information in there coming up. Thank you. Look, in the seat of Kooyong, we have been really observing this, and we spoke to Matthew Hayne, who we'll come back to in just a moment shortly about it. But at this stage right now, I was speaking to a number of volunteers throughout the afternoon, and it was interesting because I had a Frydenberg volunteer tell me that they were not confident that he would win, and had a Monique Ryan volunteer tell me that they were not confident that she will win. So it's very interesting. Also spoke to some Greens volunteers. The former Victorian Premier Ted Pavlou was actually there supporting the Liberals, of course. He is ex-Liberal, but interestingly, his son, Rob Pavlou, was there supporting Monique Ryan, and I think there's a piece in The Age that details his reasons for that a bit more, which you can obviously read there, although I'd recommend checking out our coverage right now. Now, we have been speaking to a lot of candidates throughout this campaign, a lot of MPs. We spoke to the Prime Minister, of course, the opposition leader, the Greens leader. We've been trying to get a number of senior Liberals on, and that includes Tim Wilson and Goldstein, which we'll be talking about shortly. Also, Josh Frydenberg, who is actually my local member. We reached out many times, and we have never had a response, which is a bit of a shame. But we also have been trying to get Peter Dutton on. So far, we've had all no's. Until this morning, our political reporter Roman McKinnon caught up with him in a brief interview, with questions all off the top of his head. Here is that interview right now with Defence Minister Peter Dutton from earlier this morning in Dixon.
Peter Dutton, welcome to 6 News.
Nice to be with you, thank you.
How confident are you up against Labor's challenger, Ailee France?
Dixon's always a very tight race, but I think locals are worried about what the economy would do under Labor. The interest rates are always higher. We know that under Labor, unemployment's always higher. They always spend more, which means they tax more. And so people will be considering that when they vote today.
Do you think the voters are angry with Scott Morrison and the LNP in Dickson?
I think there's a mix. I think some people are very appreciative of where our country is, particularly given the last 2 years of COVID. When you compare us to any other country in the world, we could have had tens of thousands more deaths here in our country, and we didn't. And economically, we're probably performing better than any other comparable nation in the world.
Well, voters from Dickson got a message from John Howard just in this week. How tight do you really think it's going to be?
Well, as I say, Dickson's always a very, very tight margin by the close of polls, and I suspect this year won't be any different to that. But we've worked hard, and I've done a lot locally to work with local community groups. Here at Patrick Road State School, we've invested money into the school hall and other projects right across the whole electorate. So I've worked hard locally, and I hope that I can be rewarded for that today.
So you think you've done enough?
I think that if you look at what happened here in this electorate before I became a local member, it was really neglected by Labor. And at a state level, Labor really takes this electorate for granted. And I've been able to work with the Prime Minister, work with the other ministers to get road funding, funding for projects, including the PCYC at Arana Hills. We've put money into Patrick's Road, Dawson Parade, intersection, and many other local roads. And we'll keep going.
Just as your time as Defence Minister, if Russia went further into NATO territory, when would Australia's defences step in?
Well, we have sent just over $250 million worth of military aid to the Ukraine because we don't want to see the war continue. We want it to end, and that's obviously up to President Putin, but countries like Australia that share our values have made a decision to support the Ukrainians, and we've been very proud of the contribution we've made. We've just made an announcement of sending more Bushmasters, another 14 on top of the 20 that we sent previously. Obviously military aid, which will, I hope, keep women and children alive in the Ukraine. So that's the focus for the moment, and it would be a tragedy if President Putin went into broader Europe, and obviously NATO would consider their response from there.
Just on the Chinese ship off the coast of WA, are you concerned about this?
Well, the ship's traversed now across the top of Australia, so it's hugged the coastline from having gone as far south or further south than Exmouth. It's gone up past Darwin and now up to the top of Australia, which is quite unusual. And we've been pointing that out, not just in relation to this vessel, but a number of other vessels as well.
Could we expect any more Chinese activity off our coast?
I think the Chinese have been very clear about their intent in the Indo-Pacific, and I think you'll continue to see a greater presence by China, as evidenced with the Solomon Islands.
Well, I know you're very short on time, so Peter Dutton, thanks so much for your time today.
Thank you very much for your time. Thanks for being out here in the rain.
Yeah.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Take care. Good luck.
Thank you.
There we go, an exclusive interview with Defence Minister Peter Dutton recorded this morning. Obviously, we've been trying to get him on for a while, so I have to take into account that a lot of those questions were thought of on the spot. We wish we could get more time with him, and also with Josh Frydenberg and Tim Wilson's camps. It'll be interesting if they do hold their seats, though. Matthew Hayne, let's bring him back in. Hayne, your reaction to some of what Dutton said there, especially in regards to his time in Defence Minister and his portfolios relating to that?
Well, firstly, I'd like to say that it's a beautiful oxymoron in of itself that you've got Peter Dutton going out and crying about how bad war is, for a start, the biggest warmonger in our government, which takes some doing considering some of the people we've got lying around in the Senate and the House of Reps. Of course, respecting sovereignty and protecting our friends in Ukraine is an important thing, but as always, Peter's going to try and use that, as the Liberals have been doing, as some kind of fear-mongering scapegoat about how if Labor are allowed in, they won't know what to do. Who knows? Maybe the Chinese will invade the port of Sydney tomorrow. Whatever would we do? Something like that. He also mentioned when Labor are in government, they spend more, which means they tax more. Of course, a lot of that is taxes on the wealthy or large corporations, which he doesn't bring up because it's very nice to just say, bring up taxes, and people will think that the middle class or the lower class poor person is going to have their taxes raised, which statistically has actually happened more under the Liberals than it has Labor. So a fun little debunk. It's my favourite thing to do, but yeah, when it's Peter Dutton, you just have to debunk everything, don't you?
Yeah, very interesting. I can't wait for your answer on this. Do you think there's any reason we haven't heard back from Frydenberg or Wilson's camps, even though we are effectively aware that they're getting our responses based on the fact that it's pretty much hard to miss? Do you think there's any reason for that, given we managed to get the literal Prime Minister on?
I think their campaigns are based on the idea of sticking their head in the sand and hoping nobody notices them, especially when it comes to Tim Wilson. If he doesn't say anything bad, then that can't be used against him. Now, can it? It's very much that type of strategy. You grilled the Prime Minister and the opposition leader very well, probably the toughest interview either of them have had. So I reckon both of them watched that and went, actually, no, that doesn't sound like fun. I'd like to not get ripped to shreds. That would be a very bad way to spend my Thursday afternoon.
I got to ask, just a bit unrelated here, but it's off the top of my head right now. Are there any seats you think Labor could lose, especially to the Greens, just nationally right now? We're looking at seats like Griffith, where we have seen comments from Terry Butler relating to things like the Greens, and potentially, they're the only way to form government if you vote ALP. We've seen right throughout Labor some really interesting comments regarding how this electoral system works, some false comments. Do you think Labor could lose a seat, not to the Liberals, but to the Greens?
Yes, I do, Leo. There's a few areas where this could happen. The likelihood is probably lower than 50%. But in Brisbane, which is currently a Liberal seat, it looks like the Greens and Labor are fighting for that seat as they are in Ryan, for example. But in Griffith, it's very interesting because that's Terry Butler's seat. The Greens are running a good campaign there. It's marginal at 2.9% swing is the margin from 2019. That will be very interesting. I interviewed Rob McMullen, who's the UAP candidate in Griffith. He is likely to get anywhere between 3 and 5%, which was the vote totals the UAP and One Nation put together in 2019, only that those preferences aren't then going to go to Labor or the Liberals on account of course, people can do what they want, but a lot of their voters are unlikely to preference Labor or the Liberals. And so as a result of that, one would think that Labor might lose some of that vote, but the Greens, if they're making waves in that primary vote, can jump up anywhere between 24 and 28% in some polling that the Greens have got in a primary vote. You get that, you're going to beat at least either the Liberals or Labor, and one would presume in that scenario that it would be Labor.
It's going to be, it'll be very interesting. We'll try to ask Piers Mitchum about this when we hopefully get him on about 7:20 Eastern. Hayne, we'll be discussing the UAP with you a little later, but we'll leave it there for now. Want to head now to Connor Alforque, our chief reporter, who is, on the ground there, as many of us are actually on the ground. I think I'm one of the few people actually stuck in a studio here, but it's nice and warm here. Connor, 9 News is reporting right now, I know you're in Lily, but just on the seat of Dixon, 9 News reporting that Labor could make some gains in the seat of Dixon. It's very interesting because if Frydenberg loses his seat, which he's predicted to do, and if Dutton loses his seat, possible, less likely but possible, and Morrison goes as leader, he's going to keep his seat, of course. Are we hearing anything from the Liberals, even just internally, about, who could be their next leader? Because we have to remember that if Morrison does lose this election and keeps his seat, him staying on as leader seems a bit unlikely.
Yeah, I saw a comment earlier today from Peter Dutton saying that he is very confident that the coalition will form government. And there were also questions raised in that article about whether he would put his hand up in the event of a leadership spill. Now, just on an update on how the counting is going here, There are 3 stacks. I'm not too sure which parties they are, but they are growing quite rapidly, while 2 other stacks, not sure which parties they are either, but they are pretty much have like 2 or 3 ballots with them.
I'm presuming one of the biggest stacks would be Labor. I'd presume the others the Liberals or LNP. We can actually use that term in Queensland. But then I'm wondering who the third one is. Could it be Greens? I mean, you spoke to the Greens candidate there in an interview. Some of that's available again. Spin check right now. And I don't think, she was in one of the best positions for the Greens right now. We spoke about how they could gain some seats, but I don't think she was one of the people who could gain. So I wonder who that third stack will be. At the same time, you've got 2 other stacks. And then we have to also remember that wouldn't even include all the freedom parties, I guess you could describe them as. It'll be really interesting, again, to see that impact the UAP, the Lib Dems, IMOP could have. Now, we all know voters choose preferences here, but obviously they've made their own recommendations in how to vote cards, etc. I've been reading a lot about people potentially underestimating the United Australia Party vote this year. Just on a national level here, Connor, could we see some seats currently held by, I would presume the Liberals here. I'm leaning towards them. Most UAP voters would preference them. Could we see some Liberal seats that are only come back in through the support of UAP voter preferences?
According to analysts, most likely not. All eyes are on Craig Kelly's seat of Hughes and whether he'll be able to retain that seat. But otherwise, analysts say that the UAP and the other freedom parties won't have a major impact in the House of Representatives. In the Senate, it's a different story, though. They have the ability to block legislation, and Pauline Hanson is really mounting her campaign on that.
Connor R4K in Brisbane will be coming back to you later tonight. Thank you very much for that update. Let's now head back to our national reporter, Austin Pollock, right now. Austin, I think it's actually a pretty good segue there while we mentioned the seat of Hughes. Craig Kelly currently holds it. He held it as a Liberal in 2019, you have to remember that, and he's now, of course, the UAP leader. Are we seeing any predictions about how that seat might swing this year? Because we do have one of the so-called teal independents not using the teal colours. In fact, we had Georgia Steele down there. So, yeah, are we expecting Craig Kelly to hold that seat?
Yeah, so we spoke to Georgia Steele, of course, last week, and that is up on our YouTube channel at the moment. At the last election, because Craig Kelly, of course, was part of the Liberal Nationals, the Liberal Party rather, the seat was retained by a margin of 9.9%. Now, Craig Kelly won in 2019 when he was a Liberal, and he's held that seat since 2010. Then he's essentially moved to the UAP in 2020. Now, there is the Liberal candidate there as well, which I'll touch on a bit later, Jenny Ware, but they're both facing a spirited race to the finish line from this teal independent, Georgia Steele. And as we saw in that interview last week, I'm not sure if we have it at the moment, but as we saw, she was definitely confident that she could pick up that seat of Hughes from Craig Kelly.
Do you think you've got a shot?
Oh, yes, I know I have a shot, Leo. I don't mean to be overconfident, but we have been campaigning in Hughes for 7 months now. Yes, the experts are all saying, aren't they, that it's a real possibility that we'll have a hung parliament. And I think that would be a great thing for Australian democracy, because it would cause whichever of the major parties to negotiate more, to consult more, to take into account the interests of people other than just what the party wants. That Hughes is traditionally a safe Conservative seat. And because it's been a safe Conservative seat, it has been ignored and taken for granted by the Liberal Party for decades. And as I said, now I have come along and I'm threatening the status quo, and people are scared.
Yeah, so there we go. It certainly does look like she is in with a fighting chance, Georgia Steele. And you can see that for report, of course, a bit on our YouTube channel as well, Leo.
Yeah, very interesting to hear what Georgia Steele said there. Just quickly, Austin, apart from Georgia Steele, we've been speaking to a lot of teal independents, whether they use the colour or not. That includes Monique Ryan in Kooyong, Zoe Daniel in Goldstein, also the current member for Warringah, Zali Stegel in, Warringah. Have they been actually saying anything in regards to who they might support in the event of a hung parliament, other than they will work with both parties? Have we had any inkling about which way they might swing?
Yeah, look, I haven't heard terribly much from them, to be honest. But we do know they all have very similar priorities, and their policies are all the same. So it wouldn't surprise me whether they choose Labor or Liberal. But I would say they'll be leaning to personally. I would say they'll be leaning to Labor mainly because of that climate change policy and their policies on integrity and ICAC and stuff, which I touched on in my report last week. So the Climate 200, they all seem to have. They would stick together, I would say, and personally, I think they would side with the Labor Party. But I have not heard a lot from them. And either way, I guess they just say, as Georgia Steele does say all the time, or in that interview there, that she would choose either. She doesn't have a preference.
Yeah, keeping tight-lipped, and you can imagine they're doing that purely because they don't want to seem like they're a shield for one party or another. Austin, we'll leave it there. Let's now head back to our political reporter, Roman McKinnon, in the seat of Dixon, I think he's in, or Brisbane in general. Roman, it's shaping up to be a very interesting contest, and we're looking like we'll have some closer results than last year in the seat of Dixon. I know we've spoken about this before when we did that Dixon People's Forum, but again, have you seen much signage for Ailee France, the Labor opponent to Dutton, in your seat?
I think for sure there's been multiple, a lot of signage for Ailee France. As you can see over my left shoulder there's a sign for Ailee France. But I think Peter Dutton was equally up there as well. Leo, I'm just going to go to some early results. Bean, which I did talk about in the ACT, Labor is leading that. Cowper in New South Wales, Nationals. Gippsland, Victoria, Nationals. Kennedy, which Bob Catter holds, he's leading in that one. That's there's only 2 of the 100 polling places counted there, but a 73.79% to candidate preferred in there against Bryce McDonald to 26% of the Liberals. And early voting is showing a swing to Labor, so obviously not much has been counted. New England Nationals, that's Barnaby Joyce's, 75% swing there, 3 out of 95 are counted. So I think I will give you some updates on the night, and I think, it's shaping out to be, it's very early, but it's shaping out to be maybe a Labor win.
It is very early, so I don't think we'll put in any court race calls yet. Very early, in fact. It's, not even 6:45 right now, Eastern time. Polls have closed, by the way, I might add, in South Australia and the Northern Territory. Polls will close in Western Australia at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, of course. That's 6 p.m. local there. Roman, we'll cross back to you a little later. Hayne, it's really going to be interesting to see a number of these seats currently held by independents, not the ones that are potentially going to them, but the ones currently held. So we've got Bob Catter, Catter's Australia, Rebecca Sharkey, Centre Alliance. We also have, of course, Zali Stegel, Helen Haynes, and Andrew Wilkie too in Tasmania. That's, not exactly a small amount of crossbenchers. Do you think, given we could see probably at least 2 Teal independent gains this year, we could see that hung parliament almost fully certain? And I know you predicted it, but, surely it's hard for Labor to win and actually form a government without support of at least, a couple independents at this stage.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's almost like Labor have found the perfect strategy to ensure the Liberals lose without finding a way to win themselves. Which is an interesting strategy. Indy's going to be very close. That's a 1.4% margin that Helen Haynes holds onto there. That could go anyway. The first results are coming in now. That's all over the place. One thing I have found, just looking through Leichhardt, which is one of the close seats in Queensland, and Eden Monaro in New South Wales, is that even though a very small amount of the vote is in, it looks like the United Australia Party have actually picked up in some places between 4 and 9% early on in their primary vote. Whether that holds once we hit 1%, 2% of the vote, we're at 0.1% now, could make that even more interesting and trying to make it impossible for anyone to win. As for Labor, it looks like they're going to really struggle if there's a lot of independents in forming their own government, which for me personally sounds good. I like the idea of some progressive climate independence, forcing Labor to act more to their whims rather than to a Joel Fitzgibbon or another one of the
But at the same
Blairites in the
time,
party.
Hayne, it's you've seen that criticism from some that the Teal independents, that they're called Teal, they've got green policies on climate, and then they're blue for everything else. Liberal, conservative here. Do you agree with any of that criticism, given they've really only focused on a number of issues, being climate integrity and I think women's issues too? Do you think it is possible for some of them to actually more lean, not necessarily to the right, but centre, and actually, who knows, could even form a liberal minority?
In some ways, I understand that criticism. Not all the candidates are the same. I know, for example, Monique Ryan, though, socially is actually fairly progressive overall. She's probably one of the more progressive members overall running in the Teal independents.
On many are looking at in Wentworth, because she's had her own views on a number of things, and I know she copped some criticism regarding her views on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that we asked her about, and she said no, she describes herself as a progressive. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, it's one of those things. With independents, you're going to get less likely to find people who are ideologically consistent in a lot of ways. You do occasionally get people who are slightly all over the place on things. I mean, look at Bob Catter. He's all over the place on all sorts of issues, social, economic, whatever. So you are going to get that with some of these Teal independents.
Early this year, he's not willing to go to any party.
Well, yes, but just in general with independents. You've got Wilkie, who's very much that progressive Green style independent, but I mean, Helen Haynes is she's all over, well, not all over the place, but you know what I mean. What I'm trying to say is you've got independents, they're going to have different views. It's also electorally very hard to be a very pro-Palestinian activist and run for office and not get labelled an anti-Semite everywhere. So possibly that could be more strategic, but you never know in that circumstance.
It'll be an interesting conversation. You could probably go on about for a while, but might avoid that for now.
30 minutes of time.
Yeah, we probably will later in the night. It is still, as we mentioned, early, 6:42 p.m. on Australia's East Coast. We are continuing our live coverage here right now with political commentator Matthew Hayne. Look, it's going to be interesting because if we see a number of these Liberals in Victoria lose their seats, so Frydenberg, Katie Allen and Wilson are all predicted to lose. Frydenberg and Wilson probably the most significant here. Frydenberg the most out of those two. What do you think this could mean for the Victorian Liberals if they do end up losing these seats, especially with that state election coming up in November?
Yeah, that would be pretty dire for them. The Victorian Liberal Party in of itself isn't working at all. They can't do anything. They've got a handful of members. Most of them are unlikable, to the point that they've just had to scrap the plan for O'Brien or even Tim Smith in the future, because Tim Smith has to retire because he
was campaigning with Alan Tudge today, I saw, Tim Smith.
Oh, fantastic. He's back in the country. Good for him. Hopefully walking everywhere. For everyone else's safety. Also, if Josh Frydenberg goes, if Tim Wilson goes, that would likely mean the Liberals aren't going to win, just in general. As a result of that, you would presume Scott Morrison takes a more backseat role if he doesn't just leave politics altogether. All of a sudden,
he could do Turnbull. He could do what Turnbull did after that leadership spill, and we could get a new by-election, or we could have coverage with you right here in the race.
Wonderful. Maybe in that scenario, Scott Morrison will leave and he'll support the Green New Deal like Turnbull. Who knows? That would be very interesting, because then they would have lost Well, they will have lost Hunt, who's retiring. Morrison might retire. Frydenberg and Wilson lose their seats.
Tony Smith
All
too,
of a
and
sudden,
Casey, he's gone.
in so many areas, the federal Liberal Party would need to do a great reset, if you will. And they would have to work out so very many different things they'd have to do. Peter Dutton would basically be one of the few people who are senior who would be left. That's a scenario. I mean, him as opposition leader probably electorally isn't the best for the Liberals, unless he just wants to yell about China all day. And I don't know if that polls that well. But also that means you lose some of your surrogates for the state election. Frydenberg had been a safe bet to bring down, speak to Matthew Guy or someone like that, and to help give him a shine, give him a couple votes. You lose someone like that, you lose a couple more votes. And how many more votes can the Victorian Liberals realistically lose come the next state election? Not many. They only have about 6 or 7 to begin with.
It's interesting because we have to take into account in Victoria the 6 lockdowns we had, those long lockdowns.
Yes.
It's gonna. I mean, will it? Do you think play an impact in how people vote this year, especially when you look at parties like like One Nation and the UAP that have traditionally not really had success in Victoria? Do you think it could play an impact both federally and state later in November?
For sure. There's going to be a swing against Labor at the next state election anyway, regardless of what happened the last 2 years, just because they won a landslide at the end of 2018. That landslide was in part due to traditional moderate Liberal voters being upset that Scott Morrison just kicked Turnbull out. They weren't happy about that. The Victorian Liberal Party was also suing itself at the time. So they were being managed fairly poorly, to the point that Jeff Kennett asked the then president, I think Kruger, I could be wrong, to resign on air on Channel 7 that night, which was very funny. And, the Vic Liberals since then haven't really known what to do. They've gone from Matthew Guy to O'Brien, back to Matthew Guy. They flirted with Tim Smith, but that didn't work. So they're in a bit of trouble there, but the fact is Labor did very well at the last election. They're going to lose some seats back that were traditionally Liberal. For example, Hawthorn, which John Kennedy won. Michael Pasuto's...
You think that'll go? Because that's my seat, and I remember speaking to Kennedy, actually at the 2019 election. Really, I mean, it'd have to be an interesting candidate. Maybe, you're near, just move to Hawthorn. Maybe you could run as an independent, and we can have an independent Labor
Don't tempt me, Leo. Do not tempt me.
Oh, I will.
But yeah, Pasuto's running again to win his seat back at the end of the year against Kennedy. That was very close. It might be that the general anti-Labor swing that was going to come from not winning another landslide, probably at the end of the year, means that Liberals will win a few seats back. They'll still be in opposition. What that means is you might see in the Senate, in the upper house in Victoria, some
Don't
more
have a Senate.
Lib
Gonna have
Dem
to fact
style...
check you.
Yes, I know. It's not called the Senate. I realized as soon as I said it. Very annoying. The Legislative Council. Yes?
That's about right, I think.
There we go. See, I've got fact checked on the spot. That's what you get here at 6 News. So you would likely see maybe the Lib Dems pick up a few votes. The UAP isn't very well organised in Victoria. Maybe if they get 4% and enough seats in Victoria, they might get enough funding, enough infrastructure, enough volunteers that they might be able to work something at the end of the year. But it will probably help them. I mean, just in general, they're going to get some votes back anyway. But if the federal branch of the Liberal Party collapses, that probably doesn't help their chances.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Liberal Democrats there. I know you're a fan of some of their policies, but then you don't like, a fair few others. They currently have 2 upper house seats in Victoria. Now, they've lost David Limbrick because he's running for the Senate. However, we know if he loses, he's almost 100% guaranteed to be back in the running. Do you think the Liberal Democrats could, gain a seat, not just upper house here, but also lower house, which it's a bit harder, but what do you think?
It's a much harder to win in the lower house when you're a minor party. Going for the upper house strategy seems a little bit safer in terms of that long-term success, primarily because, having to win a seat, as you can see, in a lot of lower house parts, especially in Victoria, at federal and state level, can flip due to how people perceive a party or a leader or an opposition leader that is outside of your control, even if you're an independent in some places. Or that can help you if you're Monique Ryan or if you're running in Goldstein, for example. It's very interesting because you would think the Lib Dems would have enough of a vote in the Senate, and they would also get preferenced a little bit easier in the Senate, even though there's more, because there's more parties. You are slightly more likely, in my view, of someone saying, "Oh, you know what? I'll put." If you're, say, a more libertarian right voter, "Oh, you know what? I will go Lib Dem in the Senate," something like that, and they can hold the Liberals to account, or they can hold Labor to account. In the same way, someone might vote Labor. Oh, I said it again. Oh, goodness. You see, I've got federal election on my mind, so
and I've just completely changed the conversation because we need to fill time.
Yes, we're talking about the state election 50 minutes into our federal election broadcast, which is a really good sign we have enough content to go. Unless we just put a screen up of the results in either Monaro or in Leichhardt, where they're coming in at the moment. One Nation are at 5.1% in Eden Monaro right now. There's a
Monaro, but yeah, it'll be interesting. And look, I'll probably touch on the Victorian state election again later because this is a 6-hour broadcast. I want to bring up now, in front of me, the how to vote card that Josh Frydenberg had right now, and it was really interesting because I picked it up and it's a bit hard to see on camera, but you see where he's preferencing Monique Ryan, and he's preferencing her last. I think off the top of my head, Tim Wilson did that too with Zoe Daniel. Hayne, do you think they're worried about these independents?
Well, I think everyone would agree that those are the two biggest threats and the most likely challenges to gain a seat. So it makes sense for the incumbent to put them last. I believe also that would it's almost makes sense numerically there as well. That I believe the Greens have been put second last in Kooyong. Because together that's probably half the vote or close to it. So, my competition, don't vote for them. It's very strategic. In a lot of places, in some voters who might, for example, be a Greens voter, I know in Griffith have put Labor last because they believe strategically they can get the Greens their votes to maybe knock off Labor and Terry Butler there. It's not necessarily ideological, but it's very much more on the basis of, I reckon the team that I want to win and the party and the candidate, I want them to win, so I'm going to vote accordingly, which is an option. I believe also in the Senate, Josh Frydenberg had his how to vote cards at his Liberal HQ office in Camberwell. I was there yesterday, and I believe the UAP was
it's
second.
interesting. I'm reading those how to vote cards. It's 1 Liberal / Nationals, 2 UAP, 3 Justice Party from Hinch, still around, Lib Dems 4, Shooters, Fishers, Farmers 5, Oz Democrats 6, which I thought was a bit interesting here. But look, that should be an interesting, oh look, that's okay. That's going to be replayed over and over.
That's
again.
not very unbiased of you, Leo. You've just punched a picture of Josh Frydenberg on election night. This is the bias from the radical left and Leo Puglisi.
Yeah. Look, it'll be interesting. We'll come back to those how to vote cards a little later. I love it because it's ruined because it's on green. But yeah, that should all be good. Look, we'll leave it there. I want to now bring in Heidi, who is our New South Wales reporter. First time ever, and also it's her birthday today, which is a bit unfortunate in some regards to be covering an election on your birthday. But look, we're a committed team here, aren't we? Heidi Peachner, who is in Sydney right now. There we go. How are you tonight? And first of all, happy birthday.
Thank you. Yeah, we're doing good here. So we're starting in a few minutes. There's people talking out the back here. A lot of media. So Albo's not showing up for a while yet. So we're, just waiting.
It's going to be interesting because at this stage, per the polls, we're going to see him walk out and he'll declare victory. And you're going to be there in the Labor headquarters for it. So that'll be something interesting. What's the mood like in the room? Are people confident of a Labor victory?
So yes, I'd say so. People have got a pretty high energy that's looking pretty confident here. But we'll see as it gets further into the night.
And if we can just, I know it's a bit hard right now because we've obviously got a whole camera situation, but if we can just look at the whole room right now, it's interesting because it seems to be fairly packed there. Am I right in saying that? It looks like there's a whole bunch of camera crews right over your shoulder there. Is it pretty busy?
It is pretty busy. Mostly media guests though, or Labor Party volunteers. So it's not many candidates yet. We've seen the mayor of this area walk in, but not many different candidates have arrived yet.
Look, it's going to be very interesting. We'll cross back to you a little later tonight, Heidi Peachner, who is in Sydney at the Labor, what could be the Labor victory headquarters, depending on which way the results go. Happy birthday again, but we will come back to you a little later. All right, we're going to head to a quick break here on 6 News. After the break, we're going to be taking a look at all of these. The How to Vote cards picked up a bunch across Melbourne today. Also look at some of the front pages today from the Herald Sun in Melbourne and the Weekend Australian, plus more commentary from Matthew Hayne, more reports, and hopefully we'll try to get a few interviews in between. You're watching 6 News as Australia decides, live, free and uncensored. We'll be back in a moment.
When big news breaks.
It pains me to announce that I have no option but to resign from the office of Premier.
Reimpose stage 3 stay-at-home restrictions effective from midnight tomorrow night.
6 News is there for you.
This was a scene of what some are describing as almost a riot, violent confrontations with police and protesters.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute coverage that's focused on the facts.
I just wrapped up a call with the Trump campaign.
The waters have begun receding in southeast Queensland. Now the cleanup begins.
No matter the time.
Welcome to this 6 News major breaking news we have for you.
No matter the place.
Yes, sorry, I'm at the supermarket right now.
You'll always see it first right here on 6 News.
No paywalls, no sign-ins. 6newsau.com is your one-stop place for all the latest breaking news, in-depth stories and exclusive reports. Plus, find out more about us here at 6 News, who our team is and where we came from. That's all available right now. Head to our website, 6newsau.com.
Every week, Leo Puglisi and Ivan Long discuss the big stories that matter in a joint podcast that brings together the forces of two independent and unbiased news outlets.
Lots of stuff to talk about, Leo, on the other side of the country as usual.
Thank you very much, man. Always great to chat.
Listen to East Plus West. Available now exclusively for Patreon subscribers. Sign up for just $4 a month. Head to patreon.com/6newsau. 6 News, proudly sponsored by Blackmagic Design. Find out more at blackmagicdesign.com.
Welcome back. You're watching 6 News live right here on YouTube. Welcome back. I'm Leonardo Puglisi. 1 hour in with the polls closing in most of the country, by population that is. It's going to be very interesting to see how these results pan out. Now, it's 7:20 p.m. We're expected that's Eastern Standard Time. We're expecting to speak to Piers Mitchell, the Greens candidate for Kooyong. Then at 7:30, Drew Pavlou, Queensland Senate candidate for the Drew Pavlou Democratic Alliance. I'm Leonardo Puglisi once again. I think I've said that about 3 times now. With me is political commentator Matthew Hayne from the Matthew Hayne Show. I think he's here anyway. Hayne, we've had an hour so far where we've had results and we've had this conversation. It's very interesting. I'm sure you've been checking the socials, and I hope you have for the purpose of this question. What are people talking about?
How do I tell you I've just been checking seat results for the last 10 minutes and clicking refresh?
Instead of Twitter,
I will tell you, for once I'm not. One thing that I will tell you, very interesting, the key seat of Leichhardt in Queensland. Currently, in third place on the primary vote is Pat O'Shane from the Socialist Alliance with 11.7% of the vote at 0.7% reporting. There you go.
0.7%. Real interesting results.
Will
there.
it hold?
Look, yeah, hold the phone. It's going to be an interesting night. Look, I have with me now a whole pile of junk, also known as how to vote cards, also known as recommendations. I'm not sure how many I've fucking picked up here. Oh, I'm swearing on air. Great. It's only 7
Language, Leonardo.
oh, kill me.
I'm actually owed
I've got
money
a
now. I
bunch
was
here.
not the first person to swear.
Okay, I've got a bunch. So I was in Kooyong, Higgins, and Melbourne, and it was interesting because we had one where we had a One Nation guy come up to our car because my dad has to drive me around because I cannot legally drive, and he comes through, and we kind of wanted a how to vote card, and I was like, hey, can we have one? He's like, I'll give you 3, and he's yelling through the window. We thought we were gonna get robbed. It was really funny, but it was interesting because this is Melbourne. You have to remember the seat of Melbourne held by the Greens, and One Nation thinks they can win it. Out of not like going from Greens to Labor here, we're going from Greens to One Nation, and it's held by this guy. Not held by, it's contested by this guy. Again, you're going to see speckles of green come through, by the way, on this green screen. Walter Stragan, who's been posting on TikTok a lot. He posted something about rubbing out votes because there's a pencil. He offered no evidence when I asked him whether it happens. He says it's common sense because it can. It's theoretical. No one is rubbing out your vote, by the way. But his preferences are really interesting. He has Bant in 9th, last, of course. But then he's got, everyone else kind of, you could say, scattered around. You've got Labor at 6. Which is one interesting move. And then on the back of this how to vote card, you've also got the 3 main not Senate candidates, the 3 main people involved in the party. You've got Hanson, of course. You've also got Malcolm Roberts. And for some reason, you've also got Mark Latham, who is a state MLC in New South Wales, but he's on this federal card. For some reason, we also picked up this one from the Liberal Democrats, where you've got David Limbrick, the Senate candidate there, who we were discussing before. This one was from the seat of Higgins. Matthew Ford is the candidate there. Now, he's, recommending preferences all over the place here, so an interesting contest there. We also picked up this from a group called Lighter Footprints, presented by Vote Climate. Let me rephrase that. Where you've got poor/no policy. I'll bring it as close as I can to the camera. You can see the red, though. That means bad, according to this how to vote card. So Liberal Democrats are listed as bad, I guess. Same with UAP. Same with Liberals. Animal Justice gets mix. It's all ticks for the Greens. It's a very strong, fair policy for Labor, and then it's also a mix for Andrew Johnson, the one Greens. Not Greens, Reason candidate there. So very interesting. I've got to ask, Hayne, we're going to move on to some early results in a moment. But But what do you make about the Liberal Democrats campaign so far and David Limbrick? We spoke about them in the Victorian Upper House, not the Senate, a few minutes ago. But do you think that could make some waves federally? Because David Leyonhjelm was their last significant member on a federal level. Nope. All right. Where is he? Where is Hayne?
Get me up on screen. There we are.
There we go. Oh, what a shame.
I just thought I'd mention about 10 seats have already been called by the ABC. If you want to get on that, feel free.
Yeah, we're not the ABC. Look, no need to interrupt our coverage, Hayne. It's 7:04, and you could be kicked off way before you start drinking. It's going to be. I just want to quickly. I'll get to the results in a moment. But the Liberal Democrats, could they make some waves federally?
They could. The one major problem they have is that, well, it's not. Firstly, if we talk ideologically, that right-wing libertarian or less right-wing, just simple right libertarian style ideological voter could be very appealing to a disaffected Liberal voter, if not for the fact that if they're disaffected on a social issue, they're going to vote One Nation. If they're disillusioned on lockdown, they're probably more likely to vote for the UAP. And the UAP has a lot more money on account of being bankrolled by a billionaire. And One Nation already have a far larger presence federally and have a history of putting together higher primary votes, especially in Queensland, although that collapsed at the last state election. What that means is that it could cause the Lib Dems, despite being more ideologically pure in that libertarian right sphere, being left behind because they don't have the financial power or the as they're not as well known as One Nation or the UAP, which could hurt them in that area.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of impact they may have, if any, we might add. We want to get to that early results now that you've been badgering me over that we have to call. Now, we're not calling seats here, but we're looking at data from the AUC tally room in terms of who is leading. Right now, it is the Liberal National Coalition, followed by Labor, of course. Independents leading in a number of seats. Qatar Australia also leading in one seat. You can probably guess which one that is. Everything else is too close to attribute and or not attributed. Nothing for Centre Alliance, by the way, might I add. So early support for the Liberal National Coalition in terms of seats they're leading. That includes Bass, Tasmania, Braddon, Cook, there's no surprise, Kooyong, out of interest, Robertson, Riverina, Page, Parks, Menzies, but Kooyong, there we go. That is early results in terms of who is leading.
Yeah. Kooyong's looking very interesting. Josh is out to a very strong start at 0.6% of the vote. Also worth mentioning some interesting developments. Currently in Lily, it looks like Labor have started very well, but the Greens with more than 20% of the vote after 3% polling. Also, at 2.9% counted in Griffith, which is a key seat, the Greens are currently ahead on the primary vote, which
the primary,
I think a lot of people.
That's something.
It's 2.9% of the vote. 2.9% counted, but they're currently at 37.5%, which would be a plus 14% swing. Unlikely to be that much. It looks like, though, very early that my prediction that Rob McMullen, the UAP candidate for Griffith, hasn't been able to absorb the One Nation vote like was guessed and is currently trailing them very shortly, although with only a total of 3,500 votes, there's a long way to go.
Very long way to go. A very long night it's going to be. Oh, God. Imagine if the Liberals win and what social media will be like. Oh, let's not go
also
there.
Worth mentioning very quickly, the Greens are leading with 41% of the vote in Higgins, and it looks like at 2.7% of the vote, Peter Dutton's primary vote is down at 5%.
Well, there we go, and we spoke to Peter Dutton earlier. We might replay that interview later, not right now, though. So that'll be interesting. Greens, again, very interesting there. That might be what Connor Alforque was talking about earlier in regards to those three large stacks. I was wondering whether one of those was The Greens one, it very well might be. But yeah, Josh Frydenberg potentially out to a strong start here. ALP 30. You're seeing those results on the bottom of our screen now. They will be there all night. ALP 30, LNP 47, Greens 0. We're expecting them to pick up one. It's just a bit early here. UAP 0. Other, you've got some there, none in doubt at this stage. Going to be interesting. Let's return now to everyone's favourite things, these how to vote cards, which I'm going to go through all night because I didn't pick them up to not yell about them loudly. We have an interesting choice for, or you could call it interesting. I'm reading the Labor advice for the Senate here in Victoria. This is based off the Higgins candidates' how to vote card. 1 Labor, 2 Greens, 3 Hinch. So both Liberals and Labor seem to be, recommending towards Hinch at the same time.
I believe there is bipartisan support for keeping Darren Hinch off the radio.
Yeah, let's not go there. 4, we have, interestingly, here we go. Here comes our Liberal Democrats conversation. I always wanted to get into this. 4 Liberal Democrats are the recommended candidate for Labor.
Well, there you have it. I guess if you're Labor
Animal Justice,
and you're looking
by the
at
way,
that...
6 Reason.
Where were the Greens on that?
2.
Okay. There you have
So I'll
it.
put it this way.
Perhaps Labor didn't want to
Liberal
preference all the
both
socialist
have, for their
parties.
Senate in Victoria, Labor and Liberal both have Hinch 3, Lib Dems 4. So that's interesting. Labor is putting Lib Dems and Hinch above Animal Justice and Reason. So
Possibly.
an interesting move there.
It probably looks a little bit less threatening to some voters if Labor don't preference the Victorian socialists.
Yeah, that would get a good look for some. Is Socialist Alliance running any Senate seats?
They are running 2 in Victoria, and an update on their lower house candidate in Leichhardt, now with 2.5% of the vote, has fallen to 8.4% total. Pat O'Shane.
You mentioned Animal Justice there. We mentioned Socialists there. Socialist Alliance. Here is the Animal Justice Party recommendations. We have number 2 Labor, number 3 Reason, number 4 Greens, number 5 Socialist Alliance, number 6 Legalise Cannabis Australia. That is the Animal Justice Party card from Rachel Neymar, the Kooyong candidate there. Speaking of Kooyong, we are trying to get the Kooyong candidate, what's his name again? Piers Mitchell, that's it. We're going to get him on shortly, which will be very interesting to look at. But it's been interesting, and I'm going to say interesting all night, by the way, tonight, to see some of these minor parties. And there's been a lot of talk about independence, but there's been a bit less about these minor parties. We've spoken about Lib Dems. We've spoken about Animal Justice, spoken about UAP and One Nation. What about Reason in the Senate, the Reason Party? They obviously have Fiona Martin here, the leader on the state level. They're only running 1 House of Reps seat. That is in Higgins, might I add. I didn't see any Reason signage when I went to one polling booth, by the way.
Neither.
Have you seen any?
No.
No. Okay. That's interesting because their candidates seem to want me to interview him a lot, but it seems he's not speaking much, so that's something. So that'll be very interesting. The other thing is, are there any other minor parties you think could make gains? Like, could Centre Alliance improve anywhere? Are they running anywhere?
I doubt it. I don't even know where they're running.
I don't think they're running anywhere. Apart from
they're in the
Rebecca
Senate,
Sharkey and
I think.
Well, yeah, with Sterling Griff, but who heard of Sterling Griff?
It's a good name, though, in fairness. Speaking of people running in the Senate with good names, there are 2 independents running in Victoria in the Senate. One of them, their name is Max Dix, which is a level 1 joke, but it is a joke. And James Bond.
I saw it. Everyone's talking about Dix, but no one's talking about Bond. And by the way,
James
I'm not going
Bond,
to
that's where
apologise
it's
for that
at.
language because that's someone's surname. Let's not make fun of this poor man. I should have had him on. I was supposed to email him with a media request. I should have done that. Oh well. Let's hope he gets in and I can speak to him more. But that's going to be interesting. Is there any other um, candidates that you think should be focused on that aren't being focused on? Because there's a record number in the House of Reps, but there's also quite a lot in the Senate.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like some of the very small Senate parties that are unlikely to get anywhere this election possibly could have been given a little bit more in media time. There's a lot more, and I mean in large commercial outlets who have the resources to go to everyone. You do get a lot from Liberal, Labor, One Nation, UAP, Greens, the established parties, which makes sense because they are going to be integral in the next government. But it would have been nice to see a little bit more for maybe Reason, Lib Dem. The Victorian Socialists had two candidates who were fairly easy to get a hold of. They were the activists who were at the anti-lockdown protest last year, the counters to it, the anti-fascist one. And they're interesting candidates. Saw a few of their signs in Richmond and Abbotsford, interestingly enough, as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because we had so many candidates reach out to us for an interview. I can't speak to all of them. I also had COVID for a week, so that kind of delayed things. Although I still managed to do a bunch of interviews during then and arrange all of this. So that's going to be interesting. Look, in about 5 minutes, we're set to speak to Piers Mitchell, the Greens candidate for Kooyong. It's going to be interesting because under the event that Frydenberg wins Kooyong, still very possible. Do you reckon that in 2025 we could go back to that Liberal Greens contest, or do you think it'll always be one of those Liberal Independent contests? And I know we're looking pretty far ahead here, but we were looking far ahead back in 2019.
Yeah, it could revert to that. I would like to point out we're still, according to the ABC, at 0.6% counted in Kooyong. So, I mean, goodness me, we've got those first couple results, and that's about it. So it's very hard to get a hold of what's going on. It might go back to that way. It might not. I'm worried that if the Liberals win in my seat of Higgins, that I'm going to get plastered with flyers and big money independents and the like at the next election. And I don't really want to have to deal with that. So if it can swing 10% to anyone, so I don't have to deal with that for Higgins, I'd appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Look, let's now bring in, we're going to go back to Kooyong. Piers Mitchell, the Greens candidate for Kooyong. He's in Kooyong right now, and we hope to be joining him live right now, hoping there's no technical issues. He is, of course, running against the Treasurer, Josh Frydenberg there. Oh, got him. No, we don't. He is, of course, running against the Treasurer, Josh Frydenberg there. But, of course, you have to remember Kooyong has 11 candidates. And so we've also got Monique Ryan as the main challenger. Speaking of which, here's her how-to-vote card with blank numbers for anyone except her. Of course, you got to number all your boxes. Hope you did, because the polls are closed in Victoria. We're hoping to head to Piers Mitchell now. Piers Mitchell, can you hear us? Don't think we had audio there. I love live broadcasts. I love live TV. Piers Mitchell got us now. Got you there. I can hear myself back. Do we want to proceed with? Yeah, I think Piers Mitchell. We'll come back to you in a moment. I think. Matthew Hayne from the Matthew Hayne Show. Can you fill time with some comments for a minute?
You know I can. Fun fact, currently looking at Hughes, Craig Kelly's seat. He is currently at 7.6% of the vote, fifth.
Fifth.
I feel like he is unlikely, contrary to the ads I have seen, he is unlikely to be our next Prime Minister on account of having 7.4% of the vote and 5th in his own seat. I feel like he's going to struggle from there. He trails the Greens, Independent Georgia Steele, Labor, and the Liberals there. I am attempting to just read you numbers at this point.
Yeah, it looks like we
I'll
might be
give
able to
you-
get back to Piers, so we can shut you up.
Wonderful.
So it looks like we're not going to have a UAP government. I think we're ready to make that call in a moment. We'll come back to that in a moment. Piers Mitchum, once again, can you hear us? And how
Yes,
are
I
you?
can, gents. Can you hear me?
I've got you. Look, there's a bit of a feedback loop, so we'll probably mute you whenever I'm asking a question, but that's all good. It's obviously looking like we're going to see either Josh Frydenberg win or Monique Ryan win. It seems there's, with all respect to you and your campaign, almost no chance. Do you think that, as some critics or commentators have said, that the independents are just taking away this Greens vote?
No, I don't think they are at all. There are several reasons probably why the independent campaign has been so popular. At least, look, the information at the moment we've got is only anecdotal, right? We don't have the election results, so I can't sort of say for sure whether they've taken much of our vote, and if so, how much. But to the extent that I've had conversations with people, the feedback has been very much that some former Greens have voted for Monique Ryan, not based on any dissatisfaction with the Greens or anything like that, but there's a general view that she has a good chance of getting Josh Frydenberg out of office, and then they've preferred to vote with her on that basis. But look, Leo, I think it's too early to say whether there's been any substantial decrease in our primary vote. I think there's likely to be some, but we'll just wait and see what the end results are.
Interesting, because we also have to include preferences here, and I've got your how to vote card in front of me. I won't put that on the screen now because it's all green and it'll go straight through the green screen. But obviously you've got Monique Ryan second there, and then third we have Animal Justice, and then you've got Labor in fourth. So that'll obviously come into play, I'm sure, for those who followed those how to vote card recommendations. The campaign's done. You can't go out to any more polling booths, pre-polls. You can't put out any more signs. Are you happy with how you campaigned for the past 6 weeks?
In a very difficult, unique sort of campaign, Leo. I think Kooyong is quite a standalone electorate in the way that we've had a very well-run, very highly financed Teal campaign running against Josh Frydenberg, one of the most senior members of the Liberal Party and the government. In those circumstances, I think our campaign has done really, really well. Hats off to all of our volunteers and our staff members who've just done an incredible job. And the vibe, the response that we're getting from people out on the street is overwhelmingly positive. So I think when all said and done, we've done an excellent job. Whatever the result is tonight, I think everybody in the campaign can hold their head really high, and I'm quite optimistic about it as well. We'll see how we go.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, and we'll continue to look into the seat in general. And we just, by the way, got word for all our viewers at home. Monique Ryan, we will not be able to get an interview with her. We were hoping we would, but we won't. What about the Greens in general? Piers Mitchum, who's with us now, by the way, for anyone just tuning in. Do you think that your party will be able to pick up some seats? Because we know Cooper, also in Melbourne, is certainly one that could swing. And then there's a bunch in other places, Queensland, for example. Do you think we could see some more Greens House of Representatives members to join leader Adam Band, who is almost 100% certain to keep his seat tonight?
Yeah, Adam's in a pretty safe seat. Look, I think there are 3 other seats in Melbourne that are pretty good ones to watch. Cooper, obviously, with Celeste Little, as you mentioned, that's one to look at. McNamara with Steph Hodgins-May is going to be, I think, very close, and we're very hopeful of getting a very strong result there, if not taking the seat. Higgins with Sonia Semmons challenging the incumbent Josh Burns, and correct up in Brisbane, the seat of Griffith with Max Chandler-Mather as well. all of those seats and some are certainly up for play at the moment, and the Greens are really, really optimistic about the results there. So I would be watching all of those, each of those 4 seats very closely tonight to see what the results are.
It's going to be very interesting, and it's going to really, maybe change the dynamic in the House of Representatives. And we're all talking about a hung parliament tonight, whether that happens, and it could definitely happen. And we know the Greens, they're not going to support a Liberal government, is what we've obviously heard, despite some of that speculation. But it's going to be very interesting. Piers Mitchell, Greens candidate for Kooyong, thanks very much for your time. Hopefully we can catch up a little later tonight as more results come in. But best of luck with the results tonight.
Leonardo, thank you.
Piers Mitchell there, Greens candidate for the seat of Kooyong in Melbourne. Monique Ryan's campaign, we're hearing a hopeful. In addition, we're hearing that Labor is pretty hopeful in the seat of Higgins. We bring in now, once again, political commentator Matthew Hayne from the Matthew Hayne Show. Hayne, there was one moment a while back where we have the Labor candidate there who has obviously faced, a bit of criticism. Her comments on I think it was AstraZeneca garnered some criticism.
Yes.
And then a moment where we had, I think it was Kevin Rudd was in the seat. And he was live on Sky News with Simon Love. I don't have the video up right now, but you know what I'm talking about, I hope. Putting you on the spot here. This is live broadcast. As someone who is, you can use the term journalist, you can use the term in the media here. What did you make of that exchange? Broadcast on live TV with a former Prime Minister and a Sky News journalist.
Yeah, I personally didn't like it from Kevin Rudd. I have my many 2,500, if not more, problems with Sky News and the Murdoch media empire. However, I don't think asking a very legitimate question to a candidate about a statement that they made on the record in the past is a gotcha. It's very much a simple thing. Why did you say such a thing, candidate running for office? And the response to that shouldn't be, we shouldn't take you seriously because you work for Murdoch. It should be, that's a very good question. What a shame you work for Murdoch. You seem to have very good ideas. Interestingly enough, it seems people must like that where I am, because the Labor primary vote is currently up 5.1% after 4.6% counting in Higgins. As it looks like the Liberals and Labor, with Michelle Ananda-Rajash and Katie Allen, are pulling ahead of Sonia Semmons, the Greens candidate. However, despite that, the Liberal Party primary vote is down to just 36%, still very early, but that would be their lowest in the history of the seat.
History, that's
much good.
That's not exactly nothing there.
No. Also, interestingly enough, the Liberal Democrats, who didn't run in Higgins' last election, have 3.4% of the vote here in Higgins, and Reason, who are running their one candidate. The one candidate that Reason are running, Andrew Johnson, is at 1.6%.
And speaking of Johnson, I was just going to mention he is. I'll go back to how to vote cards. I love bringing these up. You probably can't see this green screen and all. But he's preferenced second for Labor. The Greens are preferenced fourth, and then you have Alicia Walker at third, which is an interesting move. One of those times where you don't have the Greens actually preferenced second, which I don't think it's something you see in many seats. Alicia Walker is Animal Justice, by the way. So that's something. Would you be comfortable making a early call for the seat of Higgins?
Not yet. My overall prediction going in on Higgins was I was of the belief that the Liberals will barely hang on and Katie Allen will just hold on. Although it looks like, despite a good amount of movement towards Labor and the Greens in Higgins, it could be enough. I mean, currently at 4.6% of the vote, Katie Allen has 35.8% as a primary vote. That would be the lowest in Higgins That's not enough to win, especially for the Liberals. The way Higgins is, you need to be well into the 40s to have a chance with your primary vote. Still very early, but not a good sign going forward. If it stays like this, it is a battle between Labor and the Greens, and probably a Labor victory, which would see them pick up Higgins. They must, down here, love Kevin Rudd
And again,
yelling
that
at journalists.
could be interesting in terms of Liberals in Victoria, as we spoke about earlier. Look, we're trying to get in Senate candidate Drew Pavlou in Queensland from the Drew Pavlou Democratic Alliance. We're looking like we'll speak to him in probably maybe 1 or 2 minutes. We're hoping there's no technical issues. Matthew, you can also ask some questions. But let's look at that seat count once again. You're smiling. Oh, you're up to something. Oh, dear. Let's look at that seat count once again, which you've got at the bottom of the screen. 50. I think that's 50. LNP 61. ALP Green 0. UAP 0. Other 5. In doubt 41. Again, we emphasise 51. 51. Excuse me. That's 51 for Labor. Yeah. I love sometimes where we've got glitches on my end. But yeah, that is looking like an interesting matchup there. It's still close. It is still really interesting, and we will try to bring you more updates as we can. Look, the seat counter might go up and down. We have to consider that. But, it's a real wait-and-see situation. UAP still at 0, interestingly, despite the fact that they wanted to form government. 12% of the vote currently counted in Australia, or the seats, excuse me, that have closed, because obviously WA is still open for another half an hour. And then there's WA, which is a whole different situation. Hayne, we know WA has a thing where traditionally they're voting Labor on a state level and Liberals on a federal level. But the swing towards Labor at the state election last year was ginormous. The Liberals are no longer in opposition in Western Australia. They lost that many seats, which I guess you could say is shocking. Would you think that we could see a case here where it'll be voting Labor on a federal level too for Western Australians?
It's hard to tell with WA because, of course, McGowan is a very much not like the rest of federal Labor. He's a very centrist type, part of the more Blairite faction of the Labor Party, which in WA plays better than, for example, someone like that would in parts of Victoria, but also at that state level can still be that type of leader-manager type leader, which helped him get to that near 90% approval rating, and led to the point that the Liberals conceded the election weeks before it happened in WA. So it's entirely possible. You've got very different types of voters in WA. For example, you've got seats that go to the likes of Christian Porter, and Mark McGowan is the current premier. And you've got Anthony Albanese going over there trying to win votes. 3 very different types of people, 3 very different styles of politics. But that's one of those things where WA is very tricky to understand.
It's an interesting state, and of course we'll have more coverage from our partners at WAMN News in Perth later throughout the night. Drew Pavlou is Senate candidate for Queensland. We're hoping to get him on in probably a couple minutes right now. Obviously, government is formed through the House of Representatives, but we have been focusing on the Senate a lot. Just quickly before we head to Drew, do you think we could see a fair few minor parties in the Senate? Because we know traditionally, if it's a Labor government, it's a Liberal Senate and vice versa. But if it's a hung Parliament, it could be a pretty, mixed Senate. Thoughts?
Yeah, the Senate looks very fun. I'm looking at overall totals. It looks like, of course, this is very early. It looks like the Liberals are doing quite well in Queensland, as are Pauline Hanson and her One Nation party. Labor a little bit less. That's at 0.1% of the vote for the Queensland Senate. All over the place. It doesn't look like the vote has has moved very much there. For example, in Queensland Senate, the Legalised Cannabis Party has 5.1% of the vote. I have a strong suspicion that won't hold over the evening. But who knows? The
Yeah,
New Liberals are available. Who knows?
Oh, they think they can form government in 2028.
Who knows?
Oh.
Aren't
With the Greens in
getting
opposition.
68 seats by them too? That would be
And in
interesting.
opposition,
Well,
by
they
the way,
currently,
to the New Liberals.
well, at 7:30, the New Liberals in Queensland Senate have 5 votes, so they're on their way.
It's going to be interesting. Look, yeah, I reckon it's going to be a really interesting situation. Drew Pavlou coming in a moment. I just want to get your thoughts on the situation over in South Australia. Now, they had their state election, which was the only state election since the pandemic began where you had the incumbent lose. So, a swing to Labor in SA, is that something you could see?
Possibly. A lot of, it's in the lead up to a federal election. People want to get out and support getting rid of the government if that's what their intention is at the federal level too. You do see these types of swings where one party will rule the country for a little bit. I believe under Tony Abbott at one stage, every premier was a Liberal at one stage in 2013-ish. Might have been 2014. Possibly we're seeing the trend go the other way, except for New South Wales now and the current federal government, but that could change tonight. So who knows what's going on in that regards. One of the major problems at the South Australia election was ramping. It was hospitals and the healthcare system wasn't being taken care of seriously, which in a pandemic is the type of thing that would bite back at a premier. It seems to be one of the key issues going into the Victorian election coming up, which might be one of the reasons we get part of a swing going against Labor in Victoria, despite probably it not being enough to switch the government.
Should be interesting. Look, we're going to be crossing back to a number of our reporters in a moment. Connor Alforke, our chief reporter, who's at a Labor event in Queensland right now. Also, we're going to hope to get to Roman McKinnon in a moment. Right now, we are hoping, and I emphasise hoping, to bring in Queensland Senate candidate Drew Pavlou. Drew, can you hear us?
You hear it? Okay, yeah. So yes,
Yes, I can hear.
Oh my god, I can't believe you're doing this. Drew, how are you tonight?
How are you tonight?
Oh, I'm very tired, to be honest. It's been a big, long campaign. It's been 14 months, I think, I've been campaigning. I've got absolutely no idea how I'm going to do, but as long as Gladys Liu and Nick Xenophon are kept out of the parliament, I will say it's a big success. And so I think just the fact that we were able to get on the ballot paper at 22 years old, no one believed in us, we didn't have any money to our name. The fact that we're even talking here, Leo, I think it's a great testament to the strength of our diverse volunteering team. Thank you very much.
Do you think it's possible, though, that you're running, in terms of your party, that you were running more of a anti-so-and-so candidate, like Gladys Liu, more than pro your own party? Because you had those issues in Chisholm, but you went on and you were just really promoting anti-Gladys Liu. Are you trying to get people to vote for you just because you're not Gladys Liu? Or do you think they
No.
your actual policy?
So our party is obviously very clearly anti-CCP, and the reason we targeted Gladys Liu and Nick Xenophon so heavily was because of their close connections to CCP-linked business figures and political figures. So we know Gladys Liu was on the board of a United Front organisation. She was a member of a United Front organisation for 12 plus years. She says she doesn't remember it. I mean, 12 years, that's an awful long memory lapse. Nick Xenophon, I mean, he was the top Huawei lawyer in Australia, taking millions of dollars working for the Chinese government. So we went very hard after these two candidates because of their close ties to the Chinese Communist Party. And I mean, this is a national issue. This is something that really defines the future of Australia, I think, whether political candidates are in the pocket of the CCP, because, I mean, this is a genocidal dictatorship. It's our largest trading partner, and we look the other way while they commit terrible genocide and crimes against humanity. I don't think any politician in the parliament should have any ties with this brutal dictatorship.
Just outside of your party, the Drew Pavlou Democratic Alliance, how are you feeling in regards to your own run for the Senate in Queensland? You've got a lot of people running there from parties from right across the political spectrum. How are you feeling? Have you received much or any community support?
Look, I have received a lot of community support. Just even on pre-polling, a number of people would stop us, every hour. I mean, very regularly, expressing their support, saying they'd put a vote next to our name. So, look, I'm not sure how we will do necessarily. We haven't been able to afford polling, but a cobber can dream. Who knows how beautiful this whole thing could end up? I mean, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that some kind of beautiful, magical outcome may result. I mean, I'd be very, very happy if we get above 4% and get public funding, because that would really put us into a good position at the next election. Look, obviously, I hope that we'd win, but I am trying to be realistic. I am 22 years old. This is my first political campaign. I've not had any money. I've not had any campaign staff, etc. behind me. We really developed this whole thing on the fly, so we'll see how we go. But look, we've raised a lot of awareness for our chosen issues. I think we've helped spark a national conversation about CCP interference in this country. Over the past 3 years, we've helped do that. And so let's see how well we do tonight. Obviously, we pray that the angels will bless us and that some beautiful, magical, unforeseen outcome will result. And who knows what will happen.
I know Matthew Hayne, who's a political commentator who's with us live now, wants to ask you a question in a moment, but I just wanted to get on one of your comments there. You said you are going for the next election. That's 3 years away now, so it's early thinking. Have you learnt anything from this campaign that you would want to bring to a 2025 DPDA campaign?
Campaign flying blind. I've never run a campaign, let alone a national campaign before. I mean, I didn't know what was required necessarily. I wasn't able to hire full-time campaign staff. I wasn't able to hire advisors. So everything I've learned over the past couple months has basically been a massive learning experience for my next Senate campaign. And I mean, look, I'm 22 years old. To be able to learn these lessons now, I think, honestly, by the end of the decade, we'll be a very, very formidable force in Australian political elections. I mean, there have been times this election campaign where we have raised a lot of awareness for our chosen issues, and we did that with no money behind us, with no professional staff behind us, just a bunch of young people basically thinking up things on the fly. And so we've just been improvising. We've been running a very, bootstraps campaign. And the fact that we've even got as much awareness as we have raised, I mean, for example, the QT Digital Media Research Association or something like that, they found that according that on Facebook and Twitter figures, I was in the top 15 candidates in the entire country out of like 2,000 candidates for social media engagement on Facebook and Twitter. I think that's pretty amazing for 22-year-old with no money behind me, no social media team, no professional staff. I mean, that's something we did on the fly, and sometimes I've actually been surprised by how much traction some of that social media stuff did get. So. But at the same time, I know social media likes and followings are not the same as votes, and so I am trying to temper my expectations for this particular election. As I said, I hope something magical will happen, but we never know. I mean, I am trying to temper my hopes, but I think the fact that we've been able to raise as much awareness and run such a good digital social media campaign at my age without the professional resources behind us, I think it is a good testament to our talent and the fact that people do care about our cause and people do care about what we're fighting for. And so I think we're just going to keep on going. That's why I talked about the next election, because this is not a game for me. Some people think that I'm just in this for attention or whatever. I mean, if I was just in this for attention, I'd just be running a TikTok account, man. This is a decades-long project. I hope to get into the Senate over the next 10 years. Hopefully it'll be this time. Magical stuff can happen, but I will commit myself over years to this project.
We'll have to wait and see with that. Look, our political commentator Matthew Hayne is with us tonight, and he I think wants to ask you something, Hayne.
Yeah, you mentioned that you were in the top, was it 15, was it, for social media interaction in the Senate? It's very impressive. Are you worried, though, by the fact that a lot of that has been from getting Kim Jong-un impersonators or photos of candidates posing as part of the Chinese Red Guard with Gladys Liu, and that the type of attention you're getting is not necessarily anti-CCP, but just based off the current xenophobic trends and anti-Chinese trends that we've seen throughout COVID?
Sorry, man, I strongly disagree with that. I don't see how we've been xenophobic whatsoever. I mean, our campaign is the most diverse campaign in the entire country. We've had, the majority of our party membership is Uyghur, Tibetan, Hong Konger. We've actually got a majority Asian Australian membership for our party. We've had majority Asian Australian candidates run at this election. I'm the only. Can you fucking hold this camera, please? Thanks, Todd. Just hold it still, mate.
I got to piss.
Yeah, just hold it still. You can cut that out.
You're on live, by the way. Let's just remember that everything you're saying is going out live right now. But go on.
I mean, we've had a majority diverse team. The first Tibetan to ever run, the first Uyghurs to ever run. The first Hong Konger freedom fighter to be leading a campaign against a sitting MP. And so we've had a very diverse campaign. I don't see whatsoever how we've been xenophobic. I think we've actually been pro-China, if anything. I think our campaign's actually been really good for the Chinese people because we've been supporting democracy. We've been supporting, the victims of the Chinese dictatorship. We've been supporting the right of Chinese Australians to speak out against this government that wants to intimidate and frighten and terrify many of them into silence and submission. So I'd actually say this Democratic Alliance campaign has actually been potentially one of the best campaigns to ever happen. In this country for Asian Australians. I think it's taken Asian Australian political representation to a new level. Bringing Uyghurs and Tibetans into the political conversation for the first time. And I think actually we're actually doing a great service to the Chinese Australian community because when I was in Eastwood, many Chinese Australians would come up to me and say, "Thank you so much for what you're doing. I wish I could protest like this, but we're scared because of intimidation against our family back home. We're scared because we're worried that we'll be attacked here in Australia." So they said thank you, and so many times. If believe it or not, the best campaign reception I've got anywhere in the entire country has been in Eastwood. When I was standing in Eastwood, campaigning with Kinzum, that almost every 2-3 minutes, a Taiwanese, a Hong Konger, a Chinese pro-democracy voter would come up and say, "Thank you so much for what you're doing. I really support you." So I actually think our campaign's actually been probably one of the most. I think this campaign has actually been one of the best campaigns for the Chinese Australian community to ever be run in Australian history. I think it's actually doing great things for the Chinese Australian community.
Hayne, is there anything else you want to ask him while you've got him on now?
Sure. What does having Kim Jong-un impersonators and dressing up people to look like members of the Chinese military have to do with fighting for democracy? Is it not just trying to make the equivalency that Gladys Liu is a member of the Chinese or is some kind of foreign agent, which plays off that idea that
it's not about her race. I would say it's not about her race. Because I'm a Greek Australian and I've gone just as hard against Nick Xenophon, if anything. So this is not about race whatsoever. This is about candidates with close business ties to the Chinese Communist Party. Gladys Liu had to return hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations to the Liberal Party because ASIO said these donations were a national security risk. The only reason we've targeted Gladys Liu is because she refused to call Xi Jinping a dictator on live television when we've got Uyghur and Tibetan friends who have had family members persecuted brutally because of this regime. Max, our Hong Kong candidate, he's lost his family because of Xi Jinping. Our Uyghur candidate lost their families. Our Uyghur candidates have lost their families because of Xi Jinping. And Gladys Liu said that Xi Jinping was not a dictator. So it's absolutely legitimate to attack Gladys Liu because of that. And we've used satire as a way to cut through. We've used satire as a way to mock the establishment. And I think satire is one of the best political weapons that any anti-authoritarian political candidate can ever have, because it's really when what people in the establishment really hate is when they're mocked, when they're made fun of, when they're not treated seriously. And I think there's nothing to treat seriously about Gladys Liu when she's defending a dictator. So I think it's very legitimate to use satire as a way to to mock the people in power and their pretensions while they carry out such terrible crimes.
I think we'll leave it there. Unless Hayne wants to interject, hopefully not. Drew Pavlou, Senate candidate for Queensland, leader of Drew Pavlou Democratic Alliance. Thanks for your time once again, and for joining us here on 6 News. We want to head out now. I'm back to the Labor HQ event. We're hearing a lot about early results right now. We don't want to lock in anything for extremely obvious reasons. You're seeing it at the bottom of our screen there. We emphasize early results. None of that is locked in yet. And we should continue to emphasize that throughout the night. It's more of a guide, I guess you could say. But Heidi Peachner is at the Labor event in Sydney. We want to cross to her now. I hope. Heidi, there we go. Heidi, what's the mood like there? We're hearing some early results, including some swings away from Peter Dutton.
So it's a very excited mood here. Every time there's an early poll, we have cheering, very much cheering. But we have got an early result for Ringer. It's been polled by ABC with 14.4% counted with a 4.7% win to the independents. So solid.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, Catherine Dees, regardless of even that controversial campaign, and there was some polling that says she could win, but no, she's not going to win at this stage per that results. I wasn't expecting her to win either. But that's independent right now. I think we just lost Heidi there. Yeah, that was Austin. Okay, Heidi, you've got us. Okay, we're going to come back to that in a moment. Connor, our 4K, we're going to go to him instead. He is our chief reporter. He's at another Labor event. Connor, tell us, number one, where you are. What's the mood like there as we hear some early gains to Labor?
Yeah, so the event is quite loud. We are here at an RSL club in Brisbane, in the seat of Lily, which is, of course, held by Annika Wells on a margin of just 0.6%. At the 2019 election, there was an 8% swing away from Labor and towards the Liberals. However, they are very confident here tonight. The Annika Wells is set to arrive in around half an hour. We've got media here, we've got the ABC and all the other media organisations as well as other Labor representatives for Queensland. Labor does just hold 6 seats in Queensland. Queensland was key to the LNP, to the coalition's win in 2019. And of course, we're just seeing the results come through now, watching the ABC, and in the seat of Longman, which is crucial, which must-win seat for the coalition, we're seeing it's 25% of votes counted at the moment, and the LNP member for Longman is just in front. Of course, we only have 25% of the votes counted now.
Yeah, very early still. We should emphasise that. Too early to call anything, I would say. We'll cross back to you in a moment. Heidi, Peterson is. I just butchered that. Sorry, Heidi. We should have her back now. Number one, have you got us? And yeah, number one, can you hear us all right? Heidi? No. Up, there we go.
Yes. So
Look frozen on our end.
Good.
Yeah, okay, we can hear you. Look frozen on our end. Okay, I love live broadcasts. Yeah, let's go back to Connor. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go back to Connor. Connor, okay, we love having you fill time here, mate. I was gonna say, in regards to Labor there, what about just generally across Queensland, other than the seat there? Because Queensland was where most people said Labor lost it last time. Do we think we could actually have Labor, I guess, winning the state here? Are we ready to not necessarily call it, but is that kind of the mood there? Not just for the area, but for the state?
Well, there are 3 seats in the city Brisbane. I think we've listed them already on this program. And Ryan, Brisbane, and there is another one. And it's emerging as a 3-way contest between the Liberals, the Greens, and Labor. As you said, you're very much correct, Leo, that this is a must-win state rather, for the Liberals and Labor. They do have to claw back some ground if they are to win government.
It'll be interesting to see there. Now, I presume you've got the ABC's coverage on in the background. I think that's where most people are tuning to. Although I recommend everyone tunes to 6 News. Although if you're watching this, you are. So that might be a pointless disclaimer. But look, it's is it busy there? I have to say, because it seems to be there's lots of people walking around you, but of course the camera can be deceiving. Is it busy there?
Yes, I think it is the case of the camera being a bit deceiving because it is quite a small area. I'll show you around. So this is about the number of people. There's members for the Queensland Parliament. We've got the ABC just there, the ABC camera that's collecting footage for all the major commercial networks tonight. But otherwise, not that busy, really.
Yeah, and by the way, you got to love the some of the data connection we've got here. We probably need a good sponsor. Maybe we can get one of the companies to sponsor us. But no, you're all coming through fairly clear for us, Connor. There. We'll come back to you in a moment. I want to get now to Roman McKinnon, who is in the seat of Dixon. Of course, where we have been covering it, and we're hearing right now some early results in regards to Peter Dutton. Of course, that's his seat. We spoke to Peter Dutton earlier. Roman, you've got the ABC on behind you. You've got some results there. I don't know which state they're from or seat. But what are we hearing in regards to Dixon?
Leo, the ALP is ahead right here in Dixon. Just before, I'm not sure if you heard it, but there was a big raucous because Labor is expected to win. Now, just before, as I checked this AEC tracker, it was about 50% to Ailee France to 49% to Peter Dutton. So it's still quite close, but just before we saw Stephen Miles, the Deputy Premier of Queensland, walk in here to celebrate with Ailee France, or celebrate to join Ailee France, I should say, and they're looking very hopeful.
I was going to say it might be a bit early to celebrate. It was, but at the same time, it's going to be still, I would say, interesting, because if the and I spoke to Connor about this, I might add before, but I thought I'd mention it with you. If Frydenberg loses his seat, and if Dutton loses his seat, both very possible right now, and then Morrison goes as leader, he'll probably keep his seat. We could definitely see a new Liberal leader. Has anyone in the room, or is anyone in the campaign general covering it, spoken about what might happen if Dutton loses his seat, in terms of what that might lead to on a federal level in terms of leadership?
Well, I actually forgot to ask Dutton that today when I interviewed him, but it's definitely a real possibility. As you can see, no, apparently not. The seat count is I just saw before that the ALP is in front. So, it's definitely a reality. If Frydenberg loses, I saw Dr. Monique Ryan in Kooyong ahead also. Ailee France here, ALP contender, in front as well. So it's definitely a real policy in terms of who would become Liberal leader if the LNP lose. Then I guess we'll have to find out.
Yeah, that'll be really interesting, and it's certainly a real possibility. Look, Roman, we're going to come back to you in a moment, and we're going to come back to our entire team in a moment, pending internet connections, and of course, political commentator Matthew Hain. But right now, we're going to take a quick break. Coming up after, we're going to look closer at the seat of Kooyong. In addition, what impact could the so-called freedom parties have? And maybe a look at more of these how to vote cards too. I've got a lot of them, as you can see there. I'm Leonardo Puglisi. You're watching Australia Decides. We'll be back in a moment.
When big news breaks.
It pains me to announce that I have no option but to resign from the office of Premier.
Reimpose stage 3 stay-at-home restrictions effective from midnight tomorrow night.
6 News is there for you.
This was a scene of what some are describing as almost a violent confrontations with police and protesters.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute coverage that's focused on the facts.
I just wrapped up a call with the Trump campaign.
The waters have begun receding in southeast Queensland now. The cleanup begins.
No matter the time.
Welcome to this 6 News major breaking news we have for you.
No matter the place.
Yeah, sorry, I'm at the supermarket right now.
You'll always see it first right here on 6 News.
No paywalls, no sign-ins. 6newsau.com is your one-stop place for all the latest breaking news, in-depth stories and exclusive reports. Plus, find out more about us here at 6 News, who our team is and where we came from. That's all available right now. Head to our website, 6newsau.com.
Every week, Leo Puglisi and Ivan Long discuss the big stories that matter in a joint podcast that brings together the forces of two independent and unbiased news outlets.
Lots of stuff to talk about, Leo, on the other side of the country as usual.
Thank you very much, man. Always great to chat.
Listen to East Plus West. Available now exclusively for Patreon subscribers. Sign up for just $4 a month. Head to patreon.com/6newsau. 6 News, proudly sponsored by Blackmagic Design. Find out more at blackmagicdesign.com.
Receding.
Some major. Sorry. Okay. I do have some breaking news now. So, Christina Keneally, so Labor's Christina Keneally, is not polling well in her seat of Flower. Now, in Brisbane, we'll touch on that a bit later in our key seats chart. Trevor Evans' vote is down, and preferences are likely to swing to Labor. Now, if we have a look on our Megawall, we can see these are some of the key seats that we've selected, among a few others that we haven't got, including Ryan, which we will go in depth with a bit later with some of our other reporters. But we'll take a look firstly at the seat of Kooyong, which is where, of course, you are tonight, Leo. And it is quite a tight contest between Liberals' Josh Frydenberg and Dr. Monique Ryan. Now, if we take a look, this was a YouGov poll from early May. We've got Frydenberg and Dr. Ryan, and you can see that she is ahead by 6%. Now, that was in early May, we will admit. But as you can see, it's quite a tight race, whether who will get up. We haven't got much information from there yet. Now, sorry. You can see it is a marginal Liberal seat by 6.4%. And now that is against Labor. We might add not against Dr. Ryan from the last election. Now, we've got some other breaking news. Now, Kooyong is 13% counted, and Monique Ryan is polling as well as Josh at the moment, and Teal Independent Zali Stegel has one Warringah. Now, if we jump back on to this screen, we can have a look at the seat. Apologies, we are slight issue.
It's all good, man. It's fine for me because I love this because it's live broadcast and it proves we're live too. But go on, you should have that up now.
So, yeah, okay. So we take a look at the seat of Bass. Now, Bass is always quite an interesting seat. You know, it's swung a few times to a lot of different people. It's never really a seat that you can take for granted. It's contested by Liberals' Bridget Archer and Labor's Ross Hart in this election. Now, we were speaking about it earlier, and you can have a look just how close it was last election. This was in 2019. We're on 49.59% of the votes to Labor and 50.41% to the Liberals, rather. And if we have a look at the past 10 elections, this is why Labor, Liberal, Labor, Labor, Liberal, Labor, Labor, Liberal, Labor, and then back to Liberal. Sounds like a bit of a rap, and it's no wonder why it is called the ejector seat for a lot of people. And we'll have a look at Dixon quickly, where our reporter Roman McKinnon is, and it's, of course, contested by Peter Dutton, Ailee France, and Vinnie Batten. Now, that is a marginal LNP seat, 4.6%, and it's been held by Peter Dutton since around 2001, and that does surround a few other key suburbs, key seats, such as Brisbane and Ryan, which we'll get into a bit later, Leo.
Very interesting, Austin, and I think we're going to be paying close attention to Kooyong and Dixon, especially later in the night. But of course, all seats we'll come back to in a moment. We also want to get to Matthew Hayne shortly, but let's now bring in Roman McKinnon, aforementioned there, in Dixon, where we are just continuing to hear about Peter Dutton. Roman, this could really be one of the biggest stories of the night, not just Frydenberg, but Dutton losing his seat. If the early results and trends continue, have there been any more developments since we last came to you?
Leo, I think I've jumped the gun a little bit. On ALP ahead, they were ahead, but now Peter Dutton has he's sort of still in this race, of course. I think it'll swing both to the LNP and Labor over the night, so I don't think it's way too close to call right now, and I think, yeah, too close to call, but it's marginal seats. I just saw Goldstein. Zoe Daniel is ahead of Tim Wilson. But I was just going to mention that Wentworth Allegra Spender is ahead of Liberal MP Dave Sharma. So I think these Teal independents are doing some damage, whether or not they get in.
While we're all talking about on a national level, because we had Adam Bant on the screen behind you just a moment ago, we're hearing a lot about support for the Greens nationally, especially in Queensland. Obviously, in Dixon, it seems to be that traditional Liberal-Labor race. But of course, you'd be moving right around Queensland. Are you seeing a bit of support for the Greens?
Look, I definitely think in Brisbane and Griffith, the CBD suburbs that Austin was talking about, there's need for climate change, housing, flight noise, and all of those things. I think Greens, I think they will do better than 2019 in this time around. I think there's more advocacy for climate change and housing, especially with the housing costs going up.
Discuss that because we're hearing some interesting results about the Greens. Roman McKinnon, we'll leave it there. Thank you. I want to return now to Austin Pollock, where we are getting some more early, and I emphasize early here, early results. Austin, what do you got for us?
Yep. So the Nine Network have called. They've called that the City of Griffith is going to be a loss to the ALP. Now we also have in Brennan in Tasmania, Liberal polling is going well, and if we have a look, also apologies. Update on Gilmore. So earlier in the night, Andrew Constant was doing not too bad. But then we've just heard that also he now is slightly falling back in some of those, and we will also in the seat of Hughes, which I was talking about a bit earlier. Craig Kelly is not doing as well. Now, some people in the Liberal Party have told me that the seats of Reid, Swan, and Bothby are all to go, all to lose Liberal, and they are not confident that they can continue those seats. The Bothby right there, and I'll have more information for you a bit later on.
Yeah, Austin, we'll come back to you as we mentioned later on. But it's really interesting. We mentioned Griffith rather there, and Boothby and seats like that. Look, let's bring in now again technical commentator Matthew Hayne, where I'm sure you've got some comments, Hayne, on what's happening with the Greens here. They could be taking some ALP seats. You seem happy about it.
The smugger meter if the next few hours continues. Let's go through it. Brisbane is so close. Currently at 17% counted. The difference between Labor and the Greens is about 90 votes. That is close. In Ryan, the Greens are 7% ahead of Labor. That is enough with preferences to jump the incumbent Simmons and the Liberals and win that seat. Just looking all over the map, it's great viewing. Interestingly enough, In Lily, they've put together 20% of the vote. Of course, that's going to be a Labor are going to hold on there. But these are they're increasing. They're getting swings in seats everywhere. 6% swing in a seat they're not even going to win. But in Griffith, Max Chandler Martha is still ahead. He's ahead of the Liberals and Labor with 36.6% of the vote at 29% counted. I mean, these are incredible results. I mean, even in Dixon, they've picked up another 6% in Dutton's seat in third. On top of that, in Higgins, things are looking very good for Labor. Katie Allen and the Liberals are in all sorts, dropping below 37% preference. She's done. That seat's gone for the Liberals now.
You're calling it. You're calling it now. You're saying Katie Allen's is done. I've got her how to vote card up here.
I have watched enough elections, even at my young age, to know when someone has underperformed dramatically. And when you are at 16.5% counted, a 9.6% swing against you does not easily come out. That is...
Well, this is going to be very interesting, and it's all unfolding live right here on 6 News. The Higgins electorate, it was really interesting because I was speaking to a few volunteers about it, including one who said he knew you, which was interesting. But
good heavens.
It's very interesting, and definitely one that I think the Liberals weren't focusing on as much as they were on Kooyong, which is, of course, one electorate away. I've got a stack of how to vote cards here. But then again, away from Higgins, just on these Greens gains, if this is accurate, it does, and Labor continues their polling, we could really see a hung parliament here.
It's almost like someone guessed that. It could be that we are in the, the delightful scenario of a position whereby in order for Labor to govern the country, they need to go to Teal independence and the Greens, and they can demand strong climate action, putting dental into Medicare and other progressive policies, or they can walk and throw the government out. It's a great position. Looking again, there are seats that I went into thinking there's, like Higgins, like Griffith, like Brisbane, I thought, hey, look, the Greens are probably going to improve their vote, but overall, they're not really going to challenge for it for another 3 years. A lot of investment there. They're a chance, but overall, they're going to improve their vote everywhere. And maybe if Labor win, they can try and get some anti-Labor votes in areas they've polled well in the past in 3 years. But it seems like they've skipped that part of the scenario, and they've just gone straight to, we'll just win a couple seats tonight. Might as well. Still a long way to go.
That's going to be interesting because we never see these. We never see these. I mean, we see a huge support for the Greens in the Senate. They have 9 seats. Let's not forget that. Some of which contested tonight. They've always had this just one lone MP where you've had Bant just sitting there in the House of Reps.
He gets to sit with Wilkie, who's retained his seat.
Yes, but no, Wilkie is not a member of the Greens.
Yes.
These people are that we're talking about now. And so this is, fairly extraordinary. So we're also hearing right now on Sky that Dave Sharma might lose his seat to an independent, Allegra Spender. I heard journalist Cam Wilson say that Chris Kenny is going full cope right now. I'm not tuning in, obviously. But
bowling ball heads losing it. I might have to get that up on another screen.
Yeah, but Dave Sharma, we'll lose your internet connection. Dave Sharma, though, he'd really been kind of pushing that moderate Liberal angle. He'd even been using teal in some of his branding. Some of his branding had no mention of the Liberals at all, which was interesting. And of course, we can't forget Wentworth was Malcolm Turnbull's old seat. Then when he left in 2018, after that spill, it was a by-election that was held by independent Karen Phelps against Dave Sharma. Dave Sharma won that seat in 2019, but it looks like it's going back into the hands of an independent here. And then we're also hearing about other seats, Goldstein and Kooyong as well. So independents and Greens might be taking out the night here.
One thing I might add is that in a lot of seats, for the Liberals to be a chance, they need their primary vote well into the 40s. Because unlike Labor, they can't rely on, to get over the line in a seat, 12 to 17% jumping in from the Greens to get their 28% up enough to be close. They can't rely on that because the Liberals don't have anyone to get those preferences from. For a couple of reasons. Firstly, Labor and the Greens are never going to preference the Liberals. And One Nation might give them some votes back, but there's nowhere near 10% in most seats. And the UAP, a lot of their candidates' how to vote cards have the Liberals at the bottom or near the bottom, so that disaffected Liberal voter doesn't even come back on preferences. So they've just got to find 12% out of thin air. The Lib Dems, okay, you might find 2% there. Maybe some of the Darren Hinch voter comes towards you. If you're looking at Tim Wilson, he's at 38.1%. Where do you find 11.9% more voters who might support Tim Wilson? That does not exist.
The other thing is, I'll say this, Tim Wilson's one thing, but then also in Kooyong, you've got to remember there are 11 candidates here. Not a small amount by any means. And, like, you've got another independent...
If you look at that, Josh Frydenberg's at 41.6%, right? A whopping 20 votes ahead of Monique Ryan. If that holds, there's another 13.4% sitting there in Peter Lynch and Labor and Piers Mitcham's Greens. Where are they going?
Don't forget the pre-polls and the postal votes as well.
Yes, I'm a postal voter.
Are you? Why was that?
Laziness.
Mm.
Didn't want to stand in
But
a line.
anyway, yeah, fair. Look, it was interesting because with these 11 candidates, you've got another independent, and we can probably bring up the footage we have of Kooyong too in a moment. But you had like this guy named Will Anderson, not related to the comedian, who this is Melbourne, by the way, for our viewers, who I don't think I've seen any signage of him for. I've seen no signage for him. There's Kooyong now. So look, it's quite an extraordinary scene that we might have independents in, per these early results, 3 seats, and then the Greens potentially making some more gains. Again, we emphasise the results at the bottom of our screen now are early, but then you see this signage from the Liberals, like you've got there. We can cross back to you now. Stuff that is really just more anti-Monique and like keep Josh. Nothing really pro Josh Frydenberg. It's been interesting. You're in Higgins, but of course that is right near Kooyong. Is that also from your observation that it's been more anti-Monique rather than pro Josh?
A big part of that, you've got the teal blue signs saying equating Monique Ryan with Anthony Albanese, and talking about higher taxes and gridlock and those types of anti-Monique ads. And also, what I find hilarious is that a part of the Keep Josh campaign was, well, you might not like Scott Morrison. You might want to change the government, but at least keep Josh. And one thing that is almost ironic about that is the people of Kooyong look like they've gone, actually, we're going to change the government and get rid of you, Josh. And your mate Tim, and your mate Katie, possibly your mate Dave, and Dutton. So, you know, lovely. I don't really have a way to cue this, but my Uber Eats has arrived, and I would like to go to the door and get that, if that's an option.
Yeah, well, it's perfect timing. Let's now cross back to Roman McKinnon. Go enjoy that, Hayne. Let's cross back to Roman McKinnon and the seat of Dixon. Right now, that is Peter Dutton's seat. Of course, we're hearing a lot of early results about this. Roman, what have you got for us?
Yeah, I can bring that up really quickly. I was just looking at differences. Of course, Wentworth is looking in favour of Allegra Spender, 62.7% to her, and then Dave Sharma was 37%. I'm going to bring up Dixon. I think has it changed? So 52% to Peter Dutton, and now 47% to Labor's challenger Ailee France, where I am tonight. That's 30 of the 43 polling places counted and almost 50,000 votes counted. That's the first preferences. And also Chisholm. So they're closing a few seats. I have the ABC seats guide up here. 61 seats to Labor, 40 Coalition, 1 Green, 5 and 0 to One Nation, and the UAP. So I think why they're losing seats, this is the Coalition. Gladys Liu, 44% to Karina Garland, 55%. That's the Coalition's most marginal seat where Scott Morrison avoided today. So was that, was that a decision on voters' minds, I guess?
Yeah, it's interesting, and of course leadership comes into it, Roman. We're going to cross to you back in a moment, but I want to bring in now once again our national reporter, Austin Pollock, also in Brisbane. Austin, this is turning out to be really interesting in terms of a lot of these seats, and it's likely looking like we could have a hung parliament based on the rise of support for Greens and Independents, but we can't discount that Labor could be making some gains here. But in general, what have you got for us right now?
Yep, so the seat of Bothby, the major networks are reporting that has been won by the ALP, as well as Chisholm in Victoria has also been won by the ALP, and of course Bothby being that key seat in South Australia. Now we also have the UAP, the seat of Hughes, which I was speaking about earlier. That 9 News is reporting that has swung to the Liberal candidate there. Now I'm just going to take a quick in-depth look at the seat of Brisbane here. So if we can grab that up, we have of course the two candidates. We have the two candidates, Trevor Evans and Labor's candidate as well, Madonna Jarrett. And of course, we have the Greens, which are also a major contender in that area. And you can see in 2019, the swing was mainly to the Liberal Party, 54.92% of votes to Liberal and 45.08% to Labor. Now, of course, I want to stress all of these results are extremely early, so it's going to be certainly a huge night ahead and a fair bit of more voting to come. But as you say, it's looking like it may be a hung parliament, as Austin, we can see from those countings down the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I'm going to jump in now because we're hearing all good. We're hearing from some early results from the ABC that both Treasurer Josh Frydenberg and Defence Minister Peter Dutton will lose their seats. Both Frydenberg and Dutton.
Yeah.
Projected to lose their seats. I mean, that's extraordinary. Again, we emphasise this is early results, and we're not locking any prediction in here, but that is what the results are saying right now. And that is, we remind you, it's 8:21 p.m. on the East Coast. We're not even 2.5 hours into this. Is this a result the polls were expecting?
Look, I always thought that, we've seen that they were very tight between Labor and Liberal, and now the Greens have come up in a lot of seats in Queensland, and those independents down south, especially in seats like New South Wales, in seats in New South Wales and seats in Victoria, Zali Steggall and, of course, Dr. Monique. So, were we expecting it? I guess yes, but, it will be interesting to see what will happen who will
it's
get
quite
the Prime Minister.
amazing. Yeah, I know I was expecting Frydenberg loss more than a Dutton loss. But
yeah,
we have got a Dutton loss here. And look, we'll come back to Roma McKinnon shortly. But let's just continue here because this is just absolutely fascinating that we could be seeing a government projected tonight, even if there is a hung parliament. We really could see that it's just too impossible for the Liberals to make up these numbers. Now, Labor's certainly making some gains. Boothby, you mentioned there. Can I just confirm, and I should know this off the top of my head, but I'm tired. Is that an independent swing or is that a Labor swing?
I will tell you. Boothby, it is looking like it's a Labor swing.
Labor swing. Okay, because we've been hearing about independence a lot, but it's interesting because it's really interesting because we can't say now, a Liberal loss means a Labor gain. We're talking about Greens gains here. We're talking about independent gains here, but go on.
Yeah. No, what I was going to say is that, it is interesting that a lot of the seats in South Australia because of that newly elected SA government. I think you touched on it earlier, I think may have been with Matthew Hayne, about those South Australian seats and the influence that the premiers and the people who like the premiers there, including in Queensland, a lot of the states are now Labor governments. I think off the top of my head, I think it's just New South Wales and Tasmania that aren't. So, it is quite interesting how much the federal government and the state governments can, I guess, come together and get people to vote for that certain party, whichever party they're from, if that makes sense.
Yeah, this is quite amazing, and we're also hearing more swings towards the Greens too. I'm reading now from Channel 9, the Greens candidate Max Chandler-Mather will win that inner city Brisbane seat of Griffith. That is outing Labor MP Terry Butler. 36% of polling places and votes counted so far. WA closed just under 25 minutes ago. We also emphasised there. But look, it's quite extraordinary there. You bring up Griffith there.
Yeah, this is Griffith. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's one of those cases where it's Labor versus Greens here, which is actually being replicated in a number of seats in Griffith. So look, I'm going to get to Griffith back in a moment. I think I want to bring in now once again Roman McKinnon. We've been crossing to him all night. He is in the seat of Dixon, but we are now only just hearing, after all those early results, Peter Dutton, the Defence Minister and the man touted as the possible new Prime Minister, for many years is projected to lose his seat. Roman, hoping you can hear us here. I'm sure it's loud in there, but is there much excitement in the room? Because you're at a Labor event there.
Yeah, Leo, there's definitely some mood around here. I think it's a happy mood. I've seen Ailee France going around hugging all of her volunteers and her family just before they were singing some workers' song. I'm not really sure what it's about, but I think they're confident. I'm just going to say on the Liberals that I talked to staffers inside the Liberal headquarters. They said they're bracing for the worst but hoping for the best. The best would be a majority.
Yeah, it's quite amazing to see what's. There we go. No, you're talking.
I'm going to start in Bass. That's held by the Liberals on a margin of 0.4%. That's marginal. Bridget Archer holds that seat, and currently she's in the lead with 52.3%. Against Ross Hart, which is on 47.6%. 39 of the 58 polling places have returned, and that's about 25,000 votes there. In Braddon, that's 3.1%. Sorry, I should just mention Bass was the most visited seat in the campaign, so that's quite interesting. Anthony Albanese visited there 4 times. And Scott Morrison visited there 6 times. Braddon 3.1%. Yeah, they're getting excited there. 3.1%, that's marginal. Gavin Pearce holds. Braddon is on the west coast, I guess, of Tasmania. Gavin Pearce is 56.6% over Chris Lynch, 43.3%, 52 74 first preference places have been returned, 30,000 votes there. I'm also going to look at Lyons. So that's the other marginal, the Clark Franklin, they're both very safe. Big marginal, very safe seats. I think so Lyons on the ALP, they Labor hold at 5.2%. A marginal. Brian Mitchell holds that, but I'm just looking here. The Liberals' Susie Bauer is ahead. Looks very tight. Looks like it has been swinging both ways. 50.25% against Labor's Brian Mitchell, 49.75%. That's the largest Tasmanian seat, and it's almost half of the state. So there's some facts for you. So in my next cross, I'm going to be looking at the Liberals in New South Wales, Leo.
Yeah, that's going to be a close one. But absolutely extraordinary results with Peter Dutton. I want to bring in now the live reaction, political commentator Matthew Hayne, Peter Dutton, Josh Frydenberg, both tonight projected to lose their respective seats of Dixon and Kooyong. Your reaction?
A
Seem happy.
smile, Leo. A smile. I'm looking through the results and I'm expecting some type of grand blue wave charge to ruin my hopes and my evening. But it isn't coming. It hasn't come yet. It might still. I would like to add on top of this that in the seat of Brisbane, neck and neck, the current margin is 3 votes. 3!
3. That's amazing. But here we go. Here's a sign that we found in the trash a couple of weeks ago that we thought we'd bring
Where
up
it
for election
belongs.
night purposes only. Yeah, that's your opinion. Of Josh Frydenberg, who, as of tomorrow, might not be my local member for Kooyong, which is quite amazing when you think of how long the Liberals have held this seat. I'm sure we can go into this a bit more, but maybe I should keep this piece of history, the final election poster for him. There we go. That is Josh Frydenberg. Again, we're not 100% calling it, but at this stage, yeah, Peter Dutton, Josh Frydenberg both predicted to lose their seat. We could put up some breaking news, a lower third there, because, I mean, this is just extraordinary. This might be the story of the night.
Katie Allen and Wilson.
Yeah, but look, who's more important, Katie Allen or Peter Dutton or Josh Frydenberg? It's those two, not Allen.
Well,
with all respect to her, it's
and Gladys Lou.
It's yeah. Oh well, look, I don't think she was going to win anyway. But look, this is absolutely extraordinary. Though. Yeah, we can talk about him again, can't we?
I think he's up to 10 votes in
But
Queensland.
again, that's. I mean, it's just that's probably the headline we'll have tomorrow, regardless of the results. Peter Dutton and Josh Frydenberg projected to lose their seats. Amazing result there, and I think you have to consider one of that is to the ALP, the other's to an independent. We all know which is which there. This, of course, is what we had for Monique Ryan. This is her how to vote card. There was some concerns that it could lead to informal vote because she left a blank, as have other independents. She says number every box, and we know it wouldn't really matter about preference flows given she's the number 2 candidate here, or actually might be the number 1 at this rate. But yeah, just extraordinary results here that we are seeing come in live right here on 60 News. There we go. There's the breaking news. Once again, we want to repeat that for you. Peter Dutton and Josh Frydenberg both projected to lose their seats of Dixon in Queensland and Kooyong in Victoria. I had a lot to talk about here, but I want to keep on this, Hayne. This is just amazing. And it's also still relatively early in the night too, and I thought, we could get an early Frydenberg call, but Dutton too, Peter Dutton.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's marginal, but it wasn't that small of a margin, like compared to other marginal seats. Like, really?
On my predictions that I put out yesterday, I said that Dixon will hold for Dutton based on absolutely no numerical evidence, but based on my belief that he will have that seat until the day he dies. He will be the Voldemort in the corner, and he will be there forever. But it seems like the potato-looking Führer is gone. It looks like Peter
be
Dutton
careful with those
will be
comments. We
gone.
know what he's like with comments.
If he doesn't have the public money to sue, he'll be fine. It looks like...
yeah. Move on.
Peter Dutton is gone.
Yeah.
We lose we lose the defence minister and the treasurer on the same night.
Yeah, but can we just remember? I'm not trying to spoil the optimism of some very happy anti-Dutton people, which I'm sure there are many. Which we've got one on tonight. Hello, Hayne. But let's point back to Bennelong, John Howard, 2007. He lost it to Labor for a year after there was some strong momentum. Could easily be won back, couldn't it? Both, maybe not Kooyong especially, but Dixon really. That could easily go back after 3 years.
It could, but it won't be Dutton, will it? It's unlikely he would run himself. So that would give a chance And you heard Dutton in his interview earlier say that it used to be a Labor seat.
Which what might be his last ever major interview on as defence minister. He did it with 6 News. There's something we can put in our bio.
I would like to add that I have Sky News Australia going on a separate window, and it is, I don't have the sound on, but it is like watching an animal documentary whereby you're just trying to go off the emotions and visual, like through the faces of these people. Michael Kroger looks absolutely furious. Peter Credlin looks distraught. It is from the eyes of a progressive, delicious viewing.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, but look, I want to get back to, I want to emphasize this breaking news, and we'll keep that lower third on screen right now, because that's really the story of the night so far. We haven't actually got a proper predicted result yet in general, nationwide. But what about Griffith? That's set to go to the Greens here from Labor MP Terry Butler. That's something, isn't it?
That's huge. And for me, what surprised me the most, because going into it, I thought, okay, Griffith is going to be close. Either the Liberals Labor barely holds on, the Liberals sneak a win, or the Greens catapult it late. If you gave me 100 guesses, none of them would have been the Greens have the highest primary vote by 6%. They get a 12% swing to them, and they are projected to win with Labor in third. That was never an option. I don't know how this happened, but a 12% swing to the Greens and against the Liberals. It's enormous. And weirdly enough,
it's amazing.
Terry Butler's primary vote, the incumbent, is only down 2% and sits third.
Yeah, I don't think out of the seats I was expecting the Greens to make gains in. I really wasn't expecting Griffith that much. I was expecting whichever seat Justine Elliott's in. By the way, Mandy Nolan are leading the last time I checked. So that could be another Greens gain. And we know Mandy Nolan and Terry Butler both putting out questionable comments regarding the electoral system. Now, if Terry Butler was re-elected, I was planning to ask her about it. Nevertheless, she might not be. Now, we're also set to... we want to actually... Yeah. We actually want to make some more breaking news now. 6 News can project that the United Australia Party will not form government. That is despite their repeated... Don't laugh, it's serious. That is despite their repeated comments. I have with me... I love bringing these up. The UAP Higgins had a vote card. Craig Kelly's also likely to lose his seat, not to Labor or Independent, might I add, actually possibly the Liberals, his old party, which kind of gives you the sense that there are a lot of, Liberal voters who just did not, just voted for the Liberals. Nothing pro-Kelly there personally. You have to remember, he was a backbencher too. He wasn't really high profile till about 2021. So that's something. Clive Palmer, I haven't checked out the Senate results. I don't think he'll get in.
I'll check.
Yeah, you do that. Do my work, please. But yeah, we are not projecting a UAP win tonight. They said they could form a majority government. We've asked their candidates repeatedly. They were fully confident. I called a bunch of them up, and they were confident. I don't think the UAP will win any seats tonight the way it's looking.
It's not looking good for Clive in Queensland.
No. Okay, well, there's a shocker. Is it looking good for Drew Pavlou?
The UAP are at 4.9% in Queensland, which is not enough. They're currently behind the legalised cannabis party in Queensland at 6.4%. I don't know how they've pulled that number out. Drew Pavlou is at 81 votes. So 0.0086. I don't think he's going to win, Leo. The New Liberals sit ahead by 10 votes of Drew.
Interesting. It's quite extraordinary that on a night where we are predicting a hung parliament, a Labor minority, most people were predicting, in that the Liberals will have to go in likely to negotiations if they want to manage somehow scrape through. I don't think they will, because it'll be mainly Greens that are getting in at this rate. But they will be going in without their defence minister, without their deputy leader and treasurer. I mean, it's amazing. Now, I want to now cross back. We'll get back to it in a moment, Hayne, but I want to cross now to Connor Alforque, chief reporter, who was at a Labor event in Brisbane. Connor, good to have you back here. Now, I haven't checked out the exact results for where you are, but just in general, I imagine they're watching coverage there. What is the mood like that we're hearing that probably the most significant Queensland Liberal MP, Peter Dutton, will lose his seat?
Yeah, so right now I've just got the current Labor MP, Annika Wells, walking past me right now. Here she is. I'm just going to follow her to the...
Perfectly timed.
To make a speech. Right now, 25% of the vote has been answered. That was great. And there's been a swing away from the Liberals, which is very interesting. And you can see the reaction. There's a lot of confidence that she will regain this seat.
There we go. Yeah, Colin, we'll just let that audio play. Extraordinary support for Annika Wells there. I think very confident there. And you can see a lot of support. You've got some cameras there, and perfectly timed that she just walked in as we crossed to her. Good stuff there. You can't make that up. That's going to look good in our post. But there we go. That is Annika Wells' seat of Lily. We were covering that on Spin Check with a new Spin Check special that's available now. We'll again let that audio play purely because Connor can't really hear us much. We'll cross back to Lily in a moment. I want to get now to Austin Pollock, national reporter. Austin, last time we spoke, I was interrupting you to bring you... there goes my earpiece. To bring you the news that Peter Dutton and Frydenberg projected to lose their seat. In that time, we've heard that the seat of Griffith will go to the Greens. And as I mentioned to Hayne there were some questionable comments from Terry Butler and Justine Elliott about... Actually, Austin, we're going to cut back to you in a moment. We're going to go to Annika Wells right now in the seat of Lily.
And I'll save my thank you speech for later, while we wait for more results to come in, specifically pre-poll. But I will say that from where we were on election night 2019 to where we stand on election night tonight, Northsiders have had a very, very tough 3 years. From when you think about the Black Summer bushfires right through to the February floods, from the queues at Centrelink Nunda and Centrelink Chermside, right through to people who are still living in tents in their backyards in Sandgate. People have needed governments, people have needed hard-working local members, and people have been betrayed by Scott Morrison. And tonight, Scott Morrison, what he stands for and what he fails to do. So let's continue to see results come in, and I'll speak to you all later on. Thank you.
Reporters there that is brought to you live here on 6 News. To say that like it's a sponsor announcement brought to you by Annika Wells. No, we're not sponsored by any Labor MP for anyone asking. In fact, I got a Frydenberg sign behind me, which will keep bringing up through the night. But he's projected to lose his seat. However, Austin, we'll bring you back now. There is one Labor MP in Queensland who's set to lose their seat, not to the Liberals though, to the Greens. Tell us about Griffith.
Yeah, so I am in the seat of Griffith, in fact, tonight, and she did put out this post just a few days ago, in fact, I guess trying to steer people away. Now, she knows that Greens were going to be a big part in threatening this seat of Griffith and picking up the seat of Griffith, but she also did know that people aren't a fan of Scott Morrison. So she put out this post, which basically says, if you vote Greens and LNP, somewhat like Greens and LNP are in a coalition, you will get Scott Morrison. Now, we of course fact check that. That was wrong. That's on our website. You can see that. But I heard you and Matthew saying that it was a bit surprising that all these seats are going to the Greens. But I was listening to a interview with Max on Brisbane Radio, and honestly, he did put forward quite a compelling case for people to for people to vote for him. But there has been a lot of campaigning, especially from the Greens, in this seat of Griffith. Now, I don't think we have footage there, but that's all right. I will tell you, though, this morning we were driving around the seat of Griffith, and can I tell you, the amount of green that was there was baffling. There were literally green signs lining fences of all the voting halls. But the Liberal candidate, now that's Olivia Roberts, we've got her up here. We didn't see a lot of marketing from her, in fact, campaigning from her. In fact, we didn't hear a lot from her at all. So that is why I guess we are looking at the two major candidates, Terry Butler and the Greens candidate, Max. So, you know, it will be quite interesting how it will play out, whether this will, I doubt this will happen, and what Ms. Butler talked about, if you vote Green, you'll get Scott Morrison. I don't think that's quite true. But I will just quickly say, though, the ABC are reporting on a seat, the seat of Brisbane, which is just north of Griffith. That is ALP likely, and it will be a swing to the ALP. And it is looking more likely that the ALP will pick up a majority government, even with Max Chandler Mather for the Greens in Griffith.
Yeah, and even with those independent swings, and I'm actually going to bring on breaking news about that right now. Number one, first of all, we are expecting Adam Banty will retain his seat of Melbourne, the Greens leader, and the only Greens in Parliament in the House of Representatives until tonight, we're expecting. Also in breaking news, early projections, Tim Wilson, Liberal MP, member for Goldstein, will lose his seat of Goldstein to Zoe Daniel, the independent there. So that is the other breaking news here. We are now expecting 3 independents, at least, according to these early... So I should be writing some stuff down here. But we're expecting Dave Sharma to lose to Allegra Spender, Josh Frydenberg to lose to Monique Ryan, and we're expecting Zoe Daniel to defeat Tim Wilson. In addition, Labor will pick up the seat of Dixon. That is Peter Dutton's seat. Extraordinary results coming through live. We now want to bring in again political commentator Roman McKinnon. No, not Roman. Political commentator Matthew Hayne. This is what happens when you're live for almost 3 hours. Matthew Hayne, I mean. Excuse me. It's quite extraordinary for the Victorian Liberals here. But Tim Wilson set to lose his seat of Zoe Daniel. Reaction? To Zoe Daniel, not of Zoe Daniel.
It seems that in 2018, when the Victorian Liberals collapsed, the federal Liberals have decided, you know what, that wasn't enough of a collapse. We're going to top it. And we're going to do that by losing Tim Wilson, the Treasurer. I reckon they might.
And also at this stage, possibly Casey, Tony Smith's old seat, the former Speaker, he's retiring. Chisholm, Gladys Liu.
And Higgins.
Yeah, I mean... Higgins as well, yeah, Katie Allen's. Could this be the beginning of a little dark age for the Victorian Liberals?
I was going to say, it turns like Victoria's turned into Dan Andrews' big red wall in many ways.
But at the same time, you can't discount two of these seats, or two of the 5 seats we've mentioned here are set to go independent, not Labor here.
Yes.
Which is something. Could this be the beginning of a little dark age for the Victorian Liberals?
It very much could be.
I had to say that.
For those wondering, Little Dark Age is Leo's favourite song, and he's decided to throw that in mid-sentence to a question to me. Fully aware that would make me laugh. That's very good of you. Thank you.
Look at that nice seat counter for the ALP too. Beautiful.
Yes,
for non-partisan purposes.
For non-partisan purposes. Thanks, Leo. The Victorian Liberals are in trouble. They will now lose even more basic infrastructure and well-known candidates and members on the ground that can be used in the next state. So you can't have Josh Frydenberg now go out with Tim Wilson or Katie Allen or Gladys Liu or anyone about to lose their seat for the Liberals in Victoria and go give a little bit of rub to John Pasuto, or anyone attempting to win back some Labor seats that were traditionally Liberal at the state election, because they're unemployed now, and them coming out to help doesn't really do much other than say, hey, look, I'm a loser, he's a loser, vote for the loser team. And that's not really that much of an uplifting message. Speaking of uplifting messages, that seems to be what's working in Queensland for the Greens, because it looks like they're going to triple in size possibly after tonight. I'm looking at Ryan.
That's it.
Right
I mean,
now,
that's
and
another thing, though, that we've had just this one MP banned for so long. And what we could see here is 3 Greens, 3 Independents, newly elected, by the way, plus, oh, hang on, that's, if Helen Haynes keeps her seat, that's 6 Independents. Throw in Bob Catter for fun. Yeah, no,
Yes,
I
always
counted
Catter.
Wilkie there.
Oh, did you?
Stegel, Haynes, and Wilkie are the other 3.
Oh, yeah. Apologies.
Yeah, fact check. And then, but throw in Catter there for fun. I don't know what the hell's happening with Rebecca Shark. I don't even know what's happening with Centre Alliance. I don't think they're running in any seat. They're just running Sterling Griff and Rebecca Sharkey, and that's it. Which is an interesting situation. I really don't know what they're doing. But look, it's really interesting to see what's just happened. Now, you mentioned that we could see a swing away from Labor in Victoria, but are we going to see that? And I hate to go back to the state election, but got to fill time. Is that one that is going towards your type of like your teal indie types and your Greens types, or is that going towards your UAP and your Lib Dems types?
Weirdly, I think none of the above. It's possible that this coming state election, and I think this is likely, Labor did exceptionally well in 2018. They're not going to retain all of their seats because that's almost impossible to do, although I'm sure the Vic Liberals will do their best to help. Which means the Vic Liberals will get some seats back. You might see in the upper house the Lib Dems get a seat or 2. The UAP doesn't really exist in Victoria. There's no infrastructure there.
Forget the UAP there, but you know.
Yeah, well, most Victorians did. And then you would expect the Greens to attempt to win 1 or 2 seats somewhere at the state level, probably in a CBD ones. But other than that,
I reckon Richmond could go the state seat. You got the Labor MP retiring there. That could easily go Greens.
It could do for sure. There's 1 or 2 places like that. Just the composition. I think I've used the word right. Of the current lower house in Victoria means that the next election almost doesn't matter. Labor will retain government. They'll lose a seat or 2 here and there. They'll have a strong majority. They're not really in any doubt to lose 2 elections down the line, so long as Dan Andrews doesn't put us into lockdown again. And that's pretty much about it.
I don't know if I'm imagining this or not, but like the upper house, which we're not going to call the Senate,
because it's not the Senate.
Yeah, as you would know. Apart from the 2 Lib Dems, and it's technically 1 now with Limbrick gone, although he'll probably come back if he doesn't win his Senate seat, which I'm not sure about right now, but we'll get onto that later. Am I crazy in imagining that the Justice Party have 2 MLCs, or is that just completely made up in my head here? Like, I could swear they've got some representation, or have I just totally lost it in the upper house of
It's
Victoria?
probably both. That wouldn't surprise me at this point.
I'm going to Google this. I'm going to Google live on air about a state upper house purely because I just don't know here. This is I can't
like to
be mad,
add
can I?
To some interesting results going around. We've talked about how Max Chandler Martha looks likely to pick up the seat of Griffith for the Greens. Interestingly enough, Terry Butler of Labor, the incumbent in 3rd place, seems to be putting some type of run together and is now only about just under 200 votes from the Liberal Olivia Roberts, which would mean, technically speaking, Labor would still be alive there if you want.
Yeah.
Not
Also, seems that I
really.
was crazy and I was totally imagining those Justice Party MLCs.
Yeah, well, after your little Dark Age call, and the fact that you have tweeted that from the 6 News account, I think you have gone loopy at 10 to 9, if not earlier.
I've got someone who said
Kooyong, because at about 30% called, the number has increased for Josh Frydenberg to 42.5, which is still absolutely nowhere near the primary vote that he needs in order to be anything of a chance come preferences.
Yeah, let's not
holding.
make me nervous here about those bold calls we put on breaking news on the bottom of the screen for about 10 minutes, okay? We've called it.
You've attributed
Dutton and
them to me.
Frydenberg are gone. We're calling it. Yeah, we'll blame you. We should have said Matthew Haynes says that.
You did do that for the Katie
God.
Allen call about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, because Katie Allen is a backbencher, isn't she? She's not.
Yes.
Doesn't matter.
She
She's
might
not
be
in
the minister
government
for...
anymore.
Oh, that was Kelly O'Dwyer.
Yeah, who
I want
cares?
to point out, just check, and her primary vote goes up right as I check the... Oh, well.
Yeah. Okay, good for you. How's your Uber Eats?
Delicious. I was watching the results as the Greens triple in size, Dutton and Frydenberg lose, and I had a lamb HSP in front of me. I'm having a delicious Saturday night. Everything's going marvelously. Yeah, and it looks like my prediction's on track too. So I plan on winning the lottery tomorrow.
What were you even having? What was it?
A lamb HSP, halal snack pack, sir. Think ethnic.
Ah, lucky. I haven't eaten today. So
It's on you.
Look, I'll probably look at this stage. I'm just going to start drinking my hairspray. So we'll see how it goes. Hayne, thank you for that insightful analysis as always. We're going to head off to Roman McKinnon, who is in the seat of Dixon. And now we've been crossing to him all night. We've had these inconclusive results, but it's really interesting now that we're hearing it. Number one, Roman, I know you've got some information on some other seats, but first of all, just again, what is that mood there right now at the Labor event?
Well, hi Leo. I think from about an hour ago, they were very hopeful on their chances. I think they still are. I think they've just died back a bit. Peter Dutton did take back sort of the lead. I'm just pulling it up the results here. The LNP is ahead. 48.2% is counted. There's a 2.4 swing to Labor's Ailee France, but Peter Dutton is sitting on 52.2% and France is sitting on 47.8%. So it's really no one's won or lost yet. I also have some info on the seat of Brisbane, the CBD area. That was held by Trevor Evans until tonight. So Labor's candidate Madonna Jarrett has actually, sorry, I'm just trying to find it. Has actually broken through and claimed victory in the seat of Brisbane. 53.1% to her and 46.9% to Trevor Evans. That was held by the LNP on a margin of 4.9%. So same sort of thing in Dixon, except Peter Dutton has more of the votes. I'm going to look at Hughes now. Hughes was retained by Jenny Ware. So Jenny Ware was fairly safe, really. 57.13% versus Riley Campbell, 42.87. I also want to make this note that coming into today, Warringah two-party preferred was 47 to Catherine Deeves or Liberals and 53 to Independent Zali Steggall. The PM support, especially in New South Wales and really all around for women, is low. So I think that's really where the coalition government has gone wrong, I think, and I guess we're going to have to wait a little bit longer. We're about an hour into counting on the West Coast, so I think we're going to have to wait a little bit longer for either Labor's seats to pick up a bit. Also, Scott Morrison, the polls weren't right in 2019. They were, of course, wrong. They were predicting Bill Shorten, a breeze victory, really, but he's not worried about these opinion polls, which is, is fairly interesting. Yet last night, a news poll of two-party preferred came out saying the LNP is on 47 and Labor is on 53. And on May 13th, last night also the preferred PM was 42 apiece, so 42-42. So I guess, are the Liberals out of it? Well, they can't form a majority government, but they can definitely, or not definitely, but they can, that really short path to victory is from a minority hung parliament. And I heard Matthew talking just earlier about the Greens tripling their rate, I guess, of support, and that I think Griffith as well. Griffith is intending on going to the Greens, so that'd be 2 seats. Of course, leader Adam Bent retained his very safe Greens seat of Melbourne. That's New Yong. Also, I do want to make these exclusive points. Almost done. The Liberals inside their HQ, they are bracing for the worst but hoping for the best. Now, I did mention that. Also want to say the Prime Minister's support, not only in women, but his satisfaction ratings. They're slipping in New South Wales, especially Robertson, Reid. They're tipped to be ALP gains. His satisfaction ratings. In Parramatta, minus 29 with the 36 primary vote. Reid, minus 1539 primary vote. Bennelong, which is minus 1439 primary vote. And Warringah, which is minus 2 with a 37 primary votes. Of course, I will keep you up to date throughout the night.
Border Connor, our 4Ks in the seat of Lily in Queensland. Connor, good evening once again to you. A lot happening. We heard from Annika Wells moments ago. She was addressing her supporters. She's claimed victory. It seems like she will hold that seat of Lily. What have you got for us?
So we're just about to do an interview with Annika Wells. She's just coming over right now, and so just waiting
You'll
for
love
her
this
to...
live bro. We'll keep the camera on you because
no, just there. That'd be great. Cool. So
there we go. You've got
right
Annika
now.
Wells now.
So at the last election, there was being against Labor. Now it's the reverse. Why did you?
I think 2019 was a perfect story in Lily. Wayne Swan retire after 25 years, incredibly well known, incredibly loved local MP. We also had, what you would have seen the documented since we against Queensland Labor, and a couple of issues like a dance through up. And I was a first-time no-name, and I worked really hard, and I credit the team and the door knocking that we did actually to get us over the line. But 3 years on, I think now the perfect storm is for Scott Morrison. The results tonight so far overwhelmingly rejecting in primary swings like here in Lily or in swings to protest the Greens or the right-wing parties. So, and also I've had 3 years to work really hard and demonstrate to my people that they can place their trust in me.
And what does that say about the Labor Party? Do you think that most of your supporters come from the fact that the Liberal Prime Minister is bad?
I don't think it's that. I think that's an element to the results that we're seeing tonight. But I think if you look at the booth by booth analysis in Lily, it's a lot of sort of Labor heartland coming home to Labor. We had a result last time where those kind of people felt like we weren't doing enough for them, and after 3 years of demonstrating that we're going to work work to bring back local manufacturing. We're going to work to raise wages in this country. We're going to fight for workers and they care about.
And so the LNP candidate for Lily, Vivian Loeb, had accused of electoral fraud. What type of person is Vivian? Have you met him?
I've never had a conversation with him. He really wasn't out and about very much before this scandal broke. And since then, I think they've locked him in a cupboard in LNP headquarters because he hasn't been out, not in 11 days. And I heard a rumour that out between 5 and 6 o'clock tonight. He certainly wasn't anywhere I was campaigning.
Just finally, how confident are you that Labor will form government tonight? And do you think it'll be a minority or majority government?
Far too close to call, particularly when we know here in Lily more than 40% of people voted before today. So while we have results for booths from election day in, we are still waiting on the big pre-poll booth here. And if that's the case in Lily, where the result seems a bit more emphatic than elsewhere, then Lord knows we have to wait for those pre-poll and possibly see Griffith for postal votes as well, which, as you know, takes days.
Peter Dutton could lose his seat. Dixon, what on that?
It sounds like it's a bit of a perfect storm over there as well. I do just think it's too close to call. Dixon has demographically an older population who tend to vote early, so while we don't have those results, I think it's just too close to call. Ailee France, second has worked really hard. I think she's got a lot of the country cheering for her.
And there you have it. There's Annika Wells, the MP Lily.
Connor, thank you, and we thank Annika Wells for her time there, the newly re-elected, or not newly, but re-elected Labor MP for Lily there. Thank you again to you, Connor and Annika Wells there. We're going to take a short break now, but after this, we're going to look more in depth at the number of seats. We're going to head back to some of our reporters, including Austin Pollock, Roman McKinnon, Connor Alforque as well, and political commentator Matthew Hayne. We've got some interesting results coming in regarding Peter Dutton's seat of Dixon too, which we just mentioned there. We'll continue to follow that as well as the seat of Kooyong. We're going to head to a short break now. Thank you very much for sticking with us here on 6 News Live as Australia decides.
When big news breaks.
It pains me to announce that I have no option but to resign from the office of Premier.
Reimpose stage 3 stay-at-home restrictions effective from midnight tomorrow night.
6 News is there for you.
This was a scene of what some are describing as almost a violent confrontations with police and protesters.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute coverage that's focused on the facts.
I just wrapped up a call with the Trump campaign.
The waters have begun receding in southeast Queensland now. The cleanup begins.
No matter the time.
Welcome to this 6 News major breaking news we have for you.
No matter the place.
Yes, sorry, I'm at the supermarket right now.
You'll always see it first right here on 6 News.
No paywalls, no sign-ins. 6newsau.com is your one-stop place for all the latest breaking news, in-depth stories and exclusive reports. Plus, find out more about us here at 6 News, who our team is and where we came from. That's all available right now. Head to our website, 6newsau.com.
Every week, Leo Puglisi and Ivan Long discuss the big stories that matter in a joint podcast that brings together the forces of 2 independent and unbiased news outlets.
Lots of stuff to talk about, Leo, on the other side of the country as usual.
Thank you very much, man. Always great to chat.
Listen to East Plus West. Available now exclusively for Patreon subscribers. Sign up for just $4 a month. Head to patreon.com/6newsau. 6 News, proudly sponsored by Blackmagic Design. Find out more at blackmagicdesign.com. big news breaks.
It pains me to announce that I have no option but to resign from the office of Premier.
Reimpose stage 3 stay-at-home restrictions effective from midnight tomorrow night.
6 News is there for you.
This was a scene of what some are describing as almost a violent confrontations with police and protesters.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute coverage that's focused on the facts.
I just wrapped up a call with the Trump campaign.
The waters have begun receding in southeast Queensland now. The cleanup begins.
No matter the time.
Welcome to this 6 News major breaking news we have for you.
No matter the place.
Yeah, sorry, I'm at the supermarket right now.
You'll always see it first right here on 6 News.
No paywalls, no sign-ins. 6newsau.com is your one-stop place for all the latest breaking news, in-depth stories and exclusive reports. Plus, find out more about us here at 6 News, who our team is and where we came from. That's all available right now. Head to our website, 6newsau.com.
Every week, Leo Puglisi and Ivan Long discuss the big stories that matter in a joint podcast that brings together the forces of 2 independent and unbiased news outlets.
Lots of stuff to talk about, Leo, on the other side of the country as usual.
Thank you very much, man. Always great to chat.
Listen to East Plus West. Available now exclusively for Patreon subscribers. Sign up for just $4 a month. Head to patreon.com/6newsau. 6 News, proudly sponsored by Blackmagic Design. Find out more at blackmagicdesign.com.
Welcome back. You're watching 6 News live on election night. Turning out to be quite an extraordinary night. We're all getting a bit tired here. It's 9:10 on the East Coast. It's 7:10 in Western Australia. My hair already looks like I just woke up. So it's turning out to be an interesting night. Look, we're going to bring in first as we begin our 9 p.m. hour with Matthew Hayne, political commentator, as we continue to look at these results. But, and I hate to say this, and it's giving me a Bush Gore 2000 vibe here, Peter Dutton's still possibly hanging on.
Yes, he is. His swing against him has dropped to negative 4.8%, which still puts his primary vote at 41.2, which is still terrible.
Preferences, Hayne, preferences.
That's the thing. The preferences of Labor and the Greens no longer equal just them the magic 50 plus 1. In fact, it only equals about 45%. Labor have picked up a swing of practically, in fact, literally 0. The Greens have picked up 4%. As it stands on two-party preferred with Labor, the ABC have Dutton projected to retain by 2.4%. This is if One Nation and the UAP vote go to Peter Dutton.
We can imagine how that'll turn out.
The UAP might go to Dutton. One Nation probably will. There's also, and this is what makes things all sorts of interesting, 3 independents between 1.3 and 2.3% of the vote.
Yeah, we don't discuss it. There's a lot. We spoke to these independents. They're interesting characters. I don't know how people are going to preference though, because they're all over the place with some of their policies.
That's the point. They'll go somewhere, and it might be down to people who voted for Thor Prohaska, Alan Bublak.
Thor Prohaska, yeah, who said he was extremely unconfident in winning. That guy.
Well, he was right.
Yeah. Palmer United guy, by the way, ran for Petrie in 2013 under Palmer United. Interesting.
Speaking of results we might not be expecting, the Greens lead in Richmond.
Yeah, that's an interesting
of the
one.
vote in. They're at 28.4%. Mandy Nolan leads Labor's Justine Elliott with 27.3%, and Kimberly Hone of the Nationals has a minus 15% swing against her, which probably does not help.
Yeah, I mean that's interesting. And by the way, I reckon we can pretty safely update our lower third there to say 2 for the Greens. Griffith is going Greens. Now the other thing I was looking at was Fowler, where Christina Keneally's in, and I'm reading the ABC's projections, and I hate to do that when we've got our own projections, but it's always worth mentioning some of the other coverage. Projection based on preference count, 46.9% Keneally, 53.1% Ailee. So an independent could hold Fowler. Now we mentioned that Ailee is not one of those so-called teal independents. More of a conservative, I think an ex-liberal off the top of my head, but still very interesting to see what's happening there.
It looks like Ailee will win based on the fact that her primary vote is Ailee. I don't know very well the area. 29% primary vote. The Liberals are at 17.5%. The UAP have actually done very well here with 7%. One would
7%, really?
7.2%. They have beaten the Greens.
Oh, Avery Howard. Oh, I'm neutrals with Avery. There's something.
And One Nation have put together 4%, and the Lib Dems with 2.7%. Certainly a more.
And we remind people that this is considered a very safe Labor seat with a 14% margin.
And the Labor swing is currently negative 19.7%.
Well then,
that's a lot.
Yeah, that's I don't think Labor would be pleased with that. One might say.
No, probably not.
Yeah, that's something certainly. I'm reading a comment from Jane Hume, Liberal Senator for Victoria. She says she told Channel 9, quote, "We thought there would be a bigger Dan Andrews effect in Victoria, and there hasn't been. We had such negative feedback about those harsh lockdowns in Victoria, and we thought that may play out in those outer suburban areas. Clearly, they haven't." Liberal Senator Jane Hume there. Thoughts?
Somewhat true. It seems that the main swing in Victoria is get the Liberals out. Scott Morrison is bad. We don't like the Treasurer or any Liberal, because a lot of Liberals
and
are
Tim
losing.
Wilson.
And Tim Wilson and Gladys Liu and Katie Allen, and it continues. It seems like, okay, stuff the Liberals, but they don't seem very excited for Anthony Albanese or Labor. Is that based on Dan Andrews and the state government? Yes. It's also to do with the fact that Anthony Albanese is hardly an exciting candidate, but it seems that in Victoria, the Greens have improved quite a bit in some areas. An area
You have to
where
remember, if there's a swing to the Greens, I mean, I'm not trying to imagine the views of everyone who was anti-lockdown, but a lot of the anti-lockdown vote, to be accurate to say, was from people on the right. The UAP, the Lib Dems, One Nation. And so when you've got Greens making gains, it's obviously for some different reason. And this could be
new
because
voters.
You have to remember, yeah, there are some, that too, but there, excuse me, there are also some differences, strong differences between Fed and state Labor right across the country. And it could be things like refugees and climate change that have really pushed people towards the Greens away from Labor, but not away from Labor towards UAP, One Nation, etc.
Yes, absolutely. And also look at the types of candidates who have done really well. It's those teal independents in Victoria. And a big part of that has been exciting an option by Labor candidates. That has not, like, if you describe Anthony Albanese, you wouldn't say exciting progressive. But you could say that about a lot of people who took out Liberals tonight in Victoria.
Yeah, interesting. And we also know Ailee, ABC projections, she's just gone up 52.4%. I'm calling it. Ailee's going to claim that. Now, interesting results we're hearing. Craig Kelly seems gone at this stage, UAP leader, who, let's see if I can find an image for him. There he is, next to good old Clive.
There he is.
There he is, federal leader of the UAP for now. Greens are looking strong in the Senate too, we might add. But then also, Trent Zimmerman in North Sydney. Now, this was an interesting race because you had a Teal there, but at the same time, the main candidate was not the Teal, oddly. It was the Labor candidate, Catherine Renshaw, who, made some interesting comments, I think, about independence. I think there was one TikTok where she made a mock ballot paper and wrote independent in brackets, which you can kind of assume what she's going for there.
And how's that turned out?
Oh, and Jason Falinski also looking like he's lost McKellar.
Right. Interesting to look at North Sydney. It looks like the anti-Liberal vote is quite strong. Trent Zimmerman has lost 15.2% on primary vote. That is quite something. The New Liberals, of course, running. Victor Klein running in North Sydney.
Yes, Victor Klein, that's it. What's happened with him?
He's put together 0.9% of the vote, currently trails One Nation, Sustainable Australia, and Lib Dems.
He trails Sustainable Australia.
Sustainable Australia is currently defeating One Nation in the seat of North Sydney.
There we go.
With 1.1% of the vote. William Burke.
Yeah, I just want to mention some breaking news as we come with you now. It's looking like the opposition leader or potential new Prime Minister, we'll see, Anthony Albanese will be coming in soon at Labor headquarters. We will bring you those developments live. Nothing set in stone yet, but that's worth a mention. Now, seems there's going to be a Labor government, majority or minority.
I would predict probably not majority, although them picking up Higgins certainly helps their chances. They might still pick up Leichhardt. Maybe. Looking at that seat, that is very hard to tell. They've got Labor at 27.5%. They've lost 1%, but the Liberals and the incumbent Warren Entsch has lost 5% to 32.8. The Greens are at 11.5. One Nation's at 7.7. Qatar Party is at 5.9%. The Socialist Alliance is at 4.9%. United Australia are at 4.4%. And Informed Medical Options has put together 2.4%. I have absolutely no clue on preferences what is going to happen there.
It's going to be interesting. Once again, Anthony Albanese set to speak soon. We emphasise soon. We don't have a time. We don't even know if it'll be this hour. We'll bring it to you live, of course, through over what feed. Hey, and we'll leave it there for now. I want to bring in now our national reporter, Austin Pollock, who has been following the seats all night. And, of course, we've had alliance with seeing at the bottom of the screen. LNP 54, ALP 67, Greens 2, UAP 0, 9 others, 14 currently in doubt. Austin, good evening to you once again. What have you got for us?
Yeah, good evening, Leo. So I'm going to be talking about the seat of Longman in particular. Now, we do know that is currently held by the LNP of a margin of around 3.3%. That was in 2019. Now, it's currently held by the candidate Terry Young, but I'm having a look at some of the results here. It's looking like it's going to be around a 0.6% swing to the ALP and the ALP candidate Rebecca Fanning. And now, if we have a look also at the seat of Wentworth, that's currently held by Dave Sharma. And there's the Teal Independent, one of the Climate 200 independents, Allegra Spencer. Now, according to, apologies having a look at notes here, but it's looking like there'll be a 6.5% swing to the independents. Now, for the seat of Wentworth, it is 31.6% of votes counted, in Longman, which is one of those key seats, and so is Wentworth, I might add. 61.1% of the votes have been counted there. So it is looking like that the Labor have picked up a few more seats, and independents are certainly making a huge impact on this election. I guess it's Independence Day, Leo.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess you could also add it's a bit of a minor parties day too, and I guess that really only applies to the Greens here.
With the Greens and Griffith as well, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. UAP rather, they're not picking up a seat. They've lost the only one they had, which they didn't even have in 2019. But in some seats, they're making up some, I wouldn't say the most significant, but not exactly tiny numbers. And then you have to take into account preferences and all that stuff, which is, really going to be interesting. It's something we'll probably analyse in the next couple of weeks, and also tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Austin will be there. Thank you. And we, of course, remind you tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, 6 News will have another special edition of our Sunday night news with all the latest on the federal election results. Let's return now to Matthew Hayne. And we've got just more of these results coming in. But I guess there's one point that hasn't been looked at. Labor has almost, I guess you could say, consistently said they don't want to work with the Greens. They want to form government in their own right. It's looking like they won't. And based on the crossbench, we could have up to 3 Greens MPs here. We've got 2 locked in, 1 new. What is going to happen if the ALP requires the Greens to get them over the line here? Not just the independents, but the Greens in terms of forming a majority.
Well, first of all, they said, we don't want to work with the Greens. We don't have to do that. It seems they've lost their ability to have that choice. Because now, if you don't work with the Greens, you have to go to the Teal Independents, who are possibly easier to work with in the sense they're less likely to be ideologically progressive, and they can kind of get away more electorally with vague promises of positive change simply by getting rid of the current government. That is an option, and the fact that there was a slightly vaguer climate plan in a lot of those Teal independents, but Labor still will have to work with a group of people who aren't Labor and have a better climate policy than them. So you automatically have the goalpost shifted on the type of climate policy a Labor government can produce. Joel Fitzgibbon, who likes coal, and his type aren't going to get listened to as much because the people they need the most are telling them they have to do more. And if they piss them off, they'll walk and there's no government. That's the situation Labor find themselves in. They are beholden to the progressives.
I think we're ready to pretty much make the call now. Now, we don't know how Labor's going to form government here. We don't know whether it's going to be a majority or minority. But 6 News projects the federal coalition has lost the election. We are making that call now. At 9:26 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, the coalition has lost the federal election. We are making that call now. It's a bold one, but it seems there is absolutely no way they can form a government here. We're set for a minority or majority Labor government. Some extraordinary scenes here. Your reaction to that call?
It is a smile. That is my reaction. 8 years or 9 years now of these Liberals who have done everything in their power to make this country worse for the majority of its people. They're giving more money than ever to their donors and to the billionaire class that already have more wealth than everyone put together and then some. They're doing more to help their big donors, to help corporations. They don't want to fight the climate. They want to dismantle our healthcare service. They want to make education cost more. They want to punish you for getting an education and improving yourself. They don't want wages to go up, but they want corporate profits to go up. And after 9 long years, they are gone. Probably only for 3 years, but they're gone for now. And it's even better.
It's
to
amazing.
see
We
them
have to remember
go.
here, just on a personal level, I'll mention this. Last time Labor was in government, I was starting primary school, 2013. The year they were
last time
elected,
Labor and-
the year they were elected in a majority, the last time, 2007, was the year I was born. The election was 12 days after I was born. November 24 was the election. November 12 was the day I was born. It's extraordinary, and I, for most of my life, have known pretty much, and I guess there's a view from many people my age, Victoria is Labor and National is Liberals. And it seems it's switching here. And the only state, or the only place that will have a Liberal government following tonight, we project, will be New South Wales with an election coming up, and Tasmania. Incredible.
Yes.
Thoughts?
The last time Labor were in government, I was in year 6, and I remember the night Tony Abbott became Prime Minister and beat Kevin Rudd. Collingwood lost the elimination final to Port Adelaide at the MCG, and I was pretty happy about that. That's a long time ago. Since the last time Labor were in government, I finished primary school, did all of secondary school, and into my 3rd year of a journalism course at university. It's been quite a while of the Liberals in control. Few prime ministers in that time. We've had Abbott, we've had Turnbull, Morrison, almost Dutton a couple of times. So that's been fun. Barnaby as acting a few times. We've had a few people.
Thing is, though, you kind of touched on it there in terms of how long we could see a Labor government for. Now, we're all making assumptions here. We don't even know if it's a majority or minority. But we have to remember, the coalition has lost here. Labor has not picked up all these seats. It has really been independents, and it has been Greens in the key major seats here. So it's more of a swing away from the coalition and towards Labor. It's more of a swing away from the coalition than towards Labor.
The Australian electorate has rewarded progressivism. I think I've used the word. I've nearly said it right. Progressive ideas, progressive policy, and progressive candidates were rewarded electorally, because the Greens and Teal independents have said, we would like to improve your life, please. We would like to fight the climate crisis, improve your wages, make your education and healthcare cost less or nothing, and improve your life, not our donors. And a lot of people hear that and go, oh yeah, that sounds good, let's give that a try. And after 9 years of the Liberals failing on everything, they're ready to take that step, and that's what you see with these results.
There we go. That was Roman McKinnon we just saw briefly there. What do you make so far of I'm not going to use the word swing, it's the wrong word to use, but in some areas there has been a lot of support for these, not two, there's 3 of them, these 3 parties, Lib Dems, One Nation, UAP, not to form a seat. None of them are going to form a seat under our current projections. I haven't checked out the Senate yet. We'll get to that later. But we saw in some areas, they were making not exactly insignificant gains. And we're talking gains that are enough to push a candidate over by preferences here.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the key seat of Richmond right now. It's one where it is very close at the top, with the Greens taking a big lead out of Labor and the Nationals in 3rd. But they only equal about 3/4 of the vote, a bit more, those 3. The Liberal Democrats are at 7% in Richmond under Gary Biggs. One Nation's at 4%. There's an independent there, David Worth, with 3%. United Australia with 3%. Informed Medical Options at 2.5%. Another couple of independents with 1% or 2. This is happening in more than just one seat. the overall primary vote for the UAP is, I think, somewhere around 3%. One Nation's is somewhere around 2.5%. That's not an insignificant amount of the population. That's obviously nothing on the big three, but it's still sizable. It's still a part of the electorate. I mean, even in Hughes, Craig Kelly putting 7.5% together, he does have the name recognition that others don't, and he's the incumbent. Still 7.5% to the UAP. It's still 2.5% in Hughes to One Nation. 1 in 10 in Hughes picked either the UAP or One Nation. That is not a small part of the vote. And it's evident in
I'll look at the
most
Senate
places.
stuff too, because that's going to be really intriguing. We have to remember how much of an impact the Senate will play later on. I'm just looking up the Victorian Senate details right now. Now, the ones facing election was Sarah Henderson, Bridget McKenzie, Greg Mirabella, Kim Card, Yana Stewart, who was only new, by the way, and Lydia Thorpe. But you look at the results, and I'm trying to bring them up, and it's just, you don't see that much of wouldn't say much of a story, but certainly a lot more focus has just been on these House of Reps seats. As you can imagine, they're the ones that end up forming government. So you can bring those numbers up for us shortly. I think we can cross to our reporter, Austin Pollock. Not to him directly, but he's got a screen up where we've got some details on the seats. Excuse me there. Think we can bring him up? If not, we'll just continue with this conversation, but you're seeing it at the bottom of your screen right now. 55 or 56 LNP, 73 ALP, Greens 2, UAP 0, 10 others, 10 in doubt. So it's a bit intriguing there. Hayne, looks like you're about to say something.
I was going to say, was Brisbane called in favour of Madonna Jarrett and Labor not too long ago? Or am I remembering wrong?
I don't know. I'm stumped. Maybe? Why?
Because she's in third.
Really?
That's why I bring that up. I bring it up because the Greens now have a 1.2% lead over Labor in the seat of Brisbane in second at 45% counted. And I can't help but think someone called that. I could be wrong.
Well,
But if
Channel
they have-
7, by the way, just called the election, and we did it 5 minutes before them. But that's something.
Mark Riley's got nothing
it's-
on you.
Yeah. I'm not willing to say whether it's majority or minority. We're not willing to call that. But I think it's worth bringing up once again that breaking news lower third. The coalition will not win the election. It's 9 years of the coalition is over, as we understand it to be. I think we're going to cross to Austin Pollock now, national reporter. Hayne, we'll get back to you in a moment. Where we're looking at a number of these seats. WA obviously playing a massive effect. Their polls closed just over 90 minutes ago. Austin, we're calling it here. 6 News projects the coalition has lost the federal election. What details on seats have you got for us? I don't think we've got audio there from Austin. That might just be on our end or on his end.
So,
There
can you
we
go me
go.
now? Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
So mine. Sorry. So the seats. We'll take a look. Sorry, WA seats. So we've just getting some things in from a lot of the major networks that this usually what we thought may be a safe seat of Swan is going to head to the ALP, and also another seat in WA, the seat of Hallsock. That is also usually, I'm being told it is a safe Liberal seat, and that is changing to the ALP. So I don't know if we have, so we've lost the votes on the top and bottom of your screen at the moment, sorry, but I don't know if we can get them back up. But there we go. So you can see 73 seats in the ALP, and Liberal trailing behind it, 55, and then the Greens, of course, on 2, one of them being in Griffith. Certainly is looking like a good night for the ALP.
They'll be happy, of course, but at the same time, you have to take into account that 10 other. Now, there was one like Qatar Australia. I presume Rebecca Sharkey's held her seat. I haven't checked it yet, but the independent amount, we can't, forget that. Now, there are 10 in doubt. The ALP is 2 away from a majority. Not willing to call it yet. ALP could win a majority from here, though. However, that crossbench is going to be something. Now, Austin, I want to stay with you, but at the same time, we are hearing that Albo will speak shortly, opposition leader Anthony Albanese. Just quickly, we might end up having to cut you off, but just quickly, has Queensland gone, I wouldn't say gone red, but, well, yeah, has Queensland just swung away from the coalition much? Or is it still mostly coalition? Because there are a number of seats going from the coalition, but I don't know how many are in Queensland.
Yeah, so I think from memory, I think there were 26, maybe 24 Liberal seats that have been held in Queensland, 30 in total in Queensland. So I think there are only 6 ALP seats from what I can remember. That was in 2019, of course, during the federal election there. But taking a look at some of the breaking news that we've seen, especially in seats of Dixon and up here as well, I mean, in Griffith, that swung to the Greens, but I guess that will probably end up being help the Labor Party get over the line with Anthony Albanese coming to power. So, I mean, has Queensland turned into a red state? I'm going to say yes. I think it has. I think it's lost its Liberal side of it, to be honest.
Bold call. And we'll have more of your analysis tomorrow at 8 p.m. Sunday. Of course, we will have more of you tonight too. But I think we want to move into Roman McKinnon now, seated Dixon, where I think we projected Peter Dutton would go. We're not too sure about that projection now, but we do know the coalition has lost the federal election. Roman, what is the mood like there? We've asked you that question all night, but now that we're hearing that Labor will win, majority or minority, what is the mood like right now, 9:40 Eastern?
Yeah, Leo, when the ABC graphic came up behind me, there was a loud cheer behind me here at Ailee France camp, but of course the seat of Dixon is the other one. The LNP is ahead. About 51% of the votes have already been counted, which shows 52.6% of those votes are to Peter Dutton. And then 47 to Labor. So the ALP got a 2.1% swing. As it stands, I think that's one of the. It's very tight. It's been. The LNP has been ahead for a few hours, maybe 2 or so hours.
Yeah, Roman, we're having a bit of trouble hearing you. As you can imagine, it's not on your end, but it's obviously very loud. There's a lot of excitement. Look, we'll come back to you in a moment. We are expecting opposition leader Anthony Albanese to speak shortly. We don't exactly know when. He's in Sydney, of course. Our reporter Heidi Peter Schmidt. I'm going to keep butchering that because I'm so tired. It's like 9:41. But we were there, and we had. A fee there. Now, obviously, it's a bit hard to get in because, purely it's, not the easiest thing to do. Now, it's really interesting when you hear what hear the response from the Liberals. I saw a report from Lav Baj, senior reporter at Junkie Media, who says that the Liberals are apparently asking journalists to leave, the Liberal Party, that is, as these results come in. Matthew Hayne, let's get back to you here. If you were a Liberal voter tonight, I don't think you are, how would you be feeling?
Probably disappointed, but also thinking, well, at least we had 9 years to get all our stuff across, and clearly it hasn't worked, at least on an electoral level. Interesting enough, you'd be thinking if you were a Liberal voter or part of the Liberal Party or an MP, you'd be thinking about the future. how do we reset from this? How do we come back in 3 years and make Alba a one-term prime minister? That will be the thought in the Liberals. I'm currently have the ABC up on a different screen, and Simon Birmingham's on. Is Simon Birmingham the type of guy you can build a future of a party on? Maybe. I mean, there's a lot less options. If Dutton goes and Frydenberg goes and Morrison leaves to quieter pastures, that does make things a little harder. You lose a little bit of leadership. You lose a little bit of reputation with those three going all at once. It's like when
I love this comment I got a couple months ago that I just found, by the way. When I said Monique Ryan would win Kooyong, you'll love this. Said it was a reply. Said Australia's treasurer will not lose his seat, Leo, nor will Wentworth, Higgins, McKellar, Goldstein, or North Sydney fall. The wealthiest seats in the country will not side with independents who may put a Labor government in. You'll understand when you get older. Thank you. That was the tweet. That was April 28th. Excuse me. That's
like milk.
That's something. Yeah. Look, It's not even the results that matter. I just like making predictions, but the fact is, he had to name all those independent seats, didn't he? And every single one has gone. I think for all of them, it's looking like so far. You've just said what you would feel like if you're a Liberal voter. How would you feel if you were Scott Morrison right now? You've kept your seat. We don't know what's going to happen with the leadership, but you're not going to be Prime Minister.
I would be thinking, what is my next career path? What's John Howard up to? What does Tony Abbott do now? What's Malcolm Turnbull
I think he
doing?
just sits. I think Howard just sits at home.
I think John Howard's just lucky every day when he wakes up and thinks, I'm a war criminal, I'm not even in The Hague, how good am I?
All right, then.
I think that's what he thinks. Goodness me.
It's
Scott Morrison's future. Maybe he goes back to Tourism Australia. Oh, wait, they fired him. Maybe he goes to... he just buys a nice house in Cook and sees out his days on the prime ministerial pension.
It's so interesting because do you think he's not going to lose his seat, number one, no matter how hard Simon Earl might try? Do you think he will lose the leadership? Or number one, do you think he'll resign? If not, do you think he'll be rolled?
I think no one's in a position to roll Scott Morrison now that Dutton and Frydenberg are likely not there. Which means there's no one to roll him. So it will probably be a scenario where he says, for the betterment of the party, I will step down. But he might make it at some point. He might wait a little bit and say, we'll do this in the next few months whilst we work out some things, whilst we do an audit, and whilst we work out who actually could be an opposition leader for the next couple of years till they work out what to do.
It's interesting. Look, we're going to try to get back to Roman McKinnon in a moment. So we'll give him a break. We'll give him a moment to get up that feed. But it's looking like it'll be an early night for us. We won't have to do a 6-hour broadcast till midnight because it's so even and close.
Have you added a third green onto the bottom third yet?
No, because the bottom third has a breaking news thing. Doesn't it?
Okay, have you added it to the graphic?
There is no graphic because it's not on air. Now, I've got to say, I've got all these how to vote cards with me, which are, really, it's interesting. I wonder how many successful candidates here. I think Monique Ryan is the only successful non-incumbent I'm holding a piece of paper of here. Actually, Higgins. Never mind. But that's, something. I'm conscious that we're short on time here. I'm not saying because we're going anywhere, but because Albo's going to speak. But I've got the front page.
Quickly?
All right.
The current difference at 39.9% counted between Josh Frydenberg and Monique Ryan in primary vote is that Josh Frydenberg leads by 29 votes.
29. Ooh. Now that's close, I think. That's something. I was just gonna say, looks like we won't be going to Roman, by the way, at this moment. I'd be interested in your thoughts, and we can probably discuss this post a speech, on how the media covered this entire campaign. Sure, you got some strong thoughts on that. This is the front page of the Herald Sun today. Got the front page of the Australian down there with me too. What do you make of how the media covered? Was there any news outlets, be that digital, be that TV, that you think covered it accurately and fairly?
Surprisingly, yes. Of course, here at 6 News, very well. My favourite interviews of the Prime Minister and the opposition leader.
You're saying the right things there.
I am. I know that I need to get back on the broadcast for the US midterms and for the state election at the end of the year. And I need you to retweet my videos whenever I decide to upload. I'm fully aware of that. I know where my bread is buttered. But I might add, I think the ABC overall did a mostly very good job. I was watching last night, and I think they were correct in their summary that there just wasn't a lot on offer. The coalition campaign was not well run. It was incoherent and all over the place. And that the Labor campaign lacked a real vision that they really needed in order to win those seats. It turned out the Liberals lost those seats anyway, just not to Labor in a lot of circumstances. But it was interesting. I don't think the media did a terrible job on this election, believe it or not. Of course, you got the Murdoch and Fairfax Liberal Party cheerleaders, but overall, it wasn't that bad. Commercial TV like 7 and 9 that I so regularly rag on, I actually think were all right this election. They clearly had their favourites with the likes of Chris Ullman as editor at 9, but or as their chief reporter. But
and you've got some strong
it was all
opinions
right.
on him. I know you've had your say on his pieces on issues like China, I think. But yeah, I'm conscious I'm trying not to block my sound from the mic. Here's the Weekend Australian's front page too. Headline from this morning: PM chases a second miracle. Labor in front, but lead narrows to 53-47. News poll: Morrison in final appeal to quote-unquote quiet Australians. Candid confessions of Albo and ScoMo from The Oz, which is their youth section, by the way, which we've talked about online
Can I just add
before.
on that? They mentioned
that's part of it. It says read the full story at The Oz.
They mentioned you mentioned the news poll at 53-47. Does the general primary vote actually mean anything in an Australian election? No.
Sure, it's
It means nothing but the total vote count. Because I'm just saying, this almost sounds like old man yells at cloud now, but it doesn't decide anything. Because
it's
you could
interesting.
have 1 million people in Higgins, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I was going to say, it was an interesting comment from Joe Dyer, independent for Boothby. This a bit like Steele. This bit like Hughes, where you had Georgia Steele lose. Dyer saying, basically that she's happy with the result in general and help the outcome, preferences, etc. Although I don't think she recommended preferences. Again, Georgia Steele, we have to note, coming in third. Behind, in Hughes that's Craig Kelly's seat, behind Liberal, Labor, then it's her, then it's UAP. And so it seems most people just didn't like Craig Kelly turning to the UAP, they just liked the Liberals in general, which is why they voted for him as a backbencher. If the Liberals are the top candidate here, not an independent or Labor, I don't think... Is that a shock for you that it didn't go to Labor or independent, being Hughes, that is?
Not really, because the primary vote for the Liberals at the last election when Craig Kelly was there was about 52-53% anyway. And it wasn't Craig Kelly, the weird Liberal who's gone off on vaccines and lockdowns the last 2 years on the ticket. It was Jenny Ware, I don't know how to say that, but it was a member
Jenny
of the
Ware,
coalition.
yeah, I think that's right.
Jenny Ware, who was even able to take a negative 10% swing that the party is taking in all sorts of places. And when you have Craig Kelly taking votes and having an independent in Georgia Steele there, only losing 10%, putting up 43%, which, as we've discussed all night, if the Liberals can get low 40s to mid 40s on a primary vote, that is usually enough to trickle over the line. And that's all that she needed.
Yeah, it's quite amazing to see how this has all played out. Now again, oh, there goes my earpiece. This is going to be fun. There goes, or actually we're waiting for Albanese, Anthony Albanese, the man who was set to become the new Prime Minister. I mean, we don't know majority or minority, but there's no one else here. I mean, let's just be real here. It's not going to be Craig Kelly.
No.
By the way, how long till we start seeing conspiracies? They rigged the vote theories about because
we've
Freedom
had Drew
parties didn't get
Pavlou on
in.
this evening, and he's tweeted out that he believes the AEC tried to stop him from voting this evening. So there's another one that we can add to his repertoire of
but now
madness.
in terms of like your Lib Dems and the one, your UAPs, like this guy, I was arguing on TikTok because he kept saying they might rub out your vote if you don't use a pen. When I asked him, did he have any evidence for that? He just said it's common sense. Like, yeah, and in theory, Craig Kelly could become Prime Minister, but it's not happening.
Yeah, there will be a handful of UAP and One Nation candidates tonight claiming voter fraud, and they will do so till the end of time. Pauline Hanson was on Chris Kenny about a week and a half ago, and they were discussing voter fraud and the need for voter ID because reasons that only make sense if you already wholeheartedly agree with Pauline Hanson, that don't actually make sense in the world of facts and reality, like most One Nation policy, actually. And you have that kind of stuff going on. It's not going to be an epidemic within either party. You're not going to have everyone in the UAP saying we were stolen from, because there's not enough votes there. They would have to be stealing votes on a level never before seen anywhere in the world. So it doesn't even
we're
add
going
up
to
there.
interrupt
Not
you
that
now because
logic's
I think we're Roman McKinnon. I think he's got something for us. I'm told.
Wonderful.
We're going to try to cross to him if we can. There we go. There you go. I think we just heard that you've got something. If we can bring him up, that'd be great. Roman McKinnon is, of course, in the seat of Dixon. Roman, what have you got for us? Yeah. Roman, we're going to have to get... If you can shout, that'd be great, because you're a bit quiet. Yeah. Yeah, Roman, I hate to interrupt you. Yeah, I don't know if you want to come closer to the camera or just stand right next to it, because we can hear you. You can hear me, but we can't hear you.
We'll get that sorted.
Yeah, Roman, we'll come back to you. Text us through development side. I love live broadcasts, don't we all? Let's hope Matthew Hayne's still here to fill time. Where are you, Hayne? Bring him back up. Now, there we go. Higgins. I want to look at the results of Higgins more closely. Yeah, because it's... Why am I responding to you? It's a really interesting seat where it's next to Kooyong, and according to Google Maps, it actually encompasses part of the actual suburb Kooyong, Higgins, that is. There's a fun fact for you. Now, it's an ALP gain we're projecting at. The Greens, not something small, 24.6%. Liberal Democrats in fourth, Matthew Ford there, but he's only on 2.8. UAP then, Reason, Animal Justice, Federation Party, oh, they're running, and others is what is left there.
Federation Party.
Oh, really?
He said they had an interesting name. He's
I don't know anything about them.
Politics. He voted based on who had the best last name.
We're gonna cut back to Roman. Party. Yeah. Hayne, shush. We're going to cut back to Roman now. Ailee France, new member for Dixon, or likely new member for Dixon's giving a speech now. Let's listen in.
traditional owners of the land on which we meet and elders past, present and emerging. Well, right now I'm pretty sure that people right across the country have their fingers and toes crossed for a Labor win in this seat. But it's actually too close to call. It really is too close to call. And what this means is that after 21 years, and against all of the odds and advertising and direct mail that money can buy, we are incredibly close to removing Peter Dutton from office. Be disappointed that we don't have a result tonight, as I am, but we should absolutely celebrate a monumental effort. It's been hard yakka over so many years, and we are also on track for an Albanese Labor government. I could not be prouder of you all and grateful for all of the hours that you have put in. This has been an absolutely great grassroots campaign. Yes. There are people in this room who have been campaigning for a Labor win in this seat for over 20 years. Yes. True believers who have never, ever given up. So a big round of applause for all of the people in this room who have been campaigning over 20 years. Collectively, you are a herd of oxes with hearts the same size. You are incredible. You are absolutely incredible. I've been told many times that this seat couldn't be won, that it was too hard, the opponent was too popular, too well resourced, too well known. I took all of that in many years ago when I decided to run for the first time and again the second time, and went, yeah, no. I'm going to give it a good crack. Yeah! I love this community and I desperately wanted to see change. And I was delighted that you all felt exactly the same. Forever grateful that you gave me this opportunity to be your candidate, no matter the result. Incredibly grateful. Thank you. Thank you, There are too many people in this room. You've all just contributed so much. So many different things, but in particular I want to thank our campaign manager Ailee Munro. She is right there, still working away while I've been on the beers. And field organiser Andy Irvine. Is not here at the moment, but he's out counting every poll, but he provided us with the office space and a monumental amount of his time. So thank you, Trevor. You've all made this campaign an absolute joy to be in. Every day over the past 5 months or so with you guys and our volunteers was just so happy. So thank you for that. Campaigns can often be very stressful environments, but everyone here was absolutely focused on the prize, which is getting rid of Peter Dutton. I want to thank my union, the Mighty United Workers Union, and in particular Gary Bullock. I also want to thank the relentless ETU and Peter and all of the unions that have supported us in many, many different ways. I want to thank the DP, Stephen Miles, who is here tonight for his unwavering support of me as a candidate and of the campaign. Thank you, Albo and the Federal Labor team and the many, many people at Party Office that work behind the scenes. My squad of women who cook meals, take the kids to and from their activities, have drinks with me, and generally make my campaign life easier. Thank you so, so much. Thank you to my boys who are here tonight, Henry and Zach.
Fuck Frydenberg.
Oh, sorry, I'm interrupting Frydenberg's press conference. Henry and Zach, who have had this campaign in their lives for nearly 5 years and have generally just rolled with the chaos. I love you both so much, and I even got I am proud of you, Mum, the other day. So that was just really great. Thank you to my brother Phil, who's here. Where are you, Phil? Oh, there. And my dad, Peter. Thank you both for always being on my side. I have no greater support in my life than my dad. And I don't think either of us imagined 11 years ago after losing my leg that I would be a candidate in an election, let alone winning a seat like Dixon or contemplating a win in a seat like Dixon. It's been a long, tough road, but I have only had to do it with your good humour, Dad, your long list of things to do, and unconditional support. Thank you so much. Thank you to every single volunteer, all of you here tonight, to those that have donated to the campaign, to the union members who have stood with me, and to those that have supported us throughout this campaign. And finally, thank you to the Australian people for turfing out this Morrison government. You have voted for a more compassionate, kind and caring government that will put you first. You voted for Medicare, the NDIS, to fix aged care, for a federal anti-corruption commission. We're going to get that. For action on climate change, for bringing manufacturing back to Australia, a government that's Yes. A government that supports wage rises for the lowest paid for a better future. Yes. All of the things that I want for my kids and my family. So thank you all so much. It's too close to call tonight, but we will, over the next few days, be counting and watching carefully. But no matter the result, you have put in an absolutely phenomenal effort, and I stand on your shoulders. Thank you.
Possibly the new member for Dixon, if the polls are right and Dutton is out. But we also want to bring breaking news for you. As she was speaking, Treasurer Josh Frydenberg was also speaking, and it appears that he... I haven't been listening to it, unfortunately. I've been listening to that speech, but it appears he is pretty much conceding here. So extraordinary. That means Monique Ryan will be the next member for Kooyong. I say, why not? Let's can we go to Connor Alforque? I think we're going to try to go to our chief reporter Connor Alforque. He has been covering this entire campaign nationally. He's also in Brisbane for us. Back at home, nice little home studio there. I presume it's a bit less loud. I'll say that. But Connor, there we go. That is the man who many tipped to be the next Liberal leader. Gone. Josh Frydenberg conceding. It seems there's a bit of a swing towards the Teals in a lot of the seats they were running in.
Yeah, that's right. There's no more heirs to the throne left with Josh Frydenberg and both Dutton both set to lose their seats. So who will be the next the heir apparent to the Liberal Party? It's anyone's guess right now. And the swings away from the Liberal Party or the coalition rather, will definitely prompt some soul searching within the party. This is probably a question for Matthew Hayne, but what will the coalition of 2025 look like? How will they change themselves? How will they reinvent themselves to appeal to voters? Because clearly their current strategy isn't working.
I'll have to ask him that when we get him up in a moment, just after we cross to you. But look, we emphasise, while we did kind of project Dutton, that I'm kind of half walking back here. That's a bit of a 50-50. Frydenberg, though, that's locked in. He's gone. And if we bring up that breaking news, lower third once again, I just want to emphasise what we are projecting here. The coalition will not win government tonight. We will see a Labor minority or majority. That is it for 9 years of the coalition. Quite extraordinary to see this happen. Now, what about in Queensland? Because that is where many attributed the loss in 2019 to. The so-called miracle win for the Prime Minister in 2019 was attributed to a lot of seats in Queensland. We are seeing some gains for Labor there. And again, Dixon would be probably the main one here. But also the Greens. Terry Butler losing to the Greens candidate there, which is interesting.
Yeah, that's right. And even in my own seat of Lily, I think there's been a 3% swing towards the Greens candidate in Lily. It's interesting to see that the Freedom parties haven't seen that much of an increase in their vote. Now, One Nation has actually seen a swing against them, in my seat at least. And then the United Australia Party has seen a very marginal 1.5% swing towards them. And I think this may come down. I'm not too preferencing because I think the how to vote cards, the Liberals' how to vote cards, they preference the United Australia Party above One Nation. So that certainly might play a role in the result we see tonight.
Yeah, very interesting. I think we'll cross back to you shortly. I want to bring in now again Matthew Hayne from the Matthew Hayne Show, political commentator. He's been with us all night as these results have come in. Extraordinary scenes here as Frydenberg, Hayne, essentially conceded without conceding. But you know, I'll bring it up again. It's a nice little prop I've got here. This Frydenberg sign that we found in the bin. We might show a little bit of Frydenberg shortly, but just look at this sign. This was for any Kooyong resident who might be watching. This is what most people were seeing for weeks on end. Extraordinary large spend from the Liberals here, and it has not worked. The Keep Josh signs have not worked. The anti-Monique Ryan signs have not worked. Monique Ryan is the new member for Kooyong. What do you think this means for how the coalition will go into the 2025 election? Again, it's early, but as Connor our 4K touched on there, there's going to be a lot of soul searching that they have lost this many seats.
Going to have to seriously look at is what is their best path forward to bringing the base back together. Because to win an election, you need your base of voters to already like you. They need to be excited. They need to say, yes, this is the guy, this is the girl, this is who's going to be our champion. And in a lot of the right-wing press, if you look at the commentators on Sky After Dark, they haven't been enthused with Morrison coming this election. Andrew Bolt, notably, he basically all but said, oh, what's the difference? There's no hope. He'd been very lethargic, saying, oh, yes, Labour bad, but, oh, the Liberals aren't any good. Oh. He's been doing that for a while. So have the likes of Rowan Dean and Rita Panahi and others. Their whole thing has been, why haven't the Liberals been better? They want the Liberals to be more conservative. Socially, they want them to be more hawkish on foreign policy. They want those UAP One Nation voters to come back to the Liberals and be one again, and to do that they need to absorb their ideas. And I think come 2025, that is likely the position the Liberals will position themselves in, because that gets the base back. Their problem is they do not, at the moment, have anyone in the parliament who can be that champion for those ideas, but they do have some people who can rebrand themselves as moderates, which is fine in opposition up until the point an election comes and your voters are no longer interested. That is the pickle they find themselves in. And as I'm looking at Kooyong right now, Monique Ryan is now 0.4% ahead on primary vote alone. That's over. Goodness me.
Yeah. Hey, fun fact, we reached out, I think almost 10 times to Josh Frydenberg's team for an interview this year. Never had a response. What a shame. I'm hoping, and this is from a purely non-partisan perspective, but from a I like free press perspective, that Monique Ryan's team will give us access and not ignore our interviews, which she hasn't, to her credit.
Well, you do now have access to the current Prime Minister, or the about to be Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, who has said,
yes, and I'm Facebook
come
friends with
regularly
the
on 6
Shadow
News.
Treasurer. Yes,
Yes,
maybe we
and
can get
Jim
him to do an
Chalmers
interview
is-
with you.
Sorry, you're Facebook friends with Jim Chalmers as well. So, I mean, you're in with these lot.
But yet I'm still a young Liberal, apparently. No, we can get Albo on for his weekly commentary, maybe. We'll see.
That'd be fun.
By the way, let me just drop this giant sign for a second. Headline
Just
in
like
the
the
New
people
York
have dropped it.
Times. Sure. Headline in the New York Times right now. Australian voters were projected to end nearly a decade of Conservative government, ousting the combative Prime Minister Scott Morrison. That is the headline in the New York Times. Breaking news from the NYT. Not exactly a small outlet there. I've got to ask, what do you think, or how big do you think it is a challenge for Albo right now? He has to lead, the nation that has, been split up on party lines in some regards and has so many people against the major parties. Your thoughts?
Yeah, he's going to have a tough time. breaking down the popular vote of Australians wanted either the United Australia Party or One Nation to be their representative. They wanted Pauline Hanson or Craig Kelly. That's about 800,000 people. They are not going to quietly accept a Labor government. About 1 million people voted Greens. The Greens are going to triple in size in Parliament. So you've got the progressive wing and the reactionary wing has, in size of populace, grown and are now more prevalent in Parliament. You also have the new Teal independents who will be popping up. And somehow, despite all that, Albo is going to need to attempt to hold all that together. And that is probably going to be quite tricky. He's not going to have a large majority of 90 seats to play around with. He has to keep Monique Ryan happy and Joel Fitzgibbon happy, and those are two entirely...
Fitzgibbon's retiring.
That's true. I keep forgetting that, and I was very pleased when that happened.
Another
but
fact
he's going to
check.
have to... I appreciate that. In my mind, he's lurking on my shoulder at all times. He's going to have to keep the Blairites of his party, the more moderate wing, happy, whilst the progressive Teal independents demand more from him. That is tricky to do. It's the same situation.
And then what about not just the
Turnbull found
Teals, but
himself in.
also the Teals are one thing. The Greens are another thing here. You know,
The Greens are probably a little less compromising too.
I'll say, although to be fair, they might just be sick of this all because they've been sitting on the crossbench for years now. Although don't forget 2010. Don't forget 2010 minority government was with Wilkie and Bant. Here's Frydenberg now. 6 News projecting the coalition has lost the election. Frydenberg is gone. This will probably be the last time we're seeing him at a campaign event as a sitting member, which is, amazing. There were some reports
What
I
if
saw
they
a couple
parachute him into the
weeks ago.
Senate?
Well, I was going to say there's some speculation that he'll make a state tilt. Do you reckon he'd do that?
That's
Really?
not
I
worth
can't
it.
imagine that.
You can't go from being the next prime minister to running at a state level. That's what Mark Latham did, and that's just sad.
Speaking of which, for some reason, he was on the back of this. Even though
He's the leader of
not,
New South Wales One Nation.
Yeah, on a state level, and he's on the back of this federal how to vote card in Melbourne. Yeah, but whatever. Don't tell me. Look at it. Okay, here we go. Here's two how to vote cards from Katie Allen and Josh Frydenberg. Both of them are no longer going to be the MP per projections.
Yes.
You see this at the back too. It's the exact same, by the way, where they talk about it being a clear choice between Labor and Liberal.
I agree.
Now, it's also interesting they mention things like detention centres. And you've got Labor, 17 detention centres open, Liberals closed 19. Navy shipbuilding, 70 vessels. It's really interesting. And we also have to remember, while we were talking about Albo before, Labor certainly are going to have a lot of policies that are very similar to the Liberals. Especially like boat turnbacks, for example. At times they are pushing from the right here against Dutton. How do you think that'd make some of the more progressive voters feel? The ones who voted for an independent or for Greens, and either they got them in or their preferences inevitably went to Labor?
In some areas, that's what you're getting. For example, so I voted in Higgins for the Greens and Sonia Semmons. I had Labor preferenced, hoping the Greens would get a higher primary vote, but accepting of the fact that if it got rid of the Liberals, that would be a positive from my view. And that's what's happened there. There is a tiny element of, bugger, it wasn't the one I wanted, but I won't even describe it as lesser evil voting as much as I will. It's nice to get the person who you put last and see them lose. That's almost more satisfying than seeing the person you put one win although I wouldn't know what that's like.
What do you think about the progressive support? Let's just pretend Greens and Independents here are one, and that includes the ones who didn't get in but had support. I mean, it's not a small number here that is turning away from Labor.
Yeah, and I reckon that will continue. You look in most seats, the swing is for the Greens in a lot of seats, particularly close ones. I'm just looking through them now.
I think that's
in
it,
Ryan,
with the exception of a lot of the teal seats.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. If you look in Ryan, the Greens are up 10.8%. That's not insignificant. It's 6.3% in Brisbane. In Richmond, it's 9%. In North Sydney, it's 5%. They're going to get to possibly a total of 11 senators. I don't know what that's an increase on, but it's very interesting to see the progressive vote go up, and that will be a combination of anti-Liberal vote, but also the fact that progressives might see Albanese and the Blairite centrists in Labor as not good enough and go, well, I'll put Greens one, then I'll preference Labor in. And
How
in
many,
some
though,
seats-
I wonder, Hayne, were, for these teal independents, were people who would generally vote Liberal, these small L Liberals, like instead of what you'd call a progressive, like in Monique Ryan's seat, for example. I can say that it's Monique Ryan's seat now. How many of those were, just Liberals, not your average progressives who would already be voting Ind or Green?
I would say, well, based on the fact that Josh Frydenberg's lost about 8% of his primary vote, it would be a good portion of that, at least. We're thinking since the last election, we've had the bushfires, the pandemic, and the botched vaccine rollout. At least 4 or 5% of that 8% that Frydenberg's lost in his primary vote, you would think maybe not. And that's not based off any empirical data.
Just quickly. I just want to very quickly look at the seat of Richmond.
Yes.
And we're going to cross to Austin Pollock in just a moment. But first preference, it's Greens leading 29.4, Labor 27, Nationals 21. Then when we go to the preference estimates, Labor wins 58.8% with Nationals in second. How? I mean, I'm just trying to think. Like, most people are voting
that
Greens there.
The ABC might be fully aware of where the votes are yet to come from. They might be Labor strongholds or areas the Greens don't perform, and they're presuming that the 1,100 votes the Greens have on Labor there will evaporate. That is my guess.
Although we have to remember, let's just look at the swing, though. Even if Justine Elliott keeps it, negative 4.7 and negative 15.8 to the Nationals. Plus 9 for the Greens. Also, interestingly, plus 7 for the Lib Dems.
Yes, the Lib Dems
plus 7 Lib Dems,
as
plus
have
3.9 One Nation.
Multiple
down
independents there as
UAP.
well. So
plus
David Worth,
1.4 for informed medical options. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3
independents
three
who got more than
independents,
1%.
plus Lib Dems, plus One Nation, UAP, informed medical options. So it's an interesting little seat there. I'll come back to you in a moment. I want to bring in now a national reporter, though, Austin Pollock, who's got more on a number of seats. We've been crossing to him all night, but we really wanted to get to this as we continue to predict the coalition has lost the federal election. Austin, it's very interesting what's happening, at least in Victoria. I know you look at all these seats, but Victoria especially, we just saw Josh Frydenberg. He didn't concede, but he was essentially conceding there. Like, regardless of whether you said or not, it seems like it's going independent. What about the rest of the country? Are we seeing swings away from the Liberals, but not necessarily towards Labor?
Yeah, you're 100% right. So I'm just getting some breaking news now. So that Zoe Daniels, so she's a Teal independent, not Labor, has got the seat of Goldstein, which is also in Victoria, where you, of course, are. And in the seat of Bass, which I was talking about a bit earlier on with the two candidates, it does look like that is going to be a Liberal retain. And, it is always been known as the ejector seat, but it does look like that will stay with the Liberal Party. Now, of course, with the Liberal Party, now 6 News has projected that the coalition has lost the election and Labor is likely to win that election, the election. And as I was saying earlier, we were also hearing about the seat of Longman, I think it was, and that has, in Queensland, in fact, most of the seats have quite a big swing to either the Greens and Independent or Labor. Now, taking a look, pretty much most of the seats are swings to the ALP, and it does look like that the ALP will keep around 6 seats in Queensland. So I know I was saying earlier, you asked me if Queensland's turned into a red state, and I want to change my answer. I'm going to say no. Even though there are these quite dramatic swings to the ALP, it doesn't look like these seats are going to be picked up by the ALP. It does look like Liberal, that Queensland will remain quite a LNP state.
It's really interesting, and we did see those gains for Labor in the 2020 state election, but federal, of course, it's always different, and we see that in WA too. Although WA seems to be going Labor, that's based on relatively early results. We can't forget WA is 2 hours behind most of the country. So, Austin, thank you. Now let's return to I don't want to say it was like a 2000 US presidential election moment, Matthew Hayne, but Dixon, it's 52.9%, Dutton 47.1%, Ailee France. So
I'm doing the maths in my head, and no matter how many times I tell myself I'm not good at maths, I do remember that all of those numbers don't equal 50 plus 1, but the blue man, the potato man, does get his numbers to 50 plus 1. If you give every single green vote to Labor, they are at 45.4. Let's pretend that 3 of those independents give their entire support somehow, and all their voters then preference the Greens or Labor. You would still struggle to get to the magic number. And that probably means that the One Nation or the UAP preference will be enough to get Dutton over the line, and also means that now I'm just thinking in my head, there's going to be a Teal independent in 3 years throwing all of their money at Peter Dutton, and I can't wait not to watch that.
All right. We are seeing now the Prime Minister is not the Prime Minister-elect, but the Prime Minister as of tonight. Technically, Scott Morrison is expected to speak in a couple moments. I'm staring over at a TV, and I'm going to lean my mic in. Labor has won. The PM is departing Kirribilli House. There we go. That's from Channel 9.
They've got someone
we're stealing their feed.
Oh, this is great. They've got someone with a GoPro.
Oh, this could end like... Oh, God, I hope it... Oh, I can't say that. But it's really going to be interesting
Leo.
because you hate... Shut up. I'm tired. Oh, God. Okay. I didn't say anything, so I'm fine. I have to say...
I'm watching the Sky feed through the ABC feed right now, I want to point out. It's like double vision.
Why is Sky take... Wait, ABC's taken Sky,
No, there's a Sky TV in one of the Liberal HQs that the ABC is interviewing someone in. So I'm watching Sky in the background of the ABC.
It's oh god, I need to shut my mouth. Where was I?
Yeah.
I still remember that joke you made during that interview I did with you in like February last year, but we won't repeat that.
No.
It's just back on the election. Oh god, how am I going to recover from this? Just back on the
Brisbane's close.
Yes, let's cut to you. What do you think about Brisbane?
Yes, I'm going to say words whilst you recover there. The Greens are now out to a near 1% lead over Labor in the seat of Brisbane. That is going to... You need to stop laughing. That means their swing is now 6.5%, which will probably almost certainly be enough to overcome the Liberals. It is now a question of whether it will be the Greens or Labor to take the seat from... to take the seat from the Liberals. So that's an interesting battle right now. It's been projected that Labor are going to win the seat of Brisbane, although the Greens are still 1% ahead in primary vote. That's at 56.1% counted. So that could still go either way. The margin is only about 600 votes, so that is what we might have to wait on. If we go to Richmond and we have a look at the results there, the Greens are at 29.4%. They stay ahead there, a 9.1% swing, taking away
I get the
from
feeling.
the massive loss.
I get the feeling, Hayne, that you would prefer a first past the post system in Richmond.
No, a first past the post system is a disgusting concept that is used in America and Britain, and I will not have it.
So you'd prefer a Labor win over the Greens win?
I'm saying no, if there was a first past the post system, the Greens wouldn't have a single seat. They wouldn't.
Shut up.
They might
Stop
have Melbourne.
giving me tough questions.
It's true. They wouldn't have one in Ryan. They wouldn't be, or Griffith, or Brisbane, or Richmond. They wouldn't be a chance in any of them, because everyone would have been like, "Well, we know Labor got more votes last time."
Yeah, Hayne, that's great. No, I think Peter Dutton's speaking now, to my understanding.
Probably more important than
Let's listen in. Yeah, it is.
And there are colleagues around the country, good people, who have potentially lost their seats. Now, there are still thousands and thousands of postal votes and pre-poll votes to count. So there's some hope and still in some of those seats, but in many the race is very tight. So I want to acknowledge the pain that they're going through tonight, their families, their supporters and our supporters across the country. There are some amazing people who support the Liberal Party day in, day out, through good times and bad, and they're wonderful people. They believe in their country, and they are hurting tonight, so I really want to acknowledge them. I want to acknowledge the work of the Prime Minister, of the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, Josh Frydenberg, our entire Cabinet and backbench. This has been a united team, and we've worked day and night through the last couple of years of great difficulty for our country. We've been able to put our country in a position that is the economic envy of the world. We've been able to provide support and leadership to the Australian people through very difficult times. And the leadership of the Prime Minister has been quite remarkable. The stewardship of the economy by Josh Frydenberg has been world-leading. And all of us within the National Security Committee, within the Expenditure Review Committee, have really been able to work as a united team. And I'm particularly proud of that. I also want to thank you. Would you please thank you? Thank you. So tonight is an opportunity now just to enjoy each other's company, for many of you, relax and have a drink, because for a lot of people here, you've been up right through last night and you're coming up to 24 hours. So it is time for a bit of a break. But I just want to say thank you so much for your loyalty.
There we go. That was Josh. No, it wasn't. That's Peter Dutton speaking there. We'll bring back in Matthew Hayne. I think I've recovered now from moments from before. But look, don't smirk like that. I think if we can bring up our tally in a moment where we have the seat projection. Last time I saw it, Greens stood at 2. What we're looking at right now is 3. Greens set to win the seat of Ryan from Julian Simmons. That is the LNP member. It's been won by the coalition at every general election since 1972. So I think we can safely swap Greens 2 to Greens 3. The UAP will remain at 0. Peter Dutton there. We listened to a bit of him. What did you make of it? He sounded defeated to me.
Out of government, but I sensed that he is thinking, quite possibly, I've survived this, Josh hasn't, Scott won't, my ambitions to be PM are still on track, I am going to be opposition leader, I'm going to ruthlessly attack Anthony Albanese as a Chinese plant for the next 3 years, and I am going to win. That's the way Dutton was rolling Turnbull. That's the way he has always been, a very aggressive style politician, going on the offensive at all times. It will be likely that is part of his long-term plans. It also means there is no one else but Peter Dutton who can lead the party now, because Morrison won't stick around, or at least he probably doesn't need to. No Frydenberg there. The obvious answer is Dutton. The question is whether the party room agrees that that is the direction they need to go in. And I said earlier that more socially conservative, hawkish view might be their answer to get the base back. Dutton is that answer.
It's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out. Look, we're expecting the Prime Minister and the opposition leader, and pretty much Prime Minister-elect, we can pretty much say Anthony Albanese, set to speak shortly. But look, we're going to take a quick break now. A very quick break, I might add. A couple minutes. We'll regroup. We'll have some water. I've been sitting here since 6 p.m. Eastern, and no dinner. But we're going to have a quick break now, and we will be back very shortly. You're watching Australia Decides live right here on 6 News. We'll be back in just a moment.
When big news breaks.
It pains me to announce that I have no option but to resign from the office of Premier.
Reimpose stage 3 stay-at-home restrictions effective from midnight tomorrow night.
6 News is there for you.
This was a scene of what some are describing as almost a violent confrontations with police and protesters.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute coverage that's focused on the facts.
I just wrapped up a call with the Trump campaign.
The waters have begun receding in southeast Queensland now. The cleanup begins.
No matter the time.
Welcome to this 6 News major breaking news we have for you.
No matter the place.
Yeah, sorry, I'm at the supermarket right now.
You'll always see it first right here on 6 News.
No paywalls, no sign-ins. 6newsau.com is your one-stop place for all the latest breaking news, in-depth stories and exclusive reports. Plus, find out more about us here at 6 News, who our team is and where we came from. That's all available right now. Head to our website, 6newsau.com.
Every week, Leo Puglisi and Ivan Long discuss the big stories that matter in a joint podcast that brings together the forces of 2 independent and unbiased news outlets.
Lots of stuff to talk about, Leo, on the other side of the country as usual.
Thank you very much, man. Always great to chat.
Listen to East plus West. Available now exclusively for Patreon subscribers. Sign up for just $4 a month. Head to patreon.com/6newsau. 6 News, proudly sponsored by Blackmagic Design. Find out more at blackmagicdesign.com.
Welcome back. You're watching 6 News as Australia Decides live right here. We've been live all night from 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, and the man who's been with us this entire time is Matthew Hayne from The Matthew Hayne Show. Look, this is quite extraordinary. Do you think, and it's a bold call to make, but could we start to see the end of the two-party system in the House of Representatives now that we have 10 others plus 3 Greens here? That's 13 on the crossbench.
Party system. I love when there are many candidates all over the political spectrum running for office and being a chance. I have mentioned this many times on my own show, but in Peru, at the most recent presidential election, they had 6 presidential candidates poll at higher than 10%. That's the type of voting I like to see. Being able to give the population more options is good. Not to the point that there's, in some countries, particularly in Europe or in France, at their most recent presidential election, where they had 6 left-wing parties all running against each other and taking votes away from each other because they have first past the post there. That's stupid. But when we have a preferential voting system like we do in Australia, which is the best system, it's absolutely beneficial to have multiple parties as well. It also means that everyone can vote for who they actually want to vote for. You don't need to tactically vote your first preference away. You don't have to say, oh, I wish there was someone representing me. No matter your politics, if you can vote Lib Dem, UAP, or Liberal or National because those are your views, that's better than if there's just one giant big tent right-wing party. The same way that having teal independence, the Greens, Labour, or the Victorian Socialists, or the Socialist Alliance is better than if there was just one centre-left party. And you don't need to believe me. Look at America. Ew.
Yeah, America's a bit of an interesting situation. What about the UK, though? I'm not talking about first past the post here, but, like, look at some of their representation, like the Lib Dems there. Like,
well,
the
Lib
exactly
Dems was set up,
and I emphasise
well,
that
the
they're
Lib Dems was
different
set up in
to
the
our
UK.
Lib Dems.
Well, the Lib Dems in the UK are centrist, but they support weed legalisation. That's pretty much it. And they were set up primarily to hurt the Labour left a couple decades ago. That's basically been their only purpose. It's been nice, though, to see another party pick up votes.
The Green Party,
Sorry?
I think it's officially called. I was going to say they do have the
Green Party
Greens.
is the Greens in the UK are borderline non-existent. It's like the British Workers' Party George Galloway set up. It's nice you've got someone in 1 or 2 races to be a chance, and that's about it.
It's interesting. The UK. When is the UK election anyway?
The next one isn't for a couple years because they don't have theirs. I think theirs are every 5 years or something like that. So 2019,
I can't wait
the
that long. I
Conservatives.
want to cover Boris. Oh.
Well, I think it's 2 years away now. I could be wrong. Unless it's called earlier, which I think would be unlikely.
Yeah, but who knows? The UK's got their interesting system and their constant resignations. But
yes, or they've got Boris Johnson and Keir Starmer. So those are somehow less inspirational leaders than Albo and ScoMo.
Yeah. Now, back to this country. That thing. By the way, we'll probably have you on for the US midterms. That'll be fun. But that'll
be in the morning, won't it?
Yes, and the afternoon. I get to stay home from school. But yeah, look, it's interesting because ALP at this stage has 72. Okay, 72 is 4 off a majority here. There are 11 seats in doubt, but we already have 13 going to the crossbench. Do you think the ALP can form a majority from here?
I don't know which seats are still on the table looking around. They could win Brisbane. That would get them to 73. I don't think well, it's mathematically possible for them to win North Sydney, but they won't win North Sydney. Richmond, they could win. That's 74. They're not going to win Hughes. They're not going to win Dixon. If we look at Leichhardt in Queensland, they look like a chance of knocking off Warren Entsch and the Liberals there. So if they do that, 75. It's technically a possibility, and with WA still to come.
I was just going to say an interesting situation here. In the seat of Cooper, where Celeste Little is the Greens candidate there, there's a 7.5% swing to the Greens.
Yes,
against Labor.
so people I
Now,
spoke to in the
doesn't
Greens
seem like
today
enough to
suggested a
form
10%
win,
swing.
but we'll see.
I think Cooper is a seat that the Greens are targeting for the next election. If I'm not wrong, they don't think they're going to get it this
think that's
time
fair,
around.
yeah.
But I think they're confident that they're a chance next time, and
Although,
especially
can we
if
let's
there's
remember the old beat name Batman when it was Batman, and
Yes.
how in 2018 there was a huge support for the Greens there. Huge.
Well, yes.
There wasn't even a Liberal candidate. It was the Conservatives candidate was the main one there. 2019
yes.
it dropped off, but yeah.
Cooper's a very progressive constituency. I think that most likely in 3 years the Greens pick the seat up based off the idea that after 3 years of Labor, some of the more progressive members of Labor who voted Labor today will possibly go, oh yeah, they're still kind of moderate-y, and then protest vote style the Greens in. It's also worth noting that the Victorian Socialist Kath Larkin got 3.9% as well in Cooper. So
Hey, and
you
we're going
can
to
see the
interrupt you.
Greens
Scott Morrison is speaking now.
increasing.
We're going to listen in
Wonderful to see
to the
you
Prime
here
Minister
tonight.
now. Here we go.
Well, can I start tonight by firstly acknowledging the Gadigal people, your elders past and present and emerging. Can I also, as has been my custom ever since I became Prime Minister, to acknowledge any members of our Defence Forces who are here tonight and our veterans, and to say thank you for the country that you fought for and you've gifted to us, and for the freedom that we enjoy here today. It's a difficult night for Liberals and Nationals around the country, as nights like this always are. They are humbling, but so is victory. Victory is also humbling and always should be. Tonight, I've spoken to the Leader of the Opposition and the incoming Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, and I've congratulated him on his election victory this evening. In this country, at a time like this, when we look around the world, and particularly when we see those in the Ukraine fighting for their very freedom and liberty, I think on a light night like tonight, we can reflect on the greatness of our democracy. Thank you very much. Thank you. And so on a night like tonight, it is proper to acknowledge the functioning of our democracy. I've always believed in Australians and their judgment, and I've always been prepared to accept their verdicts. And tonight they have delivered their verdict, and I congratulate Anthony Albanese and the Labor Party, and I wish him and his government all the very best. Now, there are many votes still to count, that is true, and there are many pre-polls and postals that will still come in. But I believe it's very important that this country has certainty. I think it's very important this country can move forward, and particularly over the course of this week with the important meetings that are being held in Tokyo, I think it's vitally important that there's a very clear understanding about the government of this country. This has been a time of great upheaval over these past few years. And it has imposed a heavy price on our country and on all Australians. And I think all Australians have felt that deeply. And we've seen in our own politics a great deal of disruption as the way people have voted today, with major parties having one of the lowest primary votes that we've ever seen. That says a lot, I think, about the upheaval that is taking place in our nation. And I think it is important for our nation to heal and to move forward. But at the same time, 3 years ago, I stood before you and I said I believed in miracles. I still believe in miracles. I still believe in miracles, as I always have. And the biggest miracles, as I said 3 years ago, were standing beside me, and here they are again tonight with Jenny and Abby and Lily. They are the greatest miracle in my life. Thank you. Thank you. But there's another great miracle. Thank you. There's another great miracle which I want to give thanks for tonight, and that is the miracle of the Australian people. What Australians have endured over these past few years has shown character and resilience and strength. And each and every day, I've had the great privilege to lead this nation over the last more than 3.5 years. And the one thing I have always counted on has been the strength and resilience and character of the Australian people. It has been the Australian people, under the strong support of a strong government, that has enabled all of us to come through to where we are today. And I think that's something that all Australians can give thanks for as we move forward. But of course, I also said 3 years ago, how great is Australia? And how great is Australians? And that remains as true today as it was 3 years ago. We hand over this country as a government in a stronger position than we left it, than we inherited it when we came to government those years ago under Tony Abbott. Unemployment today is at the lowest level in 48 years. Australians leaving school, leaving university, getting their trades, know that they have the confidence of being able to go out there and get a job and be able to realise their aspirations. And that's what I wish for them. That's what I wish for this country, that Australians will always be able to realise the aspirations that they have for themselves and for their family and their community. We leave government having secured our borders many years ago, and we leave government having restored our nation's defences, restoring our investment in our defence forces and building up again the strength of our defence forces, so Australia can always say we might look to others, but we never leave it to others as a country, because as a government we've invested in the security of our nation and we leave it strong. Whether it's our AUKUS partnership or the many other things that we've done to secure our nation's defences, I will always be in deep gratitude to the men and women of our defence forces, our security intelligence agencies, our border protection agencies, our law enforcement agencies, who have done such an amazing job to keep Australians safe and keep Australians together over these years. But the other thing, friends, that we've been able to do is continue to guarantee the essential services that Australians rely on. I've always believed that the purpose of a strong economy is not an end in itself, but to ensure a stronger nation that can provide the services that its people depend upon. Our investments in doubling support for mental health, for addressing the devastating issues of suicide, to deal with the challenges that people face with spinal muscular atrophy, or the challenges of cystic fibrosis, and the many other things we've been able to address through the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme and record funding for Medicare. These things are made possible by the diligence and the efforts and the strong work of Australians in making a strong economy. And I hope and pray that that will continue, because that is what our nation depends upon. Can I finish by making a few thank yous? I do want to start by thanking John and Jeanette Howard. John, you've been in many campaigns, and how strong was John and Jeanette? Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your counsel to all of us and all of those in our government. Can I also thank Barnaby Joyce tonight and all the Nationals? Barnaby, you've run a strong campaign and the Nationals have performed extremely well tonight. The coalition has been strong under our government, together with Michael McCormick as well. And I want to thank all of those in the Nationals for the terrific effort they've put in all around the country. Outside of politics, we will never take regional Australians for granted, and we'll never take regional Australia for granted. We know that regional Australia is where the strength and heart of our country is, and we will always support regional Australians as a coalition. To my dear friend and deputy, Josh Frydenberg. You've heard from Josh a little earlier tonight. Josh, I can't just call a friend, I can refer to him as a brother. Josh and I have a deep and abiding friendship, and it has been our great privilege together as the leader and deputy leader of the Liberal Party and as Prime Minister and Treasurer that we were able to work together to ensure Australia came through this pandemic with one of the lowest death rates in the world, the strongest economies in the world, and one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. I want to thank Josh for his tremendous economic leadership and support over the time that we have been in government, which has been one of the toughest times we've seen in government in at least 70 to 100 years, depending on which issue you're looking at. And Josh, I want to wish you and Amy and all of your family all the best for the future. I look forward to those counts improving, because Josh Frydenberg should be remaining in this Liberal Party and remaining in the federal parliament, because he is an outstanding individual and leader of our country. To Andrew Hurst, who I can see over there, Hursty, and all. And to John Olsen and the party president, I want to thank you and all of our volunteers who are here tonight and all around the country. Thank you so much for standing by us at this time, and I know you will continue to do that into the future. To my colleagues tonight who have had to deal with very difficult news and have lost their seats tonight, I as leader take responsibility for the wins and the losses. That is the burden and that is the responsibility of leadership. And as a result, I will be handing over the leadership at the next party room meeting to ensure that the party can be taken forward under new leadership, which is the appropriate thing to do. I have had the great privilege to lead this great party and to lead this great nation. And the reason I've been able to do that is I've been supported by so many. And I want to thank all of those colleagues tonight for all of their great work in service of their country. And you can feel proud of the service you've rendered. To all of those who've been elected again tonight, you carry forward that Liberal mantle, you carry forward that coalition flag. And I can only see myself continuing to support you in those efforts, because the country will need you in the years ahead. Thank you. Can I thank John Kunkel and my own personal staff and team? Can I thank Julie down there in my electorate office there of Cook? My staff have been faithful and devoted and professional and untiring in the work that they've done to support me over these many years. And I want to thank them very much for their loyalty and their service and the fun times we've had together.
There we go. That was Scott Morrison, the outgoing Prime Minister. He has conceded defeat and he has resigned as the Liberal Party leader. He says he will hand over the leadership. He says he takes full responsibility for the wins and the losses tonight. For reaction, just quickly, Matthew Hayne from The Matthew Hayne Show has been with us all night. It just went 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Prime Minister has conceded. He will resign as the Liberal leader. Your reaction?
What a weird concession speech. He almost wasn't conceding at points. It was like a celebration. It's like he was saying, thanks for all we've done brilliantly, we've done so well, by the way, we've lost, and I'm no longer leader of the party. But otherwise, everything's going great. Very odd in parts. I did enjoy when he mentioned getting the reins from Abbott and then glossing over Turnbull completely. That was good fun. I did enjoy that. Mm-hmm. That seems to be what they've gone for. Very interesting. It'll be a new era for the Liberal Party. They'll move on, possibly to Dutton, as I mentioned earlier. But otherwise, it'll be very interesting to see. Dutton survives.
Dutton, who we all
probably
thought
him.
would lose his seat. We're not going to mention that call we made. Forget that. But yeah,
No,
Hayne, we'll
pretend
get
it was
back to you for
me.
reaction. Yeah, we will. We're not pretending, by the way. We're going to now bring in Austin Pollock, our national reporter. We'll be speaking to Roman McKinnon in a moment, but let's now bring in Austin Pollock, who has been covering this. Austin, we just saw the Prime Minister concede. He will no longer be the leader, he says. What does that mean in terms of how the Liberals will go and their new direction, I guess?
It has been quite the interesting night. We've, to be honest, I thought Liberal were doing quite well at the start. I was having a look at some of the polling, but they've ended up with 72 seats, the ALP, and 52 to the LNP. Taking a look at that now, in terms of what the future for the coalition would look like, I mean, I reckon it will be Peter Dutton who will lead the coalition for the next few years. It is quite interesting that Scott Morrison did leave. I mean, we all thought that, of course, if he didn't win this election, he would leave. But taking a look at those polls, as the days went on closer to the election, the gap was narrowing between, especially on news pollers, things like that, the gap was narrowing between the preferred PM and the preferred two-party preferred. Now, the independents have played a big part in this, known as Independence Day, especially in seats like North Sydney and the likes of that, So that definitely has influenced this result. If there weren't any independents, this could have been such a different election. All I can say is it's been an interesting,
especially for those voters who didn't like the Liberals but didn't want to go for a party, especially like Greens or Labor. And I guess we saw that Kooyong 2019 too, where we had the Greens as the second most popular candidate there. But you can imagine there were still a lot of maybe unhappy Liberal voters, but just didn't want to vote for someone who has that Greens name attached. Austin, we'll come back to you shortly. Roman McKinnon, he's back at home. Hopefully we can hear him now. There should be less clutter. But Roman is with us now. We look like twins here. We've got the same backdrop.
Yeah.
I love it. What do you make of this? He's not just conceding, but he's getting over the leadership. We have to remember that element too.
Yeah, I think, we kind of expected if Morrison did lose that he would hand over the leadership, and I think Peter Dutton will take over as the opposition leader and the Liberal leader. I think, I guess, maybe the 3 years from the bushfires, the vaccine rollout, the floods, everything in between, maybe it was just waiting for Morrison, for this election to kick Morrison out. I think, Albanese had a strong campaign, I guess, in terms of the gaffes and the mistakes.
I think we may as well start calling him the Prime Minister now.
Yeah, exactly. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese.
It's crazy. Incoming PM-elect. Yeah, it's going to take me a while to get used to that and get used to a Labor Prime Minister, because I've always known him in opposition. As I've said before throughout the night, 2013 was the last time they were in government. Just quickly, Peter Dutton, we initially thought he would lose his seat. We were projecting a loss for him and Frydenberg. Frydenberg is definitely gone, but Peter Dutton looks like he's staying. We saw that speech from Ailee France. It wasn't a concession speech, wasn't a victory speech. Too close to call, she said, but it definitely looks like Dutton will hold it now. What was the mood like in the room just before you left earlier tonight at about 10:30ish?
Look, I think there was definitely a big celebration of what Ailee and her volunteers and all of the Labor Party did in Dixon. I think it was a well fought battle for this seat. I think she gave it her all, but just fell short. I spoke to her just afterwards. I asked her would she go for 2025, but she didn't really answer the question. She said, "Oh, I'll have a break." So 5 months of strong campaigning. Yeah, I think. And you fall short. It's hard to swallow, I think, and still very raw for her.
Yeah, and you have to remember she ran in 2019 too. But the fact is, she must have been successful enough that she's running again. and again she has gained support. And so it's a bit early, but you wonder whether she'll go for 2025. She's well known. She's got support. We'll have to wait and see. Roman, thank you. We'll come back to you later. Let's now bring in again Matthew Hayne. This is God, we'll be stretching this program out to our 6 hours that I guess we promised throughout the past few months. And I'm saying that purely because of Albanese's speech, which we will be showing in full as it happens. And I think, that'll be shortly, we hope. But it's just going to be a really, interesting, speech, I imagine, from him. We can expect him to start with the usual. I thank Scott for his graceful concession. I'm sure we'll hear that. But
I'll tell you why he's waiting for a start.
No, go ahead.
Bennelong is too close to call. Deakin is too close to call. Gilmore is too close to call. It's fairly simple in that regard. Currently, looking at Bennelong, the two-party preferred, the ALP have a 6.9% swing towards them, but it is currently dead level two-party preferred. They cannot be split. That does make things at 55.5% counted very tricky to split. They'll be waiting on that because it's an important seat. Deakin is fairly similar. That's Michael Suka's seat. And Labor have gone very hard for that. Matt Gregg at 34.4% behind Suka's 38.6% on their primary vote. There's a 15% Green vote to come in to help Labor on preferences, which gets them to 49.6%. But according to the ABC, One Nation, UAP, Lib Dems, and other voters seem to get the Liberals over the line and Michael Suka to retain his seat.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out, and Deakin especially, and also, Chisholm too. We just got, by the way, breaking news. Adam Band just put out a statement. The Greens put out a statement. The Greens say that they have had approximately 2 million people vote for them. Their preferences have been, quote, crucial in removing the Morrison government in many Labor and Teal seats. Adam Bant saying it is a green slide. The Greens are on track for their best result ever. We won Griffith and Ryan, and we are on track in Brisbane, McNamara and Richmond. Other seats are still unresolved. We're on track to elect more senators. Scott Morrison is gone. A man who spent his term claiming it's not his job. Now it's not, and the country can celebrate. That's Adam Bant. We'll come back to you in a moment. Matthew Hayne. Connor Alforque, now our chief reporter. Who we've been looking at all night. Now, he was in the seat of Lily earlier, but he's back at home now, as I think we all are by now, which is good, because it's 11:10 on the East Coast. Extraordinary scenes there. What does this mean for... Actually, Connor, we're looking like we got some tech issues. No, I love live broadcasts. Connor, we'll come back to you in a moment. Matthew Hayne, you're back. Fill time. Say something. Connor, we got you now? You can hear us, or there's that awful delay. Okay, this is lovely live broadcasting. Connor,
yes.
Can you hear us?
Sorry, can you hear me?
There we go, man. Okay, forget it, Matthew Hayne. Come back to you later. Okay, gotta love the tech issues.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, got you now. We're live. So, the Prime Minister, he is gone as Liberal leader by his own admission. What will this mean in terms of the Liberals going forward? Because I guess all eyes are on Peter Dutton. Looks like he's keeping his seat despite those early results. Yeah, I don't think we have Connor. Can we... Let's mute him. Let's cut him. I think.
So you might see the Liberals, or the coalition rather. Do you think they'll go progressive, or do you think?
Okay, Oh god, this is like a Monty Python skit. Okay, so Connor, he can definitely hear us, but there's a good 20-second delay here, which is a shame. We can get our producing team on that. Matthew Hain, are you there? Please help me, save us, save this broadcast.
Yes, I'm here. Don't worry.
Please save us.
I'll talk.
Don't make, yeah, say something.
Malcolm
I've got more how to
Turnbull and
vote
the
cards.
NBN on this. If only Malcolm Turnbull's NBN was rolled out better. Okay, let's talk Gilmore. Gilmore is a Labour.
You have to remember. You have to remember. We've been going for 5 hours, so you can expect some issues. But yeah, look, I was just gonna say, yeah, go on about Gilmore.
Yeah, it's past your bedtime, young man. Labor and Fiona Phillips are trying to retain the seat. Andrew Constance and the Liberals are currently ahead on two-party preferred, and they would win back this seat from Labor, a very big change from over the night, at 50.2 to 49.8. Currently on the first preference, Constance sits just below 40%. It looks like that Greens preferencing would get Labor towards 50%, but not quite there at this stage. One Nation with 4%, the UAP with 2.8%, an independent Nina DiGiglio with 4.5%. That's been a big swing for an independent there, finishing fourth. I believe that vote is likely to be preferenced towards Andrew Constance and the Liberals. So we might see the Liberals actually pick up a seat somewhere from Labor directly, which is something we haven't seen all night. So we might see that there. It was previously held at 2.6% margin to Labor, so there's been a 2.8% swing to the Liberals. So there has been a positive for the Liberals this evening amongst a sea of disappointment.
Yeah, I'm going to go into the ALP data. The AEC data. Interestingly, there's nothing up for the Greens, which I think is an error. Nevertheless, Centre Alliance is holding Mayo. Kennedy being held by Qatar Australia. There's a shocker. And Independents leading in 9 seats. That is Clark, Fowler, Goldstein, Indi, Kooyong, McKellar, North Sydney, Rawinga and Wentworth. Too close to attribute is more. And we've got a bunch that are unavailable TCP. So that includes Brisbane, Grey, McNamara, Melbourne. Why has it got Melbourne there? That's clearly Greens. Yeah, forget it. Okay, but it's really just incredible support for minor parties all around, not just Greens here.
Well, speaking of the Greens here, the ABC has changed their projection on Brisbane. Madonna Jarrett of Labor is now very much in third place, and it will be Stephen Bates of the Greens to take out Liberal MP Trevor Evans and win the seat. It is another seat to the Greens, another lost seat to the Liberals, and another seat where the Greens have picked up a 6% swing, which I think has happened in maybe 10 or so seats.
Yeah, it's amazing. I want to bring up the Senate results shortly, but I want to just get back to Austin Pollock now, our national reporter who, of course, has been looking at these results. Austin, you've got some new information for us?
Yeah, I was just going to quickly say on Christina Keneally's seat of Flower, it does look like Darlee is to win over that seat. So that's quite interesting. So it looks like Christina Keneally won't be part of the Labor Party going into this government.
Yeah, that's extraordinary because you have to remember she was, I guess you could use the term, parachuted into that seat. She was, of course, a senator. And yeah, Fowler now set to go to Darlee. Really interesting there because you have to remember, unlike some of the other independents, the so-called Teals, she's more of a real conservative-leaning independent. I think she was ex-Liberal, but there's a whole lot to talk about with that. So we that's something we can probably get into tomorrow night at 8 Eastern. That is Roman McKinnon, our political reporter. I'm also understood we've got some new developments from you. What have you got for us, Roman?
Prepared to deal on some things but not on others. But
WA, that had a big role for Labor. In 2019, Queensland was no-go for Labor. Liberals I think that's what their path to victory was there. But WA came in very big for Labor, a 9.9% swing to the LNP, which is just massive, really. Yes, that's really like massive. Nationwide, there was a 2.5% swing to Labor. So Labor was, prominent in like areas that mattered. I guess I think WA was the key battleground. I think I had that in my notes. I had WA key battleground, and it turned up for Labor. I also want to mention that the Greens, they did something that was never really seen before from the Greens, which is gained a few seats. They normally gain one or two.
Three is what we're seat. 3 is locked in at this stage. 6 is where they're like totally leading at, including those 3. A fourth is possible, but 3 are locked in here, including Bant. But it means Bant isn't lonely as the only Greens member on the crossbench. Greens also looking like they'll pick up more in the Senate. Roman will cross back to you shortly. Let's hope technology works here. We're going to try to bring in Connor, our 4K again. Connor, I think based on your facial reaction there, you're not on a delay. Can you hear us all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Okay, that's great. No delay there. Look, well, I think we got to thank the production team there. But I'm being told to say that. It's really interesting right now, as I just spoke to Roman about, when we look at the rise of the minor parties and independents, and even when the support for the Greens rising, and then them gaining seats, and also the independent support rising and the independents gaining seats, we can't discount on the other side of politics where, and look, I'll bring up like how to vote cards for them. You've got UAP, you've got One Nation, and they haven't won a single House of Reps seat. In fact, the UAP lost theirs, which was Hughes, but they have definitely had some support that could have easily decided races based on preferences here. Do you think it's possible some people might have underestimated the support parties like the UAP have, especially like New South Wales and some parts of them?
Well, I think some people may have actually overestimated of these so-called freedom parties, because many of them, the One Nation Party actually had, across several seats that I've looked at, they had swings against them, and then, however, conversely, the United Australia Party had swings towards them, which is interesting. Despite COVID and everything, that wasn't as much as people were probably expecting. And I just want to show you this newspaper from the Courier Mail today. Who will you wake up with? That has now been answered, that question, the guy on the front page. And then next page, there's a full spread of the UAP.
That is exactly what we had in Melbourne with our affiliate paper, the Herald Sun. Not the same front page, but when you open it, it's that UAP advertising, and of course they've had the money to do it. They have a lot of money, as we all know. Clive Palmer, but they haven't picked up a seat. They've lost the only one they had, which they obviously didn't have in 2019. Dash to Victory was the headline, quoting Scott Morrison, "Together building a stronger future. Let's not turn back now. Albanese, the choice today is between more of the same or a better future for all Australians." That was on the front page of the Herald Sun, and it'll be really interesting to see tomorrow's front pages. I will be collecting them and storing them away, I can assure you that. And I think the newspaper editors will be pretty happy too that they don't have to do this really late night shift in the event of a hung parliament, that they could probably get the results by about 9:30. So lucky them. But yeah, going to be interesting. And you mentioned how some people overestimated UAP, and I mean, that's just evident in the fact that they thought they could form government, and they genuinely believe that. It was never going to happen. We can all be honest about that. It didn't happen. I think we made that projection about 7:30. But yeah, really interesting. And of course, you had that spin check special on a number of the so-called freedom candidates. I think your seat might have, Lily might have had the most of them, 4, that being Lib Dems, UAP, One Nation, Informed Medical Options Party. So yeah, that's something quite extraordinary. What do you think? It's hard to imagine that some people in the UAP would be thinking right now if they genuinely thought, and I'm talking more about their supporters here, less their leaders. They're people who genuinely supported them for whatever reason. They might have turned because of lockdowns, etc., and genuinely believe that they could form government based on what Craig Kelly was saying. How do you think they would be feeling?
Well, it would be, for me, it's difficult to understand their feeling because you recognise that their policy is too far-fetched to ever be have to go through like a referendum, which is rarely ever passed, and then you've got to get bipartisan support through the House of Representatives and then the Senate. So their policies already were a bit they were a bit maybe idealistic. So maybe I don't know how they'd be feeling, but I could imagine they're probably feeling crushed. And would they turn away? Would it be enough to make them turn away from those freedom parties? I'm not sure.
That we will not have these "they stole the election because the UAP was definitely going to win" theories. I'm hoping, not too confident we won't see them, but, a man can dream, a boy can dream. Connor, thank you. Let's now return to Roman McKinnon, who has obviously been covering this campaign with me for the past 6 weeks. Roman, it's finally over, not just the campaign, but the election in general. We know who will lead the country. We're not 100% certain on minority or majority, but we know Prime Minister, we know Scott Morrison will not be the Prime Minister, nor will he be the Liberal leader.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, I think that Labor will go into majority. I think the WA big backbone for the ALP, they're sitting on 72, and there's still quite a few that are undecided, including more in WA. 45% of the vote is counted with the Liberals slightly ahead. Ian Goodenough, if I'm saying that right, 50.3% on Labor Party's Tom French, 49.7%. So I think all of these tight races and the ones that Matthew Hayne was talking about before, I guess the election's over, but in some parts of the country, it's not.
And I have to wonder, and I'll actually ask Hayne about this in a moment, just after we finish up here, but I wonder what will happen to Scott Morrison. Will he go into a backbench role, or will he move into a ministerial role? Because he's staying in as the member of the Cook, but even though we've seen this before with people like Malcolm Turnbull, Tony Abbott actually is probably the best example here. We've seen it with Tony Abbott. Can you imagine Morrison being a minister but not the leader here? A shadow minister, that is, excuse me.
Yeah. I think that could definitely be a possibility, that Morrison still wants to be somewhat involved in politics. I think not only being a member for Cook, but also, a vacant place where maybe, candidates have lost, or, they need those positions filled. I think it might definitely be a possibility that he does become a shadow minister for something.
It's going to be really interesting to see how that all plays out. I'll bring in now Matthew Hayne again. Your thoughts on that? Do you reckon he'll become a shadow minister and not be moved to the backbench like we saw with Tony Abbott? Because there'll always be that speculation, if he's a shadow minister, that, he wants to get the top job again. I imagine that with Turnbull, because Turnbull was never Prime Minister when he was initially the opposition leader. Morrison was, and he was voted out by the people of Australia tonight. So can you see him in a shadow ministerial role?
Possibly. I mean, I think there will be a transition to the new Liberal Party that will be created in the next few months, likely under Dutton's leadership. Whatever role that Morrison can play in helping that transition is that benefits the party long term should be his role. Whether they just need to stick him in defense, agriculture, whatever shadow ministry makes sense, where they don't have someone ready to go. They can stick him to do a job for a bit until they can work someone into the position that they need. And then come the next election, he can either move to the backbench or more likely, I think he will leave. He's been in Parliament for well over a decade now, so he's been there long enough. He might just call it quits. I think he's in his mid-50s. He could be closer to 60. I don't remember. He might.
I think he's
call
about the
it
same
there.
age as Adam Bant, which is very hard to believe. Adam Bant looks
That
like he's
is
in
very
his
hard
30s.
to believe.
Yeah, that messes with your perception. Bant and Morrison are a few years apart.
That's the
Ooh.
difference. Adam Bant, he's got joints and kebabs, and Scott Morrison doesn't. So there you have it.
It's interesting. I was reading some data from Twitter today, and fun fact, they sent a nice little package with a democracy sausage pencil and some tea and some sausage sizzle smelling not candy, candles, for some reason. But it was really interesting because at 2:48 p.m. today Eastern, the top hashtag in the country was democracy sausage. Then it was Ozpoll, Ozvotes, democracy sausage, climate action, federal ICAC, integrity, strong economy, aged care, gender equality, Medicare. You see the issues there. And then later tonight, we saw there were 40,000 tweets about climate change that were tagged to the election using either hashtag Ozpoll or hashtag Ozvotes starting from April 10. There were 3 million related Ozpoll tweets this federal election. Do you think? You were on Twitter in 2019, were you?
Yes, I've been on since I think 2016.
Yeah. Well, for the point of this argument, 2019. Let's go back to then. Did you see? Was there a lot of engagement like what we've seen now, where it's been pretty much constant 24/7, just tweeting out stuff from all sides of politics? Was there much engagement in 2019 as there is now?
The engagement still existed, and I remember election night being frantic, not on the level it was now. The Twitter has grown massively in the last 3 years, especially amongst Australian politics. But I do remember the Ozpoll hashtag being very busy that night, and I remember most tweets that I saw were people dragging voters of Queensland and how dare they be wrong. Speaking of interesting developments, though, I am looking at the Tasmanian Senate elections, and it looks like at this stage Eric Abetz will not be going to the Senate again.
Yes, because he was dumped by the Liberals. He was put last on their ticket. And you saw some of his signs, and it was "Keep Eric, don't risk losing Eric," which could be interpreted multiple ways depending on punctuation. And then
so
also,
the Liberals have
you
retained
saw some of
two of their three, but they
you
won't
saw
get
some
a
of his
third.
how to
It looks
vote
like
cards, and they just
Helen
said like
Polley
first name,
and
surname.
Tammy Tyrrell.
They didn't name the Liberals. It was bizarre. Speaking of the Senate, have any minor party won, like other than Greens? Although they have 3 representatives, so minor party is going to be a tough label for them.
One Nation have possibly won in South Australia, although it's early. Lambie has won in Tasmania.
Oh, I was going to say Lambie, and who else is in the Senate as an independent or minor?
In Tasmania, Peter Wish-Wilson of the Greens.
So David
Northern
Limbrick,
Territories won
nothing
each.
there.
Not yet. In Queensland, Pauline Hanson is ahead, but is not currently listed as likely in the 6th and final Queensland Senate spot.
What about Drew Pavlou? Has he managed to gain any votes?
I'll do that now. If we look in Queensland and we go to show all parties, Drew Pavlou is up to 1,894 votes at 0.0128%. He currently trails by a few hundred votes the federal ICAC Now Party, Reason Australia,
party.
Citizens Party, the Australian Federation Party, the Socialist Alliance, the Australian Democrats, Fusion, some group called Group A, the Values Party, the Sustainable Australia Stop Overdevelopment Corruption Party, the Informed Medical Options Party, and the Great Australian Party, where it does not look like Pete Evans is going to be a senator. And the Indigenous Aboriginal Party of Australia has 1.3% in Queensland.
That's not nothing. Interesting. Obviously, the Senate results come in far later.
May I jump in? United Australia Party may get a Victorian senator.
Victorian.
Ralph Babbitt is ahead in the 6th and final spot.
Your kid, Victoria, really out of the UAP might win Victoria, Senate seat there.
There you have it.
There's the
He is
big
ahead
upset of the night. Holy hell.
with 4.3% of the vote. So they still need to triple their vote, the UAP, but it doesn't look like anyone else is going to get that.
The fact he's ahead, though, is not nothing.
It's a contest between Adam Frogley of the Greens and the UAP's Ralph Babbitt for the 6th and final spot in the Victorian Senate.
That's pretty extraordinary. Out of all the states, yeah, I could not imagine Victoria being the one where they would gain something. Anything else? Nothing.
Labor have picked up a spot in the Senate in Victoria.
How's Limbrick polling?
David Limbrick at 2.5% will not receive a Senate spot, behind Pauline Hanson's One Nation, the Legalised Cannabis Party, and the United Australia Party.
Yes, so I
Legalised
imagine,
Cannabis Party has 3.4% of the vote for the Victorian Senate.
Well, don't forget in WA at the state election there, they won a seat, and also the Daylight Savings Now Party or something it was called like that one, because that was they had group voting ticket then, and then they dumped that. Victoria State is the only one to have it, which is why we have Sustainable Australia, Transport Matters, etc., etc. What are your thoughts? Let's just go completely off track here while we wait for Albo to speak. He is speaking, by the way, tonight. What do you make of the group voting ticket? Because when we cover the Vic election, and you'll be part of that live coverage, I'm sure, we're going to have to consider that we could have the most obscure parties in existence.
One can hope so. They're always fun. I love just reading the Fusion Party, the Science Pirate Secular Climate Emergency Party. They fused together for 5,000 votes. Was it worth it? Probably not. In saying that, I wouldn't mind seeing the Australian Progressives, the Socialist Alliance, and the Victorian Socialists just merge to one party, because that would actually make some sense. As would a few others. I am finding it very intriguing watching the battle for the last Senate spot in Victoria go between the UAP, the Legalised Cannabis Party, or maybe a second Green. That's certainly something to watch. Otherwise, that 6th and final spot in Queensland, Pauline Hanson is ahead.
But not certain is interesting.
No,
I always find it interesting the Senate rules where it's every 6 years. You have to remember that. It's a nice confusing thing.
Yes.
That will always confuse me. And it'll be interesting. Did Yana Stewart, is she, I can't remember if she's actually running or not. Labor filled the seat of Kimberly Kitching after her death. Is she on the ballot?
Is that in New South Wales, or am I going mad?
Vic.
No.
She was the Kooyong candidate for Labor in 2019.
Who?
Yana Stewart.
She has been re-elected.
Well, she was never elected, but yeah, okay.
Well, she was technically elected. Linda
Yeah,
White has
technically-
also won a Senate seat, so Labor have won one of the two new spots in the Senate in Victoria that has emerged, with the other being between the UAP Greens and Legalised Cannabis Party, with the UAP currently ahead.
Interesting, because I'll go back to social media while we wait for Albo here. Some of the comments we've all seen this election have been interesting. I'm sure you and I have both seen them.
Yes.
And it's just been a wild time. Like, I'm looking at it now, and you've got hashtags trending, you've got people mocking the people trending hashtags, you've got, and this is a name only Twitter users will know, you got PR guy asking whether he should stay or go. He said he'd quit after the election. It's interesting times in Twitter land.
It is. I would like to point out that if the Legalised Cannabis Party in Queensland receives only a handful of preferences, they could jump Pauline Hanson and take her Senate spot. And I think that would be the funniest thing to happen all night.
Out of all seats, legalised cannabis could. Out of all
The
parties,
current
oh my
quota
god.
on voting is that the One Nation are 0.55 to a senator, and legalised cannabis are 0.47. They're 1.1% behind. I don't have a clue what the current count is. 31.5% with one seat in doubt. So depending on how many Greens and possibly UAP or maybe Labor people preference legalised cannabis in their Senate vote, could see Pauline Hanson lose her seat, although that is very unlikely.
We'll have to wait and see. Matthew Hain, we'll come back to you in a moment. I want to bring in now political reporter Roman McKinnon. There's a lot going on in a number of seats. Or actually, we might pause on that because, to my understanding, Anthony Albanese has arrived at Labor's Sydney headquarters, not their headquarters, but their event. He's not speaking right now. We're going to take you to that when it happens. Roman, we'll just bring you in for some commentary while we wait, but be prepared to get cut off. Yeah. What was it that we were going to mention?
I just wanted to talk about the race. There's still so many, not so many. There's still a few seats that are in doubt. 13 seats. I just want to talk about Gilmore. That's Andrew Constance, who was the former New South Wales Transport Minister, if I'm correct. He is up against Fiona Phillips. It was previously held by the ALP with a margin of 2.6. Constance is 50.2% and Phillips is 49.8%. So very tight in Gilmore. That's almost 50% counted, but I guess we're still waiting on Anthony Albanese to arrive. There's a big press pack. I'm watching it right now. There's a big press pack waiting for him at, and of course his security. But you'll hear the mighty cheer when when he walks through that door. You'll hear all of those supporters chanting Albo. And yeah, 31st Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. Might need to get my head around that.
Yeah, 31st and the first Labor Prime Minister since Kevin Rudd, although he served twice, so first new one since Julia Gillard, technically. We'll have to wait and see. We are expecting him to speak, the new Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister-elect, I guess. Although, I mean, it's you don't really want to use that term because we don't elect our Prime Ministers directly, but guess incoming Prime Minister, you'll call him. We'll get a live shot up shortly once we are able to, but we'll bring his speech to you in full. Now, we know we can imagine what he's going to say. I thank Scott for his gracious concession, and, he'll thank, Australia. But it'll be interesting to see what he says, or if he says anything about how they're going to form government. Because at this stage, they might need to work with both independents and Greens. And they said they don't want to work with Greens. So, where does that leave the country? Seeing it on the bottom of your screen now. 53 LNP, 71 ALP, Greens 3, UAP 0, 10 other, 15 in doubt. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I want to bring back in Matthew Hayne. As I said, we'll just wait for Albanese to speak. I touched on it a bit there, Hayne. What are you expecting him to say?
I would expect him to thank the Australian people for kicking out the Liberals and to say that he hopes he can bring Australia together and that they're going to move forward under a new Labor government because the people want change. It'll be a fairly typical speech, I would guess, in that regards. That's all he really needs to do. Probably would mention... I would guess he would mention that the Teal independents in some areas have been a help. He might just make passing reference to it. Unlikely
I
for him
thank the
to
other
mention...
candidates from all walks of
Yes.
politics.
But I doubt he will mention the Green slide and how they've taken a Labor seat. Labor might not be too pleased with that. That might be one. He'll probably mention it is still very close. We still don't know the full results, as there are still other seats. I'm still looking at Bennelong and Deakin and Gilmore and North Sydney and in Richmond, where all sorts of things could still go down.
Absolutely. We'll cover that all. But right now, Penny Wong is speaking. She's set to introduce the coming 31st Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese. Let's listen in to Penny Wong now.
Chosen. Australians have chosen, and they have chosen change. Australians have chosen, and they have chosen hope. Australians have chosen, and they have looked to the future. A better future for all. A government that will act on climate change. A government for women. A government that will look to unify, to bring people together, not to divide. A Labor government. An Albanese Labor government. Australians chose hope, and the man who embodies that hope is my friend, our leader, Anthony Albanese. Please welcome to the stage the man set to be the 31st Prime Minister of Australia.
Thank you. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet. I pay my respect to their elders, past, present and emerging, and on behalf of the Australian Labor Party, I commit to the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full. And I say to my fellow Australians, thank you for this extraordinary honour. Tonight, the Australian people have voted for change. I am humbled by this victory, and I'm honoured to be given the opportunity to serve as the 31st Prime Minister of Australia. My Labor team will work every day to bring Australians together, and I will lead a government worthy of the people of Australia. A government as courageous and hardworking and caring as the Australian people are themselves. Earlier tonight, Scott Morrison called me to congratulate myself and the Labor Party on our victory at the election. Scott very graciously wished me well, and I thanked him for that, and I wish him well. And I thank him for the service that he has given to our country as Prime Minister. I also want to acknowledge and thank Jenny Morrison and their two daughters for their contribution and sacrifice as well. My fellow Australians, it says a lot about our great country that the son of a single mum who was a disability pensioner, who grew up in public housing down the road in Camperdown, can stand before you tonight as Australia's Prime Minister. Can we, if you want, I know it's been a long night, but if we can dial it down a little bit. Every parent wants more for the next generation than they had. My mother dreamt of a better life for me, and I hope that my journey in life inspires Australians to reach for the stars. I want Australia to continue to be a country that no matter where you live, who you worship, who you love, or what your last name is, that places no restrictions on your journey in life. My fellow Australians, I think they've got the name by now. I think they got that. I know at the beginning of the campaign they said people didn't know me, but I reckon they've got it. Down. No. Can we have order, please? Can we have a bit of order? I intend to run an orderly government, and it starts here, so behave. During this campaign, I have put forward a positive, clear plan for a better future for our country. And I have shared the two principles that will drive a government. No one left behind, because we should always look after the disadvantaged and the vulnerable. But also no one held back, because we should always support aspiration and opportunity. That is what my government will do. That is the what, but the how is also just as important. because I want to bring Australians together. I want to seek our common purpose and promote unity and optimism, not fear and division. It is what I have sought to do throughout my political life and what I will bring to the leadership of our country. It is a show of strength to collaborate and work with people, not weakness. I want to find that common ground where together we can plant our dreams. To unite around our shared love of this country, our shared faith in Australia's future, our shared values of fairness and opportunity, and hard work and kindness to those in need. And I can promise all Australians this: no matter how you voted today, the government I lead will respect every one of you every day. And I'll seek to get your vote next time. We are the greatest country on earth. But we can have an even better future if we seize the opportunities that are right there in front of us. The opportunity to shape change rather than be shaped by it. And we can shape change more effectively if we seek to unite people on that journey of change. Together, we can end the climate wars. Together, we can take advantage of the opportunity for Australia to be a renewable energy superpower. Together, we can work in common interests with business and unions to drive productivity, to lift wages and profits. I want an economy that works for people, not the other way around. Together, we can as a country say that all of us, if the Fair Work Commission don't cut the wage of minimum wage workers, we can say, will we welcome that? Absolutely. Together we can strengthen universal health care through Medicare, we can protect universal superannuation.
After the next
and
big
we
cheer.
can write universal childcare into that proud tradition.
There we go. That was Anthony Albanese, the incoming 31st Prime Minister of Australia, speaking there in Sydney as he claims victory. Look, we'll get to Matthew Hayne in just a moment, but first, let's wrap this up. Political reporter Roman McKinnon. He has been, as I mentioned before, with us the entire campaign. He spoke to the outgoing Prime Minister. We've both spoken to the new Prime Minister only a couple of weeks ago. He's definitely promising change, I think, Roman. That was the key message there. But at the same time, we have to remember a lot of the seats that were won that caused Liberals to lose were not won by Labor. In fact, Labor lost seats to the Greens here. So, you know, he's got a lot of work to do in terms of not just uniting the country here, but uniting the Parliament. He might be leading a minority government here. Do analysts predict him to backflip on what he said about not working with the Greens?
That's a good question. I think I guess it's fairly weird when all Labor candidates preference the Greens too on their how to vote card. I thought for sure that they would work with them, but maybe I guess but as you mentioned with change, I think he mentioned change. He mentioned he will do his promises of changing the government, no one, left behind, fixing everything. I think the 31st Prime Minister of Australia has the aura and the confidence about him that makes him feel like a Prime Minister. It still sounds weird to say Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, but I think
it's weird for me not to say Prime Minister Scott Morrison. I know, obviously, I remember Tony Abbott and Malcolm Turnbull very strongly, but again, we have to emphasise here just how long it's been since we've had a Labor Prime Minister, an extraordinarily long time. Roman, in about 30 seconds before we'll wrap up, we'll head to Matthew Hayne. What do you think, apart from, I reckon, our interviews, was the biggest moment of the last 6 weeks with the election campaign?
That's a really good question again. I think maybe in terms, the biggest thing I think was one of the debates. I think maybe that helped people to decide, maybe. But the other one was Morrison.
And you have to remember that Albanese won all 3 debates here per viewers. I think per the audience twice and per viewers once, even with the whole issues with that Channel 9 voting that we all know about. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say the other one, I have 2 other ones. The other ones, Morrison tackling the kid, I think that was pretty funny. I listened to some rugby league commentary over that. Yeah, that was pretty funny. And then the other one was Greens leader Adam Bandt telling a journalist to Google it, mate. I think some of the journalism style during this campaign has been a bit different.
It was interesting, I'll say that.
It was, yeah.
Although you have to wonder whether, and I'm sure the Greens did a lot that got their vote up, but whether that got him very well seen with that Google it mate moment. So you have to wonder whether that got some more support, because he was really out there and he got a lot of praise, including from people you might describe as rusted on Labor supporters. But Roman, I think we'll leave it there, just because it's coming up 1 minute to midnight now, Eastern Standard Time. Roman, you've been covering this campaign alongside me. We'll see you tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you very much, mate. Go rest. Well done with your coverage.
Thanks, Leo.
And, Roman McKinnon there. Matthew Hayne, we'll bring you in one more time, and we'll wrap this up really quickly. In about a minute, tell us what you thought about Anthony Albanese's speech there, because he certainly showed a lot of charisma.
You fully well know I'm going over a minute.
Please don't.
In fairness, in front of that crowd, Anthony Albanese could have shit himself and they would have cheered him like he just won. He just cured cancer in front of everybody. So, I mean, in front of that crowd, he couldn't really do any wrong. That's his people. It was very fun to see him lively and funny and almost acting like a Bob Hawke figure, which is nice. But what I took away from that is, most importantly, he mentioned he wants to increase wages. He wants to put money into education and healthcare. He wants to end the climate wars, and he genuinely has put forward his plan for change, and he has now been told by the Australian people, you will deliver this change, not necessarily because we want you and Labor running the country, but we're sick of the Liberals. We've put these independents in. We picked these Greens people. We've given you just enough we've told you this is your job. You are to do these 4 or 5 things. You are to do an ICAC. You are to improve our climate. That is your job. You have to do it. And he seemed like he was going to do it.
Just quickly, what do you think the biggest moment of the campaign was?
I don't know what the biggest moment of the campaign was, but I feel like both the opposition leader and the Prime Minister getting shredded by you on 6 News was quite fun. I enjoyed Adam Bandt's Google it, mate, as well. It gave me reminders from the 2020 US presidential debates when Bernie Sanders said, I wrote the damn bill. That was quite fun.
Don't forget, also, I'd say Joe Biden too with the will you shut up, man?
That was fun as well. Overall, I've absolutely hated watching this campaign. It's been very, very... It's just been not fun to watch. But the results... Yeah, I know. But the results have been nice for me, at least, to watch come in. Any result with a green slide, a two-party system failing miserably, and a minority government means the least amount of damage done to the world, because good things aren't possible. And that's my message.
We'll leave it there. What a note to end on. Matthew Hayne from The Matthew Hayne Show. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for filling time, saving us from technical issues. And we should see you on for the US midterms and both the Victorian state election in November. Thank you very much, mate.
Thanks, Leo.
Okay, that is where we'll leave 6 News' coverage. Just over 6 hours now. It has just gone 12:02 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. We have been live since 6 p.m. Eastern and for the past 6 weeks, and throughout the entire year we've been covering this election. We've interviewed the Prime Minister, the former one that is, the incoming Prime Minister, and the Greens leader. We've interviewed candidates and MPs and senators from all sorts of parties. We've listened to you, the viewers. We've taken on your feedback. We've taken on your ideas. We launched a new show, Spin Check, every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern. We've been on the ground. We've spoken to Peter Dutton this morning, Ailee France at a press conference. We've gone out, we've seen the campaign, and we've seen what you've been saying too. Tomorrow night, or regardless, and tonight actually, we'll be live from 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, 6 p.m. AWST, in a special joint edition of 6 News and WAMN News with all the latest on the election from our state and from WA as well, our state being the rest of the country. Anthony Albanese is Australia's 31st Prime Minister. Scott Morrison is out, and he will no longer be the Liberal leader. From Melbourne, I'm Leonardo Puglisi. Thanks for your company. Have a great night.